Chapter 1: The Black-Haired Boy Who Came Through. Rome, one of the most famous cities in Europe, once came to the lively summer festival. The beautiful churches on the side of the road, the dazzling commercial streets, the blooming morning glory on the walls, the neatly tiled cyan bricks on the ground, as well as men, women, and children dressed in all kinds of coming and going, the solemn and sacred churches all tell with the ancient, beautiful, and prosperous city. It is in a bustling commercial street in this ancient city. A black-haired man with a white plastic bag suddenly appeared in the crowd, and as usual, it would be strange if an unknown stranger suddenly appeared beside him, even seeing a stranger beside him. Any foreigner would give him a subconscious glance, but the black-haired boy seemed to have been forgotten by the world and didn't attract anyone's attention. Holding the white plastic bag in his hand and weighing the weight with his hand, the young man named Luoyun felt a little strange when he saw the bustling street in front of him, the decorations clearly different from where he was, and the crowd with hair color different from his own. It looks like it's from abroad. Why did I appear here as soon as I stepped out of the supermarket door? Which god made a bad joke with me? Or did I pass through? After all, Luoyun is a person who has been baptized by the information explosion in the 21st century. He often sees some information about travel on web pages or games and some articles. After standing in place and looking around, I found that no one paid attention to me, and even the people who passed by didn't put their eyes on me, even for a second. It was like being isolated from the world. Seeing this, a drop of sweat slipped from Luoyun's forehead to his cheek, and then Luoyun's left hand, which was not holding the plastic bag, tightly grasped the slender spoon with a plum-shaped spoon on his neck. The key is more like a small silver key bought as a cheap souvenir from the scenic spot. This silver key was worn by Luoyun when he was a child. After snorting for a while, Luoyun stretched out his left hand and took a step forward. When he first patted the shoulders of the people who passed by him, the scenery around him was like an old TV. The broadcast screen was suddenly deleted, the black pupils instantly enlarged, and a strong sense of discomfort burst out from the depths of Luoyun's heart, and Luoyun began to observe the surrounding environment despite the nausea. The distortion that first entered the eye was like a withered tree, bending and twisting downwards or upwards continuously. When the wind blew, there was a terrifying cluck sound like some kind of animal grinding teeth. And the roots of these sparse, withered trees are not connected to soil, but small, soft and crystal clear but constantly exuding cold white sand, and even there are many small glowing on the sand. Strangely colored streams. Then Luoyun looked up at the sky. There were no clouds and no sun, the whole sky was a gray and gloomy color, and there were many strange rocks of different sizes floating in the sky, and some even looked like a roller coaster. They are surrounded by another circle, but these strange rocks floating in the sky will attract and collide with each other without exception, forming larger rocks or smashing into smaller rocks. Where is this place? With the fear and doubt of suddenly coming to a place that doesn't look like the Earth's environment, Luoyun shouted into the depths of the forest after looking around. Is there anyone? The hero you summoned has arrived. But Luoyun didn't hear any response. Some were just his own echoes echoing in the depths of the dead wood, but Luoyun still didn't give up. Summoner, the hero you summoned has arrived, come and claim it. Your courier has arrived, please sign for it. Someone, help. Help me. In the entire sky, there was still only the cluck sound of the twisted dead wood, the sound of the rock colliding, and the echo from the depths of the forest. Tisk. After the lack of a big response, Luoyun irritated and made a dissatisfied voice, but did not continue to shout. After all, I have seen the protagonist before coming to a mysterious place, exposing his position in the constant shouting and finally being terrified by the terrifying the story of the monster eaten. Although there are still some stories in which the protagonist Dafa Shinwei killed the monster and finally reported the return of the beautiful woman, Luoyun did not think he was in such a story. After all, in such an environment, even if there is a beautiful woman, it is impossible for Luoyun or even human beings. The aesthetic standard, and now Luoyun does not have the courage and strength to fight monsters, so Luoyun is ready to leave the current position. After once looking around and finding that there was no sign of life approaching him, Luoyun walked towards the stream with strange colors that could be seen with the naked eye, just what Luoyun got through a TV show he had watched before. Knowledge, along the upstream and downstream of the river, it is more likely to find signs of life activities. Although the people living in this forest are not human, Luoyun still needs to walk upstream along this strange stream, although he may encounter a life that can communicate or kill himself without hesitation. Life, so Luoyun chose to gamble on the 50% chance. Under the gloomy sky, there were 1-by-1 footprints on the originally flat sand, and the footprints went all the way to the strange colored stream. At this time, there was a black-haired boy standing on the stream. Who? It was Luoyun who was sitting in the stream. At this time, Luoyun was gasping for breath. Luoyun looked back at his footprints on the sand and recalled how he walked to the stream. Originally, under Luoyun's visual inspection, the stream was only a few hundred meters away from him. For some reason, when he moved his legs towards the stream, the road seemed to be stretched infinitely. The original estimate was only a few minutes away. I walked abruptly for nearly an hour and didn't stop halfway. Fortunately for Luoyun, no monsters suddenly appeared on the way to the stream. Finally, after a few minutes of adjustment, Luoyun's rapid breathing calmed down, and now Luoyun has time to carefully observe the stream in front of him. Although the whole stream is full of strange colors, it is crystal clear, and there is nothing in the stream that looks like fish or other life, and Luoyun also saw the stream emerging from a strange angle. The strangely shaped transparent bubbles flew to the gloomy sky, and even when Luoyun came to the stream, a bubble that emerged from the stream hit the silver key on Luoyun's neck. Then, just when Luoyun was thinking about whether he should go in the direction of the stream or look in the opposite direction, the silver key on Luoyun's neck suddenly floated up, pointing in the opposite direction of the stream, which is the upstream direction of the stream. Luoyun looked in the direction pointed by his silver key, and then Luoyun's pupils shrank instantly. One after another, countless broken rocks circled and rotated continuously through the sky. The aurora pillar appeared in Luoyun's eyes, and the position of the light pillar was right in front of Luoyun's eyes. It is the center of this forest of twisted and distorted dead wood. Why, haven't I seen that beam of light before? Someone should be manipulating this key. Although this key has been with me since I can remember, I thought it was the relic of my parents I had never met before, but now it seems that this key is not simple. Looking at the silver key floating in front of him, Luoyun's heart was full of questions, whether it was the origin of the silver key, or why the silver key appeared on his body, and he had never seen it since he was a child. What are the parents like? It shouldn't be these questions now, but... Luoyun shook his head and threw the questions out of his head, then looked at the beam of light deep in the forest. Since the other party can manipulate the key to float and point out the direction, there should be no malicious intent, but why did the key not float or see the beam of light when he came to this forest, but only appeared after he came to the stream? No, that's not right. I didn't see this beam of light when I came to the stream before, but it only appeared after the strange-shaped bubble burst through the key. Looks like it's the stream or the bubbles coming out of the stream, but there's no time to be sure. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Silhouettes in the Twisted Forest. Although I am not sure whether the person who is guiding me is the person who summoned me late, and I don't know whether the other party has any malicious intentions towards me, but now that the other party has clearly specified the direction of action, Luoyun has no choice but to move towards the aurora borealis in the depths of the forest went. I hope the other party is not malicious to you. After determining the direction of walking, Luoyun walked along the stream to the center of the forest where there was no end to it. Ah, what a long distance! When Luoyun walked along the stream to the depths of the forest, Luo Yun came to the origin of the forest, and the sand that the stream passed through seemed to be alive, slowly moving and swallowing the footprints that Luo Yun stepped on. Finally, after an unknown amount of time and the worry of a man-eating monster suddenly appearing along the way, Luo Yun walked through countless distorted dead trees to the center of the forest and under the Aurora Pillar. The Aurora Pillar is located on an altar with hundreds of steps in the deep forest in front of Luo Yun, like an ancient Egyptian pyramid. According to Luo Yun's visual estimation, the entire altar is about the size of 10 football fields. The throne, a humanoid silhouette that looks hazy in color, is sitting on the throne, but the silhouette is not sitting on the megalithic throne at all, but more like gliding or floating on it. And the aurora pillars through the sky that Luo Yun saw were emitted from the throne under the silhouette. When Luo Yun came to the altar, the key on his neck kept vibrating, and the force was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, the key suddenly broke the rope tied to Luo Yun's neck. Big, almost pulled Luo Yun down. After the silver key broke off the rope, it ran towards its owner like a domestic dog that broke off the chain after seeing its owner. "Thank you for sending my love back." A voice that sounded heavy, majestic, worried, full of wisdom and ethereal suddenly sounded in Luo Yun's mind. When the silver key broke free from the rope around his neck, Luo Yun originally wanted to go forward and grab it, but a sudden voice in his head interrupted Luo Yun's movements. And the silver key also took advantage of the moment Luo Yun was interrupted, and flew to the silhouette, like a domestic dog that hadn't seen its owner for a long time, and continued to rejoice at the silhouette. Just when Luo Yun wanted to ask something, he saw a large gray silhouetted hand grabbing towards him. Afterwards, the scenery in front of Luo Yun seemed to be cut out again, and turned into the scenery of Milan, which is known as the center of world fashion and art, where Luo Yun was before he came to the distorted and twisted forest. But the scene in Rome this time is different from when Luo Yun first came here. The morning glory flowers that were originally blooming in the shop on the street have completely withered, and the calendar outside the coffee shop on Luo Yun's right has also changed from one to the other. The first day of the month became the 7th day of the 7th month, which means that Luo Yun spent more than 7 months in that strange world full of twisted dead trees, but in that world, Luo Yun kept walking and went out. There is no feeling of hunger outside the tired feeling, so Luo Yun thinks that he has not spent much time in that world. The time span is so big. It really fits with the concept of 1 day in the sky and 1 year in the world in mythology. Then Luo Yun touched his neck, and the place where he had the silver key was now empty. "Why do you want me to send the key back specially?" As Luo Yun returned to this world, a sultry feeling quickly swept through. Through the clock in the coffee shop on the right hand, Luo Yun learned that it was noon, and the sidewalks on both sides of the street were bustling with men and women dressed in cool clothes. Even in the few seconds that Luo Yun stayed in the middle of the street, many people entered the coffee shop with the air conditioner. Diddy! A whistle sounded behind Luo Yun. After turning around, Luo Yun saw a taxi unique to Rome. The taxi driver looked anxious, wondering if it was because the time to pick up customers was approaching. Because of the sound of the car horn, some people turned their attention to Luo Yun, who was standing in the middle of the street, and some people wondered why this handsome foreign young man did not let the car honk when it honked, and after seeing Luo Yun's face, some young girls had their thoughts of chatting up. After all, Rome is one of the most prosperous capitals in Europe, and there is an endless stream of foreign tourists every day, so some young girls who advocate freedom are seeing handsome young girls. When a man is a man, the idea of wanting to fall in love inevitably arises, and even if it is a one-night stand, it doesn't matter. After reacting, Luo Yun bowed slightly to the driver to express his apology, and then retreated to the sidewalk. Afterwards, a pair of young sisters boldly approached Luo Yun, but Luo Yun couldn't understand the language of the two at all, sounding neither his mother tongue nor English. In Luo Yun's perception, the two sisters probably thought of being Luo Yun's tour guide after seeing Luo Yun, who is a foreigner. It's impossible to trust anyone easily, so Luo Yun, who couldn't understand what the two sisters were saying, had to smile and shook his head, expressing his rejection, and then Lo Yun followed the crowd with the regretful expressions of the two sisters. The direction slowly left their sight. Finally, Lo Yun, who followed the crowd, came to a place with good scenery that looked like a couple's park. After all, whether it was on the grass in the park or on the seats in the park, they were sparsely located or in pairs. Young men and women are quietly telling love stories. To be honest, when Lo Yun came to this park and saw several couples, in fact, Lo Yun had the idea of turning around and leaving. After all, Lo Yun was here to sort out everything that happened after he came to this unfamiliar place, not to come here. Eat dog food. But there was no way. As time went by, the temperature was getting higher and higher, and Lo Yun didn't want to go any further, so Lo Yun took the initiative to ignore the couples in the park and sat down under the shade of an undisturbed tree. Fortunately, there were several bottles of water and some food in the instant noodles in the plastic bag that Lo Yun brought from the beginning, so Lo Yun will not be short of water and hungry for the time being. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Double Sun is in the Sky. July is the hottest season of the year. Although Lo Yun took off his jacket and sat under the shade of a tree, Lo Yun was still scorching hot. After filling his stomach with a small bottle of water, Lo Yun began to organize the information so far. The first is why the silver key appeared on him, who his parents were, and why he had to send the key back by himself, probably only the owner of the key, the human silhouette on the megalithic throne, knew. The second is the identity of the humanoid silhouette. According to the information Lo Yun has browsed on the internet, Lo Yun guessed that the silhouette is likely to be Kesu described in the horror novel written by Lovecraft. One of the ancient rulers in Lu mythology, the Prime Eternal, Ta'al Yat-Umr. After all, the image of the Prime Eternal depicted in the book is almost the same as what Lo Yun had seen before in the center of the twisted deadwood forest, with a humanoid silhouette floating behind the first door leading to the ultimate abyss of the universe. A shimmering veil is draped over the megalithic throne. In the myth of Cthulhu created by Lovecraft, Ta'al is the creature who receives the first silver key gate through the ultimate abyss of the universe and guides them through a ritual to help them pass through the ultimate abyss leading to the ultimate abyss of the universe. Great presence of doors. But even such a great being who guards the truth is only one of the three pillar gods in the Cthulhu mythology, one of the incarnations of Yog-Sothoth, who is known as the one who unifies, who governs endless time and space. It's not yet certain whether the silhouette I saw was Ta'al. Under the shade of the tree, Lo Yun kept muttering in his heart, and fanned his face with both hands, but there was no significant effect. Lo Yun was still extremely hot. And the people in the whole park became less and less as time went on. In the end, there were only two couples in the shade and Lo Yun, who was homeless. And Lo Yun will not ask the local police for help when it is a last resort. After all, Lo Yun does not have problems with the local language communication, and Lo Yun appeared here suddenly. It's amazing to live. And Lo Yun didn't know if this world was the world he was born in. In the hot temperature, Lo Yun's sleepy eyelids in the shade of a tree kept fighting. Even in July, why is it so hot? The whole person is about to burn. Then a heat wave blew, and the sultry wind blew Lo Yun's sleepiness away. Then Lo Yun put his palm on his forehead and looked up at the sky. The golden sunlight was unusually dazzling. Lo Yun's eyes were full of gold, and then his eyes gradually got used to the harsh sunlight, and then Lo Yun's pupils shrank instantly, as if seeing an incredible manifestation. Well, it's noon now, and the sun in the sky is big and normal, but why are there two suns in the sky? And Lo Yun's exclamation also aroused two couples in the shade not far away, and then the two couples also looked at the sky because of Lo Yun's actions, and then looked at Lo Yun with puzzled eyes. Forward. After seeing the eyes of the two couples, Lo Yun was puzzled. Could it be that there are two suns in the sky in this world, or is it only me who can see the second sun in the sky? In the end, the two remaining couples could not bear the high temperature outside and left the park. In the end, only Luo-yun sat alone in the park under the shade of a tree. It's really lonely, there's no one to talk to. Putting his arm on his forehead and falling backward, Luo-yun leaned against the big tree behind him, and then slowly closed his eyes. In the darkness, Luo-yun saw a silver key appear in front of him. Luo-yun frowned unnaturally, and then opened his eyes, but there was nothing outside the grass and the park equipment, and Luo-yun closed it again. After closing his eyes, the silver key appeared in front of Luo-yun's eyes again. After several repetitions, Luo-yun found that as long as he closed his eyes, he could see the small silver key that was suspected to be the artifact silver key made by Yog Sotos. After many experiments, Luo-yun found that the silver key was in his mind. Isn't the key back in the silhouette's hands? Why did it appear in my mind? Did the silhouette give me the key again? I don't know if I can take it out. Why don't you give it a try? With his head full of questions, Luo-yun closed his eyes again, stretched out his hands in the darkness and grabbed the silver key in front of him. After opening his eyes again, Luo-yun found that the silver key appeared in his hands without a sound. I can really take it out. Later, Luo-yun found that the moment the key appeared in his hand, the scorching temperature became pleasant. I don't know what the existence of the suspected Yog Sotos incarnation put the key on me again. Following Luo-yun's question, the silver spoon floated up again and pointed to the east. That's the direction the sun rises. Asterisk. Chapter 4 The Silver-Haired Fairy. Luo-yun, who had the previous experience of silver spoon guiding, looked at the east road that he was pointing at. Do you want me to go in this direction? The silver spoon seemed to respond to Luo-yun's slight vibration. Is there something over there? With doubts, Luo-yun got up and walked in the direction pointed by the silver key. Under the guidance of the silver key, Luo-yun walked through several bustling streets again and came to a temple that looked dilapidated. In fact, when Luo-yun was crossing the street, he once wanted to grab the silver key floating in the air. After all, Luo-yun didn't want to be regarded as a strange person, but the pedestrians on the street seemed to be invisible. The silver spoon is average. Even Luo-yun found that the silver spoon can not only cool down but also reduce fatigue. After all, Luo-yun walked out of the park all the way out of Milan without the slightest feeling of fatigue. Not only that, Luo-yun also felt full of strength throughout his body, and even continued to speed up their pace on the road. The temple adopts a centralized form covered by a dome. The whole is a round church with a height of 43.4 meters. The whole temple is full of Roman style poured with concrete made of volcanic ash, and it still stands here even after the passage of time. There are 8 stone pillars standing in front of the entrance of the temple. Looking from the outside to the inside, you can see the square promenade, and the portraits of different gods are carved on both sides of the promenade. Sure enough, the whole city is Rome, although I had guessed when I saw the buildings and parks on the streets before. Just as Luo-yun sighed and walked towards the temple, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Looking around, the originally noisy crowd disappeared for some reason, and only Luo-yun was left near the temple. At this moment, a clear and vigilant girl's voice suddenly came from behind Luo-yun. Before, which magic association are you from? Luo-yun turned his head and saw that he had white hair with a ponytail, blue eyes, a slender body, and a beautiful face like a fairy in a fairy tale. He looked like a 15-year-old girl. She looked like a silver ornate longsword made by a skilled craftsman, and the girl's right hand held the handle of the sword and looked vigilantly at Luo-yun in front of the temple. The moment Luo-yun saw the girl, she had a judgment on the world, but she still had to ask. Well, may I ask, who are you, miss? Hearing Luo-yun's question, the girl was obviously stunned for a moment, and then she reacted. I'm sorry, the next one is Liliana Cranicle, a knight belonging to the Bronze Black Cross. Who is your excellency? The girl's return completely confirmed Luo-yun's judgment. Sure enough, it's the world of God's layers. Lilia Chalanier has been very tired recently. Liliana, who was originally known as the prodigy of the Bronze Black Cross who can become a great knight before adulthood, secretly tracked down the Sorcerer Association near Milan for 3 months. Lilia, who finally found the trace, cooperated with the nearby Magic Association to eliminate it, and prepared to give herself a day off to relax, and even went to the shopping street to spend it. As a result, on the next 2 days, after getting up, I saw 2 suns hanging high in the sky outside the house through the window, and then received a call from my uncle, saying that a magic association in Rome was doing magic experiments. 2 suns appeared in the sky, and he commissioned himself, who had nothing to do, to go to Rome to investigate. After a few hours on the train, Lilia, who came to Rome, used magic conjuration investigation to learn what happened to the magic guild that had turned into charred ruins. It turned out that this magic guild got a divine tool with a weak sun attribute from there, and then wanted to obtain the power of the divine tool through experiments, so as to improve its own power, and took over a certain sun in the myth by accident. God pulled reality, so 2 suns hung high in the sky. After learning that the god of disobedience came to the earth, Lilia kept looking for traces of the god of disobedience in Rome, and finally felt the huge magic power in the Pantheon in Rome, the Church of the Virgin Mary, and then Liliana used idler's dispersion to disperse the crowd near the Pantheon. But after all this was done, Lilia saw a black-haired young man who was not affected by her magic trick sneaking in front of the temple, thinking it was a magician from a magic association trying to kill the gods. After all, in the world there is never a shortage of self-sufficient people. That. Although I can probably tell from Liliana's tone who is asking who she is, she only knows Hyuxia and a few simple English, so Luo Yun, who doesn't know how to answer or what language to answer, is quite embarrassed. Don't understand Italian. After hearing that Luo Yun was speaking Hyuxia, Liliana knew that if she wanted to communicate with Luo Yun, she could only use the same language as Luo Yun. It was a difficult thing for the whole world to learn Hyuxia. But as the famous prodigy of the Bronze Black Cross, compared to learning obscure magic, it is easier to master 16 or more foreign languages, and even if Lilia doesn't have time to learn foreign languages, she is still in magic. There is also a magic called 8,000 languages. Can easily understand what both parties are saying. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Apollo, the Sun God. Can you understand now? Then, let me ask again, do you belong to that magic society? After Luo Yun nodded to confirm that she could understand what Lilia said, Lilia asked her own question again. I don't belong to the people you call the Magic Association. Obviously, Liliana didn't believe Luo Yun's answer. Then what's that glowing magic prop in front of you? You said this? It's just a key. Saying that, Luo Yun was about to grab the silver spoon floating in the air in front of him and hand it to Liliana to have a look. Do not move. Put your hands where I can see. Seeing Luo Yun's extremely random movements, Liliana hurriedly asked Luo Yun to stop his actions. After all, she had also experienced the encirclement and suppression of the Sorcerer Association several times, and had seen the one who was injured due to carelessness in her own situation. Magician who lost her life, she is only 15 years old now, it is the beginning of a beautiful girl's life, she still has many things to try, so Liliana does not want to die young. And Luo Yun is because of the girl's serious face and the long knife that the girl is holding tightly. After all, the long knife in Liliana's hand is not a decoration, and Luo Yun is not an ordinary person who can beat a magician. So after Liliana said this, she immediately stopped her actions. After seeing that Luo Yun didn't move, Liliana slowly moved in front of Luo Yun and saw the silver spoon floating in the air in front of him, exuding icy silver light. And at the moment of seeing the silver key, Liliana's spiritual vision was activated. This is what a woman with the qualifications of a witch, or a witch, can get information about the gods in front of her through myths after seeing gods and even divine items. Information. Under Liliana's spiritual vision, the silver spoon began to vibrate slightly in mid-air, and then Liliana's spirit was severely injured in an instant and fell into a coma, and then Liliana fell backwards. Go. In fact, before Liliana was about to see the silver spoon, Luoyun wanted to remind her, after all, whether it is the Thulhu myth or other myths, there is a description of gods cannot be seen directly, and silver spoon the key is the divine weapon that looks like the existence of Ta'al Att so under the influence of Ta'al's power, it should also have the power that can make people stunned and even crazy. But because Taval's power is too powerful, Liliana immediately fainted because of the powerful divine power carried by the silver key before Liliana activated his spiritual vision. Fortunately, before Liliana fell to the ground, she was caught by Luoyun, who suddenly had a benevolent heart in her heart. Otherwise, if she just fell down like this, even Liliana might suffer a concussion and become a fool because of her brainstem damage. It is a vegetative person. After all, most magicians have bodies that are almost the same as ordinary people without using magic. I'm really kind. Haha. After receiving the fallen Liliana, Luoyun mocked himself. Of course, after all, people are all good-looking animals, and no one wants beautiful things to disappear in front of them. Originally, the weather was hot because of summer, but now there are two suns hanging in the sky, and the temperature is even more sultry, so even Liliana, who is conservative, can't help but wear cool clothes. The delicate skin and the fragrance that belonged to the girl made Luoyun relaxed and happy, and with Liliana's coma, the long knife originally held by the girl also fell to the ground with the coma of her master. Luoyun held Liliana with one hand and picked up the long knife that fell to the ground with the other. Then the silver spoon, which was floating quietly in the air, suddenly flew to the side of the long sword and vibrated gently, and then the long sword instantly turned into molten iron and was swallowed by the silver spoon. After the silver key devoured Liliana's long sword, he also turned into a silver long sword with a plum blossom-shaped hilt and a length of 100 centimeters on one side and a tooth-like protrusion like a key, and then the silver long sword. The sword was really transformed again, returning to the original small key shape, and then pointed directly into the Pantheon. After seeing a series of transformations of the silver key, I know one of the usages of the silver key. By swallowing different weapons, the silver key can become the shape of the weapon it swallowed. After several experiments by Luoyun, he found that he was now arbitrarily manipulating the silver key and turning it into a sort of a key. After having a weapon that can be considered handy, Luoyun can be considered a little bit of security in this world where magic and gods exist. Then Luoyun looked at the silver-haired girl Liliana in his arms. In fact, Luoyun wanted to leave Liliana here for a while, but looked at Liliana with a frown and a look of fear. And the cold sweat on his forehead seems to be having the most terrifying nightmare in his life. In addition, if he throws him in there and encounters some gangsters, there are some plots that only appear in some kind of drama. Now Luoyun's mentality was a little difficult for a while. After all, he personally sent a beautiful girl into the abyss. So in order to prevent the above-mentioned things from happening, Luoyun had to carry Liliana on his back, and then walked into the Pantheon under the guidance of the silver key. After walking through a long corridor depicting images of countless gods, Luoyun came to the center of the Pantheon. There are 7 niches in the Pantheon, which are dedicated to gods such as the god of war and Julio Caesar, and there are many statues of gods and heroes outside the niches. Directly below the top of the Pantheon, where the sun can shine, think that the young man with blonde hair, handsome and dignified face, wearing a crown woven with laurel olives, wearing luxurious clothes, constantly plucking the lyre in his hand, is holding his head high in the blue sky and singing. After entering the Pantheon, the floating silver spoon pointed directly at the dignified blonde young man. To be honest, Luoyun regretted carrying Liliana in at the first sight when he saw the blonde man in the center of the temple, because according to the appearance of Liliana outside the temple and the guidance of the silver key, Luo Yun guessed that this blond man is likely to be a god of disobedience who descended to the earth. But there is no way, because the other party has already discovered him, and if he just leaves now, according to Luo Yun's understanding, these arrogant and disobedient gods are afraid that they will chase him to the ends of the earth. As a last resort, Luo Yun placed Lilia on her back under a statue and walked towards the blonde youth under the guidance of the silver key. As Luo Yun walked in step by step, the original high-pitched singing stopped, and then the blonde youth turned around and asked Luo Yun, "Human, are you here to pay tribute to the gods? May I ask you are?" But the answer the blonde god got was that Luo Yun was quite puzzled. Although he knew his identity from the blonde young man in front of him, the god of disobedience who descended on the earth, with the addition of the two suns in the sky, Luo Yun became the awakening of the blonde god on the opposite side, the sun god, but it is not known which mythical sun god Luo Yun is. Facing the gods and not knowing their true identity is a big sin, but I am in a good mood today, so I will forgive your sins. Listen, human. I am the son of the Almighty Father Zeus and the Titan goddess Leto, one of the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus, and the sun god Apollo. As the true name of the blonde god appeared, the golden brilliance on his body became stronger and stronger, and finally the brilliance of the blonde god illuminated the entire pantheon. Asterisk. Chapter 6 The Divine Blood That Burns All Things. Apollo, the sun god. Luo Yun murmured while looking at the blonde god in front of him. Yes, keep my name in mind. Apollo looked at the black-haired youth in front of him with some doubts. Since he didn't come to pay tribute to the gods, what did he come for? Then the silver spoon floating in front of Luo Yun caught Apollo's attention. This huge divine power and this mighty power that belongs only to time, who are you? After perceiving the divine power that belongs to time and space in the silver key, it can be controlled by the black-haired youth in front of him. Although it is only barely controlled, it still shows that the master of divine power loves the black-haired youth. The gods with the attribute of time occupy an important position in the entire pantheon, and even the highest god worshipped in Orpheus, one of the three major sects of Greek mythology, is the time called the first cause. The god Kronos, so it is impossible for Apollo to ignore it. As you can see, he's just an ordinary person trying to kill a god. Luo Yun said these words as if he didn't have the slightest respect for the gods. After getting Luo Yun's answer, even an ordinary person wouldn't take it easy when he knew that someone else wanted to take his own life, let alone a naturally arrogant god. Killing the gods is a big sin. I don't care whether you have a relationship with the god who has great time power in the key, but it's not that easy to want my life. Therefore, mortals, accept the wrath of the gods here. Show me your bravery in the wrath of the gods. With Apollo's words, the magic power on his body continued to expand, the temperature in the pantheon rose again, and waves of heat waves hit Luo Yun, but the silver key in front of Luo Yun completely blocked it. Even Liliana, who brought Luo Yun under the statue behind her, also protected her. There is no way that Liliana brought it in by herself, and because Liliana was involved in the battle with the god of disobedience, Luo Yun felt that he had a reason to protect the girl. Of course, if Luo Yun was in a time of crisis, he will also use the delicate body of a girl to defend himself against Apollo's attack. Of course, what Luo Yun is thinking now, Liliana, who is still in the terrifying dream, doesn't know. Then the entire pantheon ignited a fire, and the raging flames burned every inch of the temple's land. Outside the pantheon, with Apollo's anger, the second round of the sun became restless, and the temperature rose rapidly, less than 3 seconds. The temperature outside was approaching 50 degrees Celsius and was still rising, and during this period, some people were in a coma from heat stroke, and Rome was obviously the hardest hit area. The hospital beds in the whole city were about to be covered with patients who were in a coma due to heat stroke. Although Apollo has a good reputation as a good god in mythology, Apollo also has an evil side. Just like the sun, it has two sides. When the distance is enough, It can illuminate the warm world, but if the distance is too close, the sun will. He was burnt out by his extremely high temperature, and Apollo, the sun, should have two sides. After all, in mythology, Apollo flayed his opponent to death in order to punish his opponent who challenged him. Gods have always been arrogant. For gods, some behaviors of human beings are more like enjoying an opera. Even the slaughter of gods in mythology happens with the permission of gods. The gods will naturally punish them. With the venting of Apollo's anger in the pantheon, the statue was burned beyond recognition by the fire of the sun, and the marble floor was even more charred. The divine power in the silver spoon in front of Luo Yun keeps surging, isolating the flames that keep rushing towards Luo Yun, and as the temperature continues to rise, the vibration of the silver spoon also increases, getting stronger. Although I don't know what your purpose is to make me a god's lair. You can only do what you want in this situation now, Tael. Then Luo Yun stretched out his right hand towards the silver spoon, grabbed the silver spoon in his hand, and then a 100 cm spoon sword appeared in Luo Yun's hand. Immediately after, Luo Yun discovered that from the moment the key sword appeared in his hand, everything around him seemed to have stopped moving. Whether it was the surging flames or the intense heat, it was as if they were frozen. Do any damage to any item again. Standing in the center of the temple, Apollo, who was frozen, could only watch Luo Yun walking towards him step by step with the sword of the key in hand. The flames in the temple were mobilized again, and time resumed the passage of time. The only changes were Luo Yun and Apollo, who was inserted into the heart by the sword of the key in his hand. The red blood of the sun god flowed down the corner of Apollo's mouth and the wound of his heart, flowing down the ground, on the sword of the spoon, and on Luo Yun's hand, constantly burning the touch of Apollo's blood. The place. With the intense pain caused by the burning, Luo Yun almost let go of the right hand that was holding the sword of the spoon, and endured the pain. The blue veins on Luo Yun's forehead and right hand were violent, and even the heart of his right hand was burnt. The blisters that appeared were bursting because Luo Yun was not far away from letting go and holding the sword of the spoon tightly. The severe pain almost made Luo Yun cry out. An extra centimeter was inserted into Apollo's heart, and Luo Yun's left hand was also burned by the blood of the sun god flowing down the sword of the key. Asterisk. Chapter 7 The Afterglow of the Sun. A beautiful human being who can endure the scalding of my own blood and pierce the blade. One more point. Which great god of time, who gave you power, asked you to kill me? Apollo, who was stabbed in the heart by the key sword, looked up at Luo Yun and asked. It's true if you say yes, and it's not true if you say no. After all, if it's not you but another god who came to the earth at this moment, it's that god who has been stabbed into the heart by me now. Apollo, who received the answer, felt for the first time that as a god, he was so weak that he became a stepping stone for others, not even the most special stepping stone. I see. But human beings, don't get too complacent. Even if I will be sent back to myth by you, I will definitely leave a trace on this earth. Apollo raised one arm above his head. Light, obey my orders. Gather, turn into sharp arrows, fall. As Apollo's divine words sounded, Luo Yun saw the second round of the sun above the sky becoming restless because of Apollo's divine words through the circular hole at the top of the temple, and the entire sky was dazzling. Sun Guanhui was dyed golden, and sharp arrows made of light elements appeared in the sky. As far as Luo Yun's vision could see, there were at least tens of thousands of golden arrows. Although he doesn't know the power of these golden arrows, Luo Yun knows that once the golden arrows in the sky fall to the ground, something terrible will happen, and he doesn't know that there are still some magical powers in the silver key. To protect himself, Luo Yun wanted to immediately return Apollo to the myth in order to avoid being affected. You can't let these things fall to the ground. In an instant, Luo Yun violently tried to pull out the sword of the key inserted into Apollo's heart, but part of the sword of the key was firmly grasped by Apollo's other hand. Can't you just go back to mythology honestly, Apollo. After exerting all his strength, the sword of keys caught by Apollo remained motionless. Luo Yun had no choice but to use the sword of keys to turn it into a sword of silver. After the sword of spoon blocked by the wound disappeared, Apollo's blood gushed out from his heart, and part of it even got on Luo Yun's body, burning Luo Yun's body continuously, but the silver spoon, the divine power he carried, healed the scars on Luo Yun's body faster, but in the blink of an eye, every part of Luo Yun's body that had been burned by Apollo's blood was restored to its original state. It turns out that can it still be done? Actually, when this key first turned into a sword, I should have thought that my destiny was already doomed to be unchangeable. After seeing the wounds on Luo Yun's body recover, Apollo was very calm, as if he had accepted his destiny. You thought I would say that? Even if I am about to return to mythology, I will leave my traces on this earth before that. Then Apollo's raised arm suddenly swung downward. The divine power in the silver key surged instantly, raising Luo Yun's physique to the same level as that of the god in front of him. Then Luo Yun carried the silver key and transformed it into a key sword in Apollo. He severed Apollo's arm before swinging his raised arm down. Endless light spots rose in the pantheon, which was emitted by Apollo, whose arm was cut off by Luo Yun. As the light spots gradually increased, Apollo's body gradually became illusory. Seeing such a scene, Luo Yun also knew that Apollo was really going to return to mythology this time, but what made Luo Yun puzzled was that when he fought with Apollo before, he basically never resisted. Oh! Doubt, mortal. No, it's better to call you son of fools now. I wonder why I didn't resist. Didn't I pull the sun in the sky to burn the earth, and perish with you? Although I don't know who the owner of the key in your hand is, but through the power in the key, I can be regarded as a glimpse of it. Half-angle, but even this sporadic half-angle is not something I can contend with. After all, having such a god for such a purpose would completely eliminate my existence from mythology. I would not be surprised. You may say that I am timid or afraid of death. Okay, I admit it. After all, compared to being killed by you, the son of a fool, but still able to exist in the mythology and possibly come to the earth again, it is much better than being completely obliterated by that unknown great existence. Apollo's words solved Luo Yun's doubts. I see. Although Luo Yun had the urge to throw away the sword of the key in his hand at that moment, he restrained it. After all, no matter what Tavel's purpose was, he had no strength to resist now. Son of fools, tell me, your name. Luo Yun. Then, Luo Yun, before I come next time, let's gallop freely on the ground with my power. In the end, Apollo's body completely turned into a star-studded brilliance and disappeared in the pantheon that had long since changed beyond recognition. Return to mythology. The sword of the key in Luo Yun's hand became the silver key again, and then looked at the scorched statue behind him. Liliana, who was still frowning and dreaming terrifying nightmares, was with Apo before. During Luo's battle, Luo Yun used part of the power of the silver key to protect Liliana from the fire of Apollo. If Luo Yun died in Apollo's flames like this, he would feel a little sad. Looking at his painful appearance, he looked at the silver key in his hand, and felt that there was still a slight divine power in Oz, so he used this divine power to cut off Liliana's nightmare and bring it back to reality. After doing all this, Luo Yun casually found a black wall that was burned by the fire of Apollo, sat down, and closed his eyes. After all, after killing the disobedient god who descended on the earth in the world of the god's lair, he will enter the world where Pandora is in a coma, and use the usurp-rise exchange in Pandora's hands to obtain the power of the god he killed. Outside the pantheon, it was already dusk, and the second sun, which was invisible to mortals, had long since disappeared, and people who were in a coma due to high temperature and heat stroke due to Apollo's divine power also woke up one after another. The tens of millions of light arrows that could cause devastating blows to everything on the ground also disappeared automatically with the return of Apollo to the myth. Asterisk. Chapter 8 Pandora. Eh, why didn't the child who arrived this time wake up? A seductive and crisp voice sounded in Luo Yun's ears. In the grey scene, Luo Yun opened his eyes and felt the softness and warmth under the back of his head. Ah, did you finally wake up, my lovely child? I thought that something happened to the ceremony that made Mum worry to death. Words like a complaint came from the top of Luo Yun's head. Luo Yun's eyes also looked up in the direction of the sound. A man of about 10 years old, with a delicate childish face, a slender body, and long purple hair. With double ponytails and a thin white dress, she has a more coquettish and masculine temperament than anyone else. Are you wondering where this is? This is the boundary between life and death. I am the woman who gave everything to fight and kill the gods, Pandora. Of course you can also call me mother. I have seen the battle just now, Mom. It's amazing to be able to kill the gods without injury, although it is relying on that unknown artifact, but compared to those who killed the gods for the first time, the children are much better. Just like his real child, Pandora cheered abnormally for Luo Yun's ability to defeat a strong enemy unscathed. Just when Luo Yun wanted to speak, Pandora spoke again. Can you tell Mom which god gave you that artifact? Look at the time above when you wake up, it won't be the immortal Chronos. Can you tell Mom? Mom is super curious. Listening to Pandora, who didn't give himself a chance to speak at all, Luo Yun sat up and gave her a knife under Pandora's puzzled expression. It's too much, to actually treat Mom like this. Covering his little head, Pandora looked at Luo Yun with tears and resentment in his eyes, as if Luo Yun had done something resentful. Shut up, it's too noisy, and you're not my mother. After giving a knife, Luo Yun, who thought that Pandora had calmed down, was about to speak again, but was interrupted again by Pandora's sudden words. Isn't there a cute feeling on the ground to have a mother who has a childlike appearance and a child's body shape and has no blood relationship? Shouldn't you feel that you have earned it? Listening to Pandora's words, Luo Yun retorted speechlessly. No, regardless of age, if you just like someone like your mother, it's just a mere pervert. Hey, is that so? Then are you such a pervert? Pandora's rhetorical question instantly caused Luo Yun's blood pressure to soar. Luo Yun felt that Pandora at the moment was simply itching for a hammer. Just when Luo Yun wanted to satisfy her, Pandora said, as if seeing Luo Yun's upcoming action. Ah, it's really time, let's have a good chat with Mom next time. Following Pandora's self-talk, Luo Yun's eyes fell into darkness again. After Luo Yun disappeared, Pandora lowered her head and muttered to herself. The divine power of the key on this child is too terrifying. No one has ever seen such divine power, evil, ominous but holy, even the immortal old Chronos in front of this divine power master. You have to lower your proud head. I don't know that the master of the whole divine power still asks him not to observe this child. Otherwise, try it out. After nightfall, a bright moon hangs high in the starry night sky, and the cold moonlight shines on the blackened ground of the temple through the circular dome of the Pantheon. Although it is midsummer now, the night is still extremely hot, and the Pantheon, which has been burned by life, is even more sultry. In the sweltering Pantheon, Liliana opened her eyes in confusion, and what she saw was a blackened marble slab and wall that had been burned by the fire. She was originally chased by unknown monsters in her nightmare. Liliana immediately felt a chill when she saw the scene in front of her, and then Liliana saw Luo Yun leaning against the wall not far away through the cold moonlight, and then Liliana remembered what she saw before she fell unconscious. The black-haired boy in front of him. Liliana, who woke up in an instant, checked her body immediately, and Liliana was relieved when she found that there was nothing unusual except for her beloved sword Silver Master. After all, it has fallen into the hands of the enemy since ancient times. The fate of none of the female captives is miserable. After looking around, Liliana got up, but Liliana stumbled and fell to the ground again due to the numbness of her legs after all afternoon's curling up. Pain, pain, pain. Liliana's eyes quickly filled with tears as the pain in her buttocks hit the ground. Then Liliana used healing magic to unclog her legs that were a little numb due to the blocked blood vessels, and the injured place where she fell to the ground again. After healing her discomfort, Liliana stood up again, stomped her feet lightly and found that there was no problem, then walked quickly to Luoyun, who was leaning against the scorched wall. Just when Liliana was still 1 meter away, Luoyun suddenly opened her eyes, and a huge mantra emerged from her body. Liliana, who couldn't bear the pressure caused by this huge mantra, knelt instantly. Falling to the ground, Liliana automatically entered a state of spiritual vision with the appearance of the magic power on Luoyun's body. He is the glorious Sun God King, full name Phoebus Apollo, the son of the Almighty Father Zeus and the Titan goddess Leto, the god of light and language, one of the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus, and the god of language. It was merged with the legend of Helios in about the 8th century BC, so Apollo was also the sun god Helios, but with the passage of time Greek mythology was merged with Roman mythology, so Apollo is also in Roman mythology. The sun god Thor, so Apollo is the god of the trinity of light and language and the sun. After a few seconds of debugging, Luoyun was finally able to control the magic power in his body. The huge pressure caused by the huge magic power that was leaked out instantly disappeared. With the recovery of Luoyun's magic power, Liliana also recovered from the spiritual vision. In it, he came back to his senses. But what followed was the fear that swept through the whole body. After all, he had threatened this demon king before. Although he may not have become a god slayer before, this is not something he can let go of after becoming a god slayer. For their own reasons, you must know that those who become god slayers are a group of people with strange and elusive characters. The young bronze black cross faced the greatest crisis since birth. Asterisk. Chapter 9 Early morning in the hotel. Look up, Liliana. Looking at the silver-haired girl who was kneeling on the ground in front of her, not daring to raise her head to look at her, Luoyun knew that the girl should have known her current identity through spirit vision. Dare not face myself. Yes. Although she is puzzled about why the other party knows her name, now is obviously not the time to struggle with this issue, because Liliana understands the prestige of the Demon King and has seen the brutality of the Demon King up close. Now Liliana only hopes that her actions would not affect her relatives and friends, so no matter how frightened Liliana was at the moment, she had to obey Luoyun's order to raise her head. After all, about 3 years ago, Liliana participated in a ceremony to summon the god of disobedience because of the god killer, and in that ceremony, except for herself and an island girl named Yuri Maria, who survived in addition to the difficulty, the rest of the priestesses who participated in the ceremony either died at the moment when the gods did not descend, or turned into complete idiots. Even before the ceremony, Liliana saw with her own eyes the shrine maiden who escaped because of fear and was finally turned into a pillar of salt by the power of the gods. The summoned god of disobedience is now the King of Swords Salvatore Toni, who is in charge of Italy. Never mind. Originally, he planned to comfort Liliana because he was interested, but after seeing the girl's panicked face, Luoyun gave up this plan. For Luoyun, who has now become a god slayer, there will be time in the future to let Liliana know herself, and even hold all the girls she loves in the anime before crossing into her palm, but now the priority is to master the powers acquired at Apollo. The power, the golden arrow that must hit, comes from the golden arrow shot by the silver bow when Apollo killed the python skin. The python skin that can easily penetrate the mountains is harder than rock steel. Scales, since Apollo is the god of light, the golden arrows he used are made of light elements, and light carries heat, so the golden arrows that are made of endless light elements that are as dazzling as the sun naturally carry the high temperature that can melt steel and burn the earth, and even the highest temperature can reach a temperature that is almost the same as the core of the sun. The power speaks the spirit, O light, obey my orders. Gather here, turn into sharp arrows, and penetrate my obstacles with a certain momentum. The power golden arrows evolved from the power golden arrows, is to gather endless light elements on the sky, and finally carry thousands of millions of even infinite golden arrows with intense high temperature. The arrow fell from the sky and above the earth, destroying everything on the earth, but it consumed the magic power very much. In addition, after becoming a god's lair, Luo Yun automatically acquired a physique that is 100 times greater than that of ordinary people, as well as being able to understand any language on earth, language of 1,000. Seeing Liliana, who was still half kneeling in front of him and still didn't dare to look directly at him, Luo Yun said unceremoniously, "Liliana Cranicle, I need a place to rest now, do you have any good options?" Looking at the black-haired boy in front of her, Liliana, who realized Luo Yun's consciousness after a while, replied weakly, "Knowledge." It took about 10 minutes, Liliana brought Luo Yun to a hotel, and in the eyes of the hotel administrator, Liliana took out her wallet and opened a room for Luo Yun. House. The summer day is extraordinarily early, and now it is only after 6 a.m., the sun has already risen. Located in a high-end hotel in Rome, dazzling eyes shine through the curtains on the face of the silver-haired girl who was not sleeping very well. Liliana opened her eyes in a daze, with thick dark circles around her eyes. In fact, Liliana didn't sleep well all night. After all, there is a person who breaks common sense and can kill your whole family at any time. Next door, everyone else can't sleep well. Like every room in a suite in a high-end hotel, there is usually a separate bathroom. The air conditioner was swept through Liliana's wrinkled clothes. Liliana got up and walked to the bathroom. Because of the insomnia last night and the constant rolling on the bed, the messy-looking hair simply helped a single ponytail, and then walked out of the room. After opening the door, Liliana saw Luo Yun sitting on the sofa in white short sleeves and black 8-point shorts, eating breakfast from the hotel. Last night, when Luo Yun said where she needed to rest, Liliana thought Luo Yun wanted to take him back to the Bronze Black Cross headquarters in Milan overnight, and finally came to this room after Luo Yun's explanation. Hotel. Moreover, the clothes Luo Yun is wearing now are all bought by Liliana with her own money in a 24-hour commercial building for Luo Yun. As for Luo Yun's original clothes, they were bought by Apollo in the previous battle with Apollo. Luo's blood was burned to ashes, and it was Liliana's money who came to the hotel to open a room last night. Until now, Liliana still remembers the surprised expression of the hotel manager when she was paying the money last night. After all, although equality between men and women is advocated now, it is usually the man who pays for the hotel inspection. Liliana sees the king. I wonder if Wang is satisfied with the breakfast. Arriving in front of Luo Yun, Liliana, who was half kneeling on the ground, said that for breakfast, Liliana specifically instructed the hotel management to use the highest standard tableware and ingredients available in the hotel. I'm not a professional food critic. For me, the food has only two tastes, one is delicious and the other is hard to swallow. Fortunately, the food in this hotel is within my acceptable range. Although I really like your traditional knight-like serious character, sometimes being too serious can be annoying. But then again, you just got up, do you want to come? Luo Yun stuck a piece of sausage with the fork in his hand and brought it to Liliana's mouth. Luo Yun's words and actions obviously made Liliana, who was still a little scared of Luo Yun, blushed. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Good Sisters. The Campione God-Killer is the king, because he slays the gods in the sky and takes the gods' supreme power. The Campione God's lair is a tyrant, because he has the power usurped from the gods, and controls everything on earth. The Campione God's lair is a demon king, and no one can compete with the mortals living on the earth. The seventh God's lair appeared. According to the Bronze Black Cross, its name is Luo Yun. The Orientals are suspected to be related to Luo Hao, the martial arts king in the south of the Yangtze River. He completed the great work of killing gods in Rome, Italy, and became the demon king who came to the earth. The first person to witness the new king was Liliana Cranicle, the granddaughter of the Bronze Black Cross commander, who was called the Sword Fairy, and met outside the famous church of Santa Maria in the Pantheon in Rome. According to the investigation around the Pantheon and the information obtained from the Bronze Black Cross, the god killed by the new king was the radiant sun god Apollo, the trinity of light, language, and the sun. Therefore, it is impossible to guess the power that the new king has acquired. Note: never test the power of the new king, who is one of the demon kings above us. The Greenwich Council of Sages compiled the report on the investigation of Luo Yun, the seventh god killer. In the Bronze Black Cross headquarters in Milan, Italy, Luo Yun lay on the expensive sofa and read books about mythology after eating breakfast served by the maid Karen, who was specially arranged for him by the Bronze Black Cross. It has been 2 days since Luo Yun came to the Bronze Black Cross headquarters. In the past 2 days, Luo Yun met the other magicians of the Bronze Black Cross when he came here on the first day. Until now, except Liliana and her maid Karen Yanklovsky, who used to serve Liliana and now serves her, she has never seen anyone. Even when she was hanging out at the Bronze Black Cross, the magicians once, but when you see yourself, you will immediately avoid it. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door, but it still didn't interrupt Luo Yun's thoughts of watching the myth. Come in. Then the girl with silver hair pushed in the door and came to a place 2 meters away from the sofa where Luo Yun was lying, kneeling on the ground. Is something wrong, Lily? After glancing at the silver-haired girl below, Luo Yun closed the book about mythology in his hand, and then got up from lying down to sitting on his side. Hearing such an intimate title, and also a handsome young man with power standing at the top of the world, obviously interested in himself, even a cold goddess will tremble in his heart, not to mention the ability to write that a domineering president fell in love with me. Liliana, who was in the book, almost forgot her original words under shyness. And Luo Yun watched the scene with great interest. After all, a beautiful girl's face blushing because of her own reasons is also a beautiful scenery, isn't it? After a few seconds, although she calmed down, Liliana raised her head to look at Luo Yun, and saw Luo Yun's interesting eyes and smile. Her originally calm heart trembled again, and an unnatural reddish appeared on her face. In the past 2 days, Liliana has probably understood Luo Yun's temperament, and she gets along very well in normal times. Of course, this premise is that the person she gets along with is a beautiful girl. After all, as a normal man with an orientation, when he can choose who to get along with, how could he choose a man who is 5 or 3 thick or a beautiful boy? King, the Italian Magic Association, Erica Brauntree, the Bronze and Black Cross Knight, asks for an audience. Resisting the shyness in her heart, Liliana reported to Luo Yun. Oh, 2 days have passed, do you finally have the courage to see me? But Liliana didn't dare to take Luo Yun's words at all. After all, she thought that the demon king who was ravaging the earth was left unattended for 2 days. If the Marquis of Vauban, who she had seen before, was in front of her, I'm afraid the whole Bronze Black the Cross had already been bleeding into a river, and the entire Milan would also suffer a fatal blow. So after seeing the Marquis of Vauban, who is also a demon king, Liliana felt that she was hanging here for 2 days just to read books and not kill them. Luo Yun, who showed his majesty as the demon king alone, was already quite merciful. Although I have been left here for 2 days, I understand you. After all, as the new king, you don't know what my personality and hobbies are, so you don't know how to coax me to be happy, right? So you don't have to worry about the Bronze Black Cross being punished by me, Lily. Okay, stop talking, let her in. Yes. After getting Luo Yun's answer, Liliana, who was relieved, was about to stand up after thanking Luo Yun, and was about to introduce Erica into Luo Yun's room. Then a beautiful blonde girl with a face that was almost the same as Lilia's, with a noble lady temperament that was completely opposite to Liliana's chivalrous temperament, but with a body that surpassed Liliana's, appeared in Luo Yun's sight. After entering, Erica immediately came to Luo Yun, knelt on the ground and said to Luo Yun with the manners of a knight, "The Knight of the Copper and Black Cross, Erica Browntree sees your majesty." "Oh, you still know my identity. But since I came to my identity and didn't come to see me the first time, can I think that you are provoking me?" Luo Yun's words made the smile on Erica's face freeze instantly, although Erica, who was terrified, immediately replied, "How dare I wait?" Following Erica's words, Luo Yun continued, "It's impossible for 2 days to not ask me, the Demon King, for no reason. Or you Italian Magic Association is to see what is the wrath of the Demon King." Following Luo Yun's words, a huge magical power that is unattainable for ordinary people quietly radiates from his body. Even Erica felt that even the air in the room had become abnormally heavy and sticky, and it was so oppressive that it was impossible to breathe, but this was just an illusion caused by Erica's fear. For the first time, Erica saw what happened to the Demon King, not to mention the power they usurped from the gods, but to say that this exaggerated magic power is not an ordinary magician, even if it is her own uncle. Paul Browntree, who is the great knight, possesses less than 1,000th of the magic power of the opponent, but even so, when he was training with his uncle, he was like a baby who thought he was babbling, even the opponent. "I can't even touch the corners of my clothes." The sweat on her back wet Erica's expensive and gorgeous dress, but she doesn't care about it now. "Am I going to die here today, Erica?" "No." Young Erica is now in tears. A few minutes later, Erica, who found that she was still alive, raised her head and looked at Luo Yun strangely. After all, she had spoken with her uncle on the phone before she came to learn about some of the previous gods' layers. For example, if the character of the new king is similar to that of Marquis Vauban or the king of martial arts, then the current self has long since been killed for fooling the king, and now in this situation. Erica recalled her uncle's words again, "If you don't die right away in front of the Demon Lord, it proves that you still have the value to be used by the Demon Lord. If you want to live, then keep showing your worth to the Demon Lord." Bar. So Erica's inner fear was forcibly suppressed, and the smiles of the noble ladies who were delighted by the two of them once again hung on their faces. "Thank you Dragon for your reward. Thank you Shang Shanruo Shui for his monthly ticket. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Collectibles. Also ask the king to forgive me for not meeting in time." Although Luo Yun's tone was like joking with her friends, Erica's tone was actually asking them why they were avoiding him for the rest of the day except for the first day of their arrival. After all, even ordinary people, his guests, would be angry if they were not noticed by the main house after coming to the main house, not to mention the god's lair who is known for violently ruling the earth, so Erica had to confess her guilt according to Luo Yun's wishes. In fact, Erica is about to scold to death the person who proposed her to come to meet the king on behalf of the Seven Sisters, an Italian magic association. Seeing that the king had a gentle attitude towards Liliana and even showed a clear love for Liliana, coupled with the king's youthful appearance, he thought that the king would treat beautiful girls like ordinary young men. "Actually, I have been waiting in the past 2 days to search for a gift that will satisfy you, the king, in all of Italy, so I delayed my interview with you." In fact, according to Erica's meaning, the Italian Sisters Magic Association has been looking for a way to let them leave willingly, worrying that they will not get angry, so they will spread their anger on them. The reason why Erica was sent to meet with Luo Yun today was actually the news from Andrea Rivera, the deacon of the King of Swords, who learned that the King of Swords had appeared in Italy and thought he was murdered. After the goddess, he drove all night from the outside, trying to fight the new king before he left. However, because the god's lair gets power from the gods, and once the god's lair goes to war, the battlefield selected by the god's lair and the surrounding area will suffer a devastating blow, so for Milan, it will not suffer because of being the battlefield of the god's lair. It was destroyed, so Erica came to find out what Luo Yun said, thinking about paying a certain price to let Luo Yun leave Milan and avoid this battle. The reason why the interview is just an excuse because I prepared a gift for me is actually thinking of a way to let me leave peacefully. After hearing Luo Yun's words, Erica had a shocked expression on her face. Why are you so shocked? It's just common sense. After all, even ordinary people will rack their brains after seeing that there is a nuclear bomb in their own home. Sending away, seeking advantages and avoiding disadvantages is a principle that ordinary people understand, let alone you magicians who are different from ordinary people. I'm right, Erica Browntree. After Luo Yun said these words calmly, a magic power suddenly appeared on Erica's body and pressed her almost out of breath. Erica even thought that she might be killed by Luo Yun in the next second. Kill, even Liliana, who had been standing at Luo Yun's signal before, immediately half-kneeled on the ground after Luo Yun said these words, looking at Luo Yun with a terrified face, thinking about what to do in her mind to calm Luo Yun's anger. Well, 2 days ago, you were still thinking about how to take me away with the least risk, but why are you in such a hurry today? Did you think of a way? No. By Erica. Speaking of the latter, Luo Yun's voice was obviously raised a lot. Erica answered Luo Yun's question after being silent for a few seconds, while Liliana was startled by Luo Yun's suddenly raised voice and lowered her head with a look of grievance. Stand up. No, that is, there are other things that force you to meet me in advance without thinking about what conditions you should use to ask me to leave, and it is still a very serious matter that will even affect the interests of all magic associations in the whole of Italy. Then what would touch such a huge stake? I think there is only news of the return of the King of Swords who ruled the whole of Italy. I am afraid that the battle between the King of Swords and me will destroy Milan and even the whole of Italy, right? Erica now has a heart that wants to die. After all, who would have thought that the new king who looked young in less than a few days in front of her would be so enchanting? A few words can destroy the whole of Italy. The idea of the Magic Association was completely guessed. In fact, these are all inferred because Luo Yun has read the original book, understood the magic associations in this world and the characters of the other demon kings. But for Erica, who didn't have any information about Luo Yun or the entire Italian Magic Association, it was already a dimensionality reduction blow. After a moment of silence, Luo Yun spoke again. Actually, I don't really want to fight the King of Swords. After all, I only got power not long ago. Luo Yun's words made Liliana and Erica regain their senses instantly. Unlike Liliana's grateful expression, Erica fell into deep thought. What a price the whole of Italy would have to pay to satisfy the appetite of this king, but it was better than watching the whole of Milan and even Italy disappear from the map. And Luo Yun's next sentence almost made Liliana and Erica fall from heaven to hell, but fortunately, Luo Yun's last words made the two girls relieved. However, because of the previous behavior of the entire Italian Magic Association, I don't plan to leave, and I only got power soon, and I also need an opponent who can run in, so the battle between me and the King of Swords is inevitable. But for Liliana's sake, I allow you to find a suitable battlefield for the King of Swords and me before the King of Swords appears before me. But because of your disrespect to me before, as punishment, the entire Italian Magic Association must provide me with a divine tool that can summon the god of disobedience. Because of Luo Yun's words, Erica looked at Liliana with deep envy. After all, the king explained that it was because of Liliana's face that she handed this opportunity to choose the battlefield into their hands, and according to the meaning of the king, if it wasn't because the king seemed to have a crush on Liliana, he might have directly fought the King of Swords in Milan, and now he can calm down by just paying an item that can summon the god of disobedience. The anger of the king is rare, but it is even more rare that a piece of magic can quell the anger of the demon king. But in Erica's view, she has already made a profit. After all, there is not always a chance to quell the anger of these demon kings raging on the earth. Not only that, all the magic associations belonging to the Seven Sisters in the whole of Italy will also contribute all the magic books you have collected to me. Of course, besides that, there is also you. Since you are the representative who came to see me, it proves that you are ready to live rather than die, right? It's better to say that when you decide to become a representative, some people will I have already treated you as a sacrifice to me. Of course it would be a waste to lose such a beautiful and talented girl like you. Why don't you do this, Erica? How about you stay by my side for my drive? Of course you can refuse. In fact, the name of Erica is just Luo Yun's possessiveness or collection addiction. Luo Yun admits that he has watched anime and liked Erica, but this liking is actually the same as ordinary people who like beautiful things. The liking is the same, but the collection addiction is simpler. Just like some card drawing games, the person does not want to collect as many characters in the card pool as possible within the scope of his ability, even if the character is not very strong. In other words, she can be weak but I can't be without. Since the original world could not be made, getting a real person now can be regarded as making up for my previous regrets. This is Luo Yun's current state of mind. Of course, if this collection is disobedient, Luo Yun will also knead it into powder with his own hands. Luo Yun's words shocked the girl again, but after being stunned, Erica, who was half kneeling, immediately reacted, summoning her beloved sword Reinhardt and sticking it on the floor like a medieval knight. Starting with Reinhardt, I, Erica Brauntree, will be allegiance to you from today, and serve you all my life. Your glory is my glory. Later, because of Luo Yun's order, all the magic associations in Italy, regardless of size, were mobilized to find a suitable place for the god's lair to fight. Asterisk. Chapter 12 The Returning King of Swords. After Luo Yun's order came out, it took less than half a day to find a place suitable for Luo Yun and the two gods' lairs, the King of Swords, to fight. It was located on a small uninhabited island on the coast of the southeastern Sea of Italy. The shape of the half-moon is estimated to be about 300 square kilometers. Except for the small sandy beach in the crescent moon, the rest are deserted. Is this the battlefield you're looking for? Didn't you say that foreign countries are very civilized and clean, and basically you won't see garbage? How is this going? Looking at the beach full of plastic waste on the island, Luo Yun said to the two girls behind him after being silent for a while. Because of Luo Yun's hair color, most people regard Luo Yun as a celestial. Of course, Luo Yun is indeed a celestial, but it is not from this world. In the Celestial Dynasty, because of some media's great efforts to promote foreign countries, it is said that the environment in foreign countries is very good, and no one will mistakenly recognize garbage. People are very hospitable, so many people believed in the propaganda of these media at that time, but only those who went out knew that foreign countries are the same as domestic ones, and even some places still than domestic. Liliana, who heard the teasing in Luo Yun's words, bowed her head in embarrassment, while Erica looked Luo Yun's eyes directly and said solemnly, "This is just to promote myself, and to attract tourists once has achieved the purpose of making money." But before he finished speaking, he saw Luo Yun's eyes were always on Liliana, who was beside him with an embarrassed expression, and Erica, who responded, said leisurely, "I see, the king really likes to tease girls' hearts. Heh, Liliana's calling you a female fox is really appropriate. After a morning, she had a rough idea of my personality, and dared to talk to me like this." Luo Yun teased. After all, the king doesn't want the people around him to be like puppets and just obey the master's orders. Erica winked at Luo Yun mischievously. But then again, Lily's calling me a mother fox is already a secret message in her boudoir. How far has the king and Lily gone? Erica followed Luo Yun's wishes and glanced at Liliana beside her. After seeing that Liliana's face was already red and her eyes were still spinning, she covered her slightly moist cherry-red lips with her hand. The face continued to speak in shock. Could it be that Lily, you and King already have that kind of relationship, although I heard rumors that Lily, you and once have been to the hotel? Just when Erica was about to say something, Liliana, whose shame had broken through the sky, flew towards Erica, trying to cover Erica's chattering mouth with her hands. "Shut up, you mother fox." Looking at the beautiful girl who was making trouble beside him, Luo Yun brought Liliana and Erica here when he got the news that the battlefield that the Italian Magic Association was looking for him and Tony was an uninhabited island. And Luo Yun, who was going to enjoy the beautiful girl's swimsuit on the beach on the island, also lost his mood because of the garbage on the beach, but when he saw this scene, Luo Yun didn't feel it, and he originally decided to go back and punish him. The idea of finding the magician on this uninhabited island was also dispelled. As for the rumors in Erica's mouth, Luo Yun knew that this must be done by Diana Milito, the Bronze and Black Cross officer who likes to pretend to be tender. It was quite simple for Liliana to get the message she wanted out of her mouth. Not long after eating Liliana's elaborately made bento at noon, a yacht quickly galloped toward the beach where Luo Yun and the two girls were. On the yacht is a blonde boy who looks about the same age as Luo Yun. It is the Italian King of Swords, Salvatore Toni. And behind Toni, there was a yacht chasing at a very fast speed, and Luo Yun vaguely heard something, "UBD, stop me." As for who said this, Luo Yun, you don't have to guess, it's Andrea Rivera, the great knight who has always served the King of Swords, the great knight who has always served by the side of the King of Swords. After all, even if Toni is usually carefree and doesn't seem to have the majesty of a demon king, but once it's not his best friend and compatriot who is also a godslayer who said the sentence, Toni will give him a taste of it from the gods. The power to let him understand what a demon king is. Seeing Toni speeding up with a yacht again, Luo Yun instantly retreated to the edge of the beach with Liliana and Erica with a physique that was 100 times higher than ordinary people, avoiding the collision of the yacht coming at full speed. Hey! After Toni drove the yacht to the beach, Toni jumped off the yacht with a chuckle and landed on the beach with a thud. Without the driver, the yacht kept moving forward. After a few trees were smashed, the black smoke came to a stop. Next came Andre, who was driving another bow yacht. Although the speed was also extremely fast, he finally slowed down and stopped when he was approaching the beach. From this point, Luo Yun could see that Andre was more Toni is good, at least his yachting skills are better than Toni's. Hey, wait a long time, brother. Feeling the huge magical power on Luo Yun's body, which is almost the same as his own, Toni excitedly said to Luo Yun, and from his tone, it was obvious that Luo Yun liked to fight with similars and kill with the god of disobedience. Compatriots. Wait a minute, Toni. Just when he was about to start after speaking, Andre, who was on the beach, stopped Toni. Then Andre, who was wearing a deacon uniform, showed Luo Yun a knightly manner and said, I have seen you. Luo Yun, who nodded, looked at Andre with some doubts. After all, he brought the beautiful girl here to see the beautiful girl's swimsuit to pass the boring time before Toni came, although in the end he didn't because of the garbage on the beach. See, then Andre, who has followed Toni for a long time, knows that the place where the two godslayers collide will become a purgatory for mortals and magicians, and the reason why Luo Yun brought Liliana and Erica came here because both girls had learned flying magic, and Luo Yun would let the girls leave before the fight with Toni. But why did Andre come back here? When Luo Yun and Toni fought, he couldn't have left in a yacht, or Andre also learned flying magic. If Luo Yun remembered correctly, flying magic it seems that only witches can learn. You forgot your sword, Toni. While walking towards Toni, Andre opened the cloth wrap thing behind him, and the contents inside looked like Toni. At that time, the black magic sword was even bigger than Liliana's silver master that Luo Yun had seen before. Be sharp. And Toni touched his back and found that he had forgotten his sword, because when he was wandering around Europe, he met the Marquis of Vauban, because he robbed his prey 3 years ago, that is, the god of disobedience, so I found the pursuit of Marquis Vauban, although Toni escaped the pursuit in the end, but Toni, who encountered Marquis Vauban again, shattered the power of Marquis Vauban, the magic sword in his hand, when he was being chased. Now this one should have been reforged after being smashed by the Marquis of Vauban. The reason why Tony forgot was probably that during the time when the magic sword was being reforged, Tony had been replacing the original magic sword with something else. Asterisk. Chapter 13. Who doesn't know how to fly magic, please ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Ask for a reward. That's a bit too much. Erica looked at Tony, who got the magic sword, and said to Andre, "That magic sword, if I'm not mistaken, there should be magic that reduces the consumption of spell power. This is too unfair to the king. You must know that the king has not been a godslayer for a long time." Sir Elvitor. And Liliana kept nodding her head, obviously agreeing with what Erica said. Power-tearing Silverhand is the power that Tony usurped from the place of Anuda, the god-king in Celtic mythology, a terrible but unpretentious power. When the power is activated, the hand of flesh and blood will change into a silver metal hand, and then it will wrap around the weapon with a huge force, so that it can obtain a powerful force that can create miracles such as splitting the earth, changing the terrain, and breaking the sea. It is a magic sword with the ability to sever everything, so the weapon on Tony's arm at this time can also be counted as a part of his body. That's why Andre asked people to forge such a magic sword that was extremely difficult to forge and could reduce the consumption of magic power when using it. "Ah, I remember you, you are Alicia with red eyes or something, right?" Although he was reprimanded by Erica, the outspoken Salvatore Tony was not angry, but looked at Erica with a puzzled expression. "It's Erica of the Copper Black Cross. This is the second time we have met, Lord Salvatore." Tony's words made Erica feel like she was facing an orangutan with whom she couldn't communicate at all. Despite this, Tony's identity was still here, so Erica could answer Tony with a smile, but anyone with discernment can see the rigid smile on Erica's face at this time. "Really, it doesn't matter what it's called. But you're right, it's really unfair to my brother." Tony scratched his head, feeling that Erica made some sense. "No need, since Andre has brought the magic sword, wouldn't it be a pity not to try it?" "But the king." Erica, who wanted to refute after hearing Luo Yun's words, was approached by Luo Yun, but since her king had already said so, Erica, as a knight, had to give up, and saw her articulate after the little sisters gave up persuasion. Liliana knew that her eloquence was not good enough to give up her idea of persuading Luo Yun. "Okay, Lily, you board Andre's yacht with Erica and leave now. I'll be fine, and Tony and I won't care about you when we fight." Looking at the worried two girls in front of him, Luo Yun comforted him, then turned his eyes to Andre beside Tony and said, "I can ask you, Andre?" "Yes, it is my honor to serve the king." Then Luo Yun looked at Salvatore Retinai and said, "How about we fight 1 minute after they leave this island?" "It doesn't matter, brother." Salvatore Tony waved his hand indifferently. After bowing slightly to Luo Yun and saluting, Andre said to Liliana and Erica, "Come on board, two ladies, we have been disturbing here for a long time, and the battlefield has been left to a king. I wish you a prosperous martial arts." Before leaving, Erica showed Luo Yun the etiquette of a European noble lady, and Liliana, who had Erica finished speaking, didn't know what to say, so she learned how to say her best wishes to Luo Yun. After the yacht disappeared from his sight, Luo Yun retracted his gaze. "Brother, do you like those two knights?" Tony smiled and said to Luo Yun. Luo Yun, on the other hand, looked at Tony suspiciously, as if surprised that the Jianqi who only followed the god of disobedience in his memory could understand the concept of the word like. "If I say I like it, I'm not sure, it's probably just possessive, like someone who has a habit of collecting, like a limited toy. There is a certain idea of wanting to get it, and now I feel about them probably that's it." Luo Yun's answer is this: after all, the time Luo Yun and Liliana spent together may be less than 24 hours, let alone Erica who only met her this morning. "Really, although I don't understand it too well, what you mean, brother, is that you want them, right?" Then I gave them to you. I remember they should be my subordinates. Thank you then. As long as you're ready to fight, brother. 1 minute passed quickly. The two people who were still on the uninhabited island looked at each other with warlike eyes. Tony looked at Luoyun in front of him and used his power first. I swear here, I will not allow anything that I cannot cut, so this sword is a sharp blade that cuts through everything in the world. With the sound of Tony's words, his raised right hand and the magic sword in his closed hand were all dyed silver, and then the silver slash fell towards Luoyun. Andrei drove the yacht away from the uninhabited island very fast. It took only half a minute to leave the island nearly 5 nautical miles away, and then Andrei slowly slowed down the speed of the yacht. Hey, Witch of the Bronze Black Cross, what's going on with your king? Shouldn't you first consolidate your power before becoming a godslayer? Why did you challenge your senior from the very beginning? While slowing down the speed of the yacht, Andrei asked Liliana, who was keeping her gaze in the direction of the island. Probably for me and Erica. Thinking of what Luoyun said in the morning and worrying about Luoyun's comfort, Liliana, who was originally worried, immediately blushed slightly. In fact, this is just Liliana's misunderstanding. Even if she and Erica are beautiful girls out of 1,000, this is not the original reason for Luoyun's battle with her peers, not to mention Luoyun and Liliana still know each other. In less than 3 days, the relationship is just a little better than that of strangers, let alone Erica who has not known each other for a day. Of course, Luoyun wants to fight Tony in the final analysis just to see how powerful his own power is. After all, the only person who can make Luoyun go all out is being a god killer of the same character, and now he is in Italy and the King of Swords. Salvatore Tony's instincts are better reflected in him than other godslayers. In fact, Luoyun didn't think about fighting other godslayers to test his power, but Marquis Vauban and Luo Hao are the strongest beings in the world at this stage. Luoyun has no possibility of winning for the time being, and these two people his character is that he will be punished, and he will be hated at that time, unless Luoyun gets enough power to fight back, otherwise he will probably be chased and killed by these two people all the time. And Mrs. Aisha and the Black Prince Luoyun have no idea where they are taking them now. As for Milan, where Pluto Annie is located in North America, it is too far away for Luoyun to go to North America to find Anna in North America in order to test his power. So in the end Luoyun decided to stay in Milan and wait for Tony. Among the godslayers, apart from Marquis Vauban and Luo Hao, he is the strongest godslayer. Liliana who said these words was immediately stunned by Erica. After all, even if you know what it is, you should not say it in front of outsiders, and Liliana's words are very likely. It was heard from outsiders that Luoyun challenged his senior in less than 3 days as a godslayer because of his beauty, which would greatly reduce Luoyun's evaluation as a king in the magic world. And even if you want to say the original, you have to change it for the benefit, Erica thought. Liliana also knew that she had said the wrong thing, and lowered her head into silence. But in fact Luoyun just wanted to take this battle to see how powerful his power was. Old fox. Then Erica looked at Andrei, the outsider with a bad expression, but due to Andrei's status as the deacon of the king and the power of the great knight, Erica could not and did not have the power to retaliate against Andrei, so only secretly cursing each other. I really envy you, to meet such a king who can fight for your compatriots. Andrei sighed, and then saw Erica's expression and whispered, "Little fox." After a few seconds, the 3 people who were silent on the yacht saw a huge silver sword energy that could tear apart everything in the world falling towards them in horror. Fly, boots of Hermes. Wings of Artemis, through the night, grant me the privilege of flying in the way of heaven. Using flying magic, Erica and Liliana quickly left the range where the sword energy fell, and Andrei, who couldn't learn flying magic because he was a man, had to jump into the sea quickly, use magic to increase his physical strength, and then struggled. To the place where the power of the silver sword energy cannot fall. Damn Tony. I won't forgive you. This chapter has been changed. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Demon King is in battle. The huge silver sword crushed the uninhabited island where Tony and Luoyun were and the nearly 100-kilometer sea level in two. Donnie, don't you know how to save some magic power? It's such a powerful attack when you come up. Looking at the sea level that was divided into two by Tony's power, Andre, who was almost submerged by the sea, spat out the seawater from his mouth, and he was not in a good mood. After all, because the king served by his best friend was almost buried in the sea, he wouldn't be happy either, and because he often stayed by Salvatore Tony's side, Andre knew that this blow consumed about 1/5 of Tony's mana, but now Tony was with him. In a battle with a king of the same rank, if you don't cause damage to the opponent, the magic power of your blow will be consumed in vain, and this is a rather stupid thing on the battlefield of the enemy of the same rank. Isn't it too exaggerated? Are all Godslayers such monsters? The boots of Hermes briefly jumped into the sky, and Erica, who had never seen a Godslayer in battle, looked down at the destruction caused by the Godslayer with disbelief. Large-scale magic that can cause such destructive power can only be activated by dozens or even hundreds of magicians chanting incantations day and night for 10 days and a half months, and it even takes half a year to collect the materials required for some magic to activate. And Liliana, who was flying in the sky, seemed to be frightened by this scene. She was speechless in shock. She put her hands in her line of sight and looked at the island where Luoyun was, praying to her king can be safe and sound. As Andre imagined, on the island that was split in half, Luoyun was safe from Tony's mighty blow. The reason why Luoyun was not hurt is that before Tony's attack came, Luoyun gathered several golden arrows around him, detonated them, and pushed himself out of the east when Tony attacked. Anai's attack range. But Tony, who saw that his attack didn't work, was not discouraged. Instead, he rushed towards Luoyun at the fastest speed, and slashed towards Luoyun with his sword. When Luoyun saw Tony rushing towards him with the magic sword, he summoned the silver key in his mind, although the current silver key was because Liliana was cut off when he was in the Pantheon. The endless nightmare consumes the last bit of divine power, but its hardness and indestructibility can still provide Luoyun with considerable help. At the moment when Tony's magic sword fell, the silver key transformed into a key sword and appeared in Luoyun's hands, blocking Tony's sword, and then due to different swordsmanship, he briefly fought with Tony for a few seconds. Luoyun was shot dozens of meters away by Tony's sword, and Luoyun stopped after breaking several trees on the island. Although the Godslayer has a physique that is 100 times better than that of ordinary people, Luoyun, who smashed the tree with his back, still felt a little uncomfortable. He touched his back with his back and found that his clothes were only scratched and there were no wounds. Luoyun also had to fortunately, the physique of the Godslayer is strong, but if it was a different person or a magician was shot by Tony, he would have already died. Then Luoyun can still stand up like a normal person now. After all, different people have different backs than others. Trees are hard to know where. And just when Luoyun stopped and didn't get up, Tony, who wanted to pursue the victory, found that dozens of golden arrows suddenly appeared around him and surrounded him. These golden arrows were Luoyun being shot by Tony. Fei Mo has arranged it with his own power. Just when Tony used his power to cut off the golden arrows that surrounded him, Luoyun, who was knocked away by Tony's sword, immediately detonated all the golden arrows that Tony didn't have time to cut off. Boom! After the explosion, the original hundreds of square meters of beach was blown into a small pothole several hundred meters long by the golden arrow detonated by Luoyun, and then the seawater poured into the pothole. Tony, who was originally on the beach, also fell to the bottom of the sea as the beach sank. Taking advantage of the time when Tony sank to the bottom of the sea, Luoyun racked his brains to find a way to defeat Tony. After about half a minute, Tony, who sank to the bottom of the sea, finally reached the surface, and then quickly swam ashore. After landing, Luo Yun carefully observed the injuries on Tony's body and found that his body was not seriously injured except that his skin was slightly charred, but Luo Yun immediately reacted. Power of Steel, the power that Tony usurped from the Nordic hero Siegfried, is the power to give the body the hardness and weight of steel, and protect himself. This power makes Tony don't fly, and this power can also make Tony do not need oxygen and food. Even if he stays in the vacuum behind the water for years, he will not die, and Tony relies on this power to survive the explosion just now. Lossless. But the biggest weakness of this power is high temperature, and Luo Yun's power, the golden arrow that must hit, happens to have high temperature. Brother, the sword in your hand is a magic tool. The first thing Tony did after landing was to ask Luo Yun for information about the sword of the key. Hand collision. If it was an ordinary demon/sacred sword, it would have been shattered during the confrontation, and even an ordinary divine tool would not want the key sword in Luo Yun's hand to be intact. This sword is indeed a divine tool. If my judgment is correct, its owner, Tal Att is a great god of time and space, equivalent to the existence of the god king in mythology. Luo Yun answered Tony's question generously. Even if he said the name of the owner of the silver spoon, Tony couldn't find him. After all, in the past 2 days, Luo Yun briefly turned over the world's world mythology, and found that there is no record of the myth of Thulhu where Tal Yat is located in this world, even if it is only a few words. The reason why Luo Yun uses the word maybe is because this is only Luo Yun's unilateral judgment, and Luo Yun does not have the ability to go to the other party to verify this issue. I see. Luo Yun's words answered Tony's doubts, but now there is no time to investigate the identity of Luo Yun's so-called god of time and space. For Tony, the most important thing right now is the battle with Luo Yun. Chapter 15 The Falling Golden Arrow. Above the sea that was split in half by Tony, the sun was even more dazzling than usual, and soon dyed the sky and the sea a golden color. Apparently Tony also noticed the intention of the sky. Oh! Brother, this is your power, it's really powerful. If this power falls, I should be defeated in an instant. Looking at the golden sky and feeling the huge magic power, Tony said to Luo Yun. But this power will take some time to prepare. I'll beat you before this power falls, bro. Haha. The laughing Tony immediately cancelled his blessing of steel power. Although this power can make the body's hardness comparable to steel, it will also make the body slightly inflexible, and then burst into Luo Yun. Come. On the way, Luo Yun's golden arrows, which blocked Tony's approach, were also cut off by Tony's power, the tearing silver hand, so Luo Yun had to resist with the sword of the key in his hand. Although Luo Yun used the sword of the key to withstand Tony's blow, the ground under his feet collapsed due to the aftermath of Tony's slash, and finally formed a circular pit 2 meters deep and nearly 100 meters in diameter. The small island that was originally cut in half by Tony's sword, the green trees on it were also broken by the aftermath of Tony's slash. While Luo Yun blocked Tony's slash with the sword of the key, several golden arrows gathered around him and shot in front of him, which then exploded immediately. Luo Yun took advantage of the aftermath of the explosion to retreat, and before the pit intruded into the sea, he returned to the land with the powerful physique of the god's lair. But less than a second after Luo Yun returned to the land, Tony caught up, and the close-range explosion of the golden arrow did not cause any damage to Tony like it was on the beach before. After all, this is just Luo Yun used it to get out of the fight and stall for time, and at the moment when these golden arrows exploded, Tony activated his power blessing of steel again. Tony swings his sword towards Luo Yun again as before, but this time is different from the last time, when Luo Yun blocked Tony's magic sword with the sword of the key. Tony caught Luo Yun's sword arm. Just when Luo Yun saw the incomparably bright smile on Tony's face, he secretly thought something was wrong and wanted to break free. A high-pitched voice came from Tony's mouth. Haha. Brother, you were caught by me, and this battle should be over. O Mycos of the Bacchus, call on the Son of God. Indulge in the violent wine of the gods, abandon home, and fall into the mountains and forests. Worship our God. This is the power that Tony usurped from Dionysus' divine confusion, which can create an area where magic, incantation, and even power can run out of control, but the power in Tony will also be rampage, so generally speaking, Tony uses this power as a whole card. The reason why Tony uses this power now is that when he fought against Luoyun for the first time before, Tony found that Luoyun seemed to have never learned swordsmanship, and then in the next two fights it also confirmed Tony's guess. Tony even found that Luoyun didn't even know how to swing the most basic sword in swordsmanship, and could only resist his slash with the divine tool in his hand that could resist his tearing silver hand. Coupled with the increasingly shining sun in the sky, and the increasingly large mana, Tony, who felt bad, thought of using the power of holy derangement to make Luoyun's mana power run away, in order to get rid of it. The sky can bring death threats to himself, and at the same time, it can force Luoyun, who is not skilled in swordsmanship, to engage in hand-to-hand combat with himself. Ha ha ha! Do you feel the madness of the spell and power? Next is the time for us to compete in swordsmanship, but how could you possibly defeat me, brother who has not systematically learned swordsmanship? This battle is my victory. Tony, who had not finished his declaration of victory, stopped quickly. The golden color in the sky did not disappear, but became more intense and even dazzling, making it impossible to look directly at the brilliance of the sky. How is it possible that this power has no effect on you, brother? Did you kill a god who has the power to remove negative effects, brother? Then he looked at Luoyun, whose magic power and power did not seem to run wild in front of him with a look of surprise. And Luoyun, who originally thought that all the spells and powers on his body would go berserk when Tony activated the power Holy Insanity, was even more at a loss, but Luoyun quickly reacted. After all, it has only been a few days since I came to this world, and I have never seen other gods except Apollo, let alone kill and usurp the power of other gods, so I can help myself to help Tony's power. Take the sword of the key. Luoyun looked at the sword of the key in his hand and then gave Tony a penetrating smile. No. Brother, this divine tool in your hand can actually purify the berserk of magic and power. After Luoyun's gaze, Tony also knew the reason why his power was cancelled. Tony, you were wrong before, I won this battle. When Luoyun spoke, the dazzling light in the sky completely disappeared, replaced by 7 giant golden arrows 10 meters long and carrying a temperature of nearly 10 million degrees. Arrow is the limit of the number of powerful golden arrows that can be gathered. Then 7 golden arrows fell straight on Tony's head. In the sea hundreds of kilometers away from the island where Luoyun and Tony are located, André, who was originally swimming in the sea, finally climbed onto a new island that was only a few hundred square meters in size, and used his only remaining energy. A lot of magic power evaporated the sea water on his body, and Erica and Liliana, who were flying in the sky, also landed on the island together. Then the three of them looked at the direction of the battlefield of the two gods' lairs in unison. Above the sky within a radius of hundreds of kilometers in that direction, the sun is getting more and more dazzling, and the sky and sea are also showing a golden color. This should be the power of the new king, and it seems that it should be related to the sun. André, who was looking at the sky, had to lower his head in the intense dazzling light. After André said these words, Erica even wanted to kill her for a moment, but after thinking about it, the king released the power with a wide range as before. I am afraid that the abnormality in the sea area has now it must have been captured by magic associations all over the world. Even if I want to hide information related to the power of the king, the current situation is no longer allowed, even though I only have a half knowledge about the power of the king from the public information, but... Then Erica glanced vaguely at Liliana beside her. I think Lily should know specific information about the power of the king. However, Despite Erica's desire for information about her lord's power, she first pressed her curiosity after seeing Liliana's worried expression and Andrei beside her. A few minutes later, the unsightly golden light in the sky completely disappeared, and 7 huge golden arrows shone brightly instead, and then the golden arrows fell into the sea under the eyes of the 3 of them. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Blackmail? Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Boom. After a moment of calm, the entire sea level began to shake violently, and then a huge mushroom cloud rose on the island where Luoyun and Tony were. Then a temperature partner similar to the core of the sun and a strong shock wave capable of blowing everything, accompanied by the rise of the mushroom cloud, swept the sea area hundreds of kilometers centered on the island where the 2 gods' lairs were located. The moment she saw the mushroom cloud rise, Alina called Liliana, and then the 2 girls quickly rose into the sky. Looking at the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, Andrei looked at the 2 girls who used magic to leave the ground and said anxiously, "Take me, take me." Under Andrei's heartbreaking call, the kind-hearted Liliana grabbed Andrei's back and led him into the sky. Then Erica looked at Andrei with a sweet smile that ordinary people looked at and said, "Andrei's life is now in Lily's hands, shouldn't she show it?" After scolding Erica inwardly again, "Little fox," Andrei smiled awkwardly, "it's time to say something, so Miss Liliana, what do you think?" Andrei shifted the topic to Liliana, who took him to the sky. After all, in Andrei's opinion, this kind-hearted girl should not put forward conditions that would make him too embarrassed. This. Obviously Liliana couldn't think of what she should ask for in an instant. "Since you haven't consumed it yet, Lily, why don't you give me this request?" Erica blinked at Liliana, and after receiving Erica's gesture, Liliana nodded immediately, and handed over the request to Andrei to Erica. "Lily." At Erica's call, Liliana changed the back collar that had held Andrei with both hands to one hand, and the other free hand grabbed Erica and stretched it out to her. After all, Erica, the magic Hermes boots that he learned just makes his body light so that he can climb the almost vertical wall. The reason why Liliana didn't fly with her before was because she was able to activate magic again when the solace of her shoes touched the sea water after falling. But the limit of this magic jump is nearly 100 meters, so even Erica herself has to admit that her magic is completely inferior to Liliana's flying magic. What's more, looking at the huge mushroom cloud rising in the distance, Erica knew that if she still used the Hermes boots to wait for the impact from the explosion, she would be able to use defense as she had no place to stand. Magic will also be blown away by the impact, even if it is lighter. It will even be blown away by the impact and then fall to the sea level and be seriously injured and even die on the spot. Then Liliana endured the pain caused by the weight of her arms, and the 3 of them flew to a height of several thousand meters under Liliana's flying magic. This is already what Liliana's flying magic can do. The height of flying has reached the limit, but it is still impacted. Fortunately, Erica used her whole body's magic power to use defensive magic to barely resist the outermost impact, but the 3 of them were still knocked hundreds of meters away in the sky. After recovering, Erica looked at Liliana and found that her forehead was covered in cold sweat and the 2 arms holding herself and Andrei were constantly shaking. "Lily, can you still hold on?" "You can hold on for a while." Liliana looked at the sea area where only the seabed was evaporated in the hundreds of kilometers below, and the sea water that covered the sky in the distance, and the mist turned by the evaporated sea water was constantly floating into the sky with extremely high temperature. "Come. If the 2 of them are put down now, Erica and Andrei will be 100% submerged by the sea, and since both of them are now exhausted, they cannot rush in like a tsunami. Protect your powers under the sea." And Liliana couldn't just watch these 2 people die in front of her eyes. The former Erica was considered her friend, but she said that it was a big trouble for Andrei, the deacon of the king, to die here. You must know that in the whole of Italy, who does not know that apart from other people who are also gods' layers, only Andrei, who is a close friend of the King of Swords, can make him look right in the eye. So Liliana could only endure the severe pain that her arm seemed to be torn, and continued to stay in the sky with the two of them. After a difficult few minutes, the sea finally submerged the seabed again, and the sea level in the entire southeastern Italy returned to calm again. After flying for a while, Liliana, Erica, and Andre landed on an island near the coast. "Thank you so much, Miss Liliana." Andre expresses his gratitude to Liliana. Erica was checking the injuries on Liliana's arm. "Severely strained, even with healing magic, Lily, you can't use too much strength for the next few days, not even a sword." Although she often teases Liliana, she still feels a little uncomfortable when she sees Erica, the silver-haired girl who was injured because of her own reasons. After all, Erica vaguely regarded Liliana as her best friend due to her relationship over the years, not to mention that Liliana was still helping herself under such pressure when she was meeting with the king this morning. Looking at Erica with a face of self-reproach, Liliana said comfortably, "It's okay, Erica, isn't it that I can't swing my sword these days, and I have nothing to do in the next few days?" "Puha, really, when did I need you to comfort me, Lily? You're obviously the wounded." Although Erica said this on the surface, in fact, because of Liliana's comfort, Erica felt much better in her heart. Then Erica turned to Andre and said, "Lily passed on her request to me before. You shouldn't have forgotten, Mr. Andre." Andre nodded to show that he hadn't forgotten. "If that's the case, then I'll explain it here. If you find the traces of the god of disobedience or get the props that can summon the god of rebellion, please give us the news or the props as soon as possible. Of course, I will not make it difficult for you, this condition is only once." Although Erica's conditions were somewhat contrary to Andre's principle as a deacon of the king, and I was a little sorry for Tony, but Andrea agreed on the condition that Liliana saved his life. Erica's request. After Erica and Andre's conversation ended, Liliana looked at Erica anxiously and asked, "I don't know if the duel of the king is over now, Erica, do we need to go back there and have a look?" "What? This?" Erica was also a little hesitant about Liliana's question. After all, she had never seen a Godslayer's duel or even came out in 15 years. Luoyun and Salvatore Toni were two Godslayers. I've never seen a shadow of a Godslayer or a god who doesn't obey, let alone a showdown between Godslayers. So Erica was hesitant to face Liliana's question. And if the battle between the two kings is not over yet, they may suddenly break into the battlefield and they may be seriously injured or even die due to the battle of the Godslayer. Asterisk. Chapter 17, the end of the battle. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. The battle between the kings should be over. In the end, Andre, who had followed Tony for many years, saw that the battle between the two Godslayers should be over. To ask why? Andre has always been by Tony's side. He is Tony's deacon and his close friend. Of course, Andre knows what Tony's power is like, and Tony's strongest defensive power, Blessing of Steel, is obviously couldn't stand the temperature at the center of the explosion just now. But now we don't have the ability to go to the battlefield to find the king, so. Later, under Erica and Andre's consultation, Liliana used flying magic again, flew to the coast and found a random magic association, and let them drive the yacht to the battlefield of the two kings. Of course, the leader of the magic association also knew Liliana, and knew that Liliana was loyal to the new king. The original requirement of Liliana as the heir of the Bronze Black Cross was not her own. What the magic association could refuse, not to mention Liliana is still a knight by the new king's side. After receiving Erica and Andre, the three took the yacht to the battlefield. The original uninhabited island had long since disappeared into the sea because of the battle between the two Godslayers. In the end, Erica remembered the approximate location of the island and found it in the waters 3 kilometers away from the original island. Luoyun and Salvatore Toni. When the yacht found the two of them, Luo Yun lay calmly on the sea and floated with the sea, while Tony found the unconscious Tony at a distance of 100 meters near Luo Yun after everyone found Luo Yun. 3 days later, in the Bronze Black Cross headquarters in Milan, Luo Yun was sitting on the sofa eating breakfast made by the two maids Carlene and Ariana, watching the news on TV, while Ellie, Ka and Liliana sat on both sides of Luo Yun. According to the investigation by the expert group, the earthquake 3 days ago was caused by the eruption of the submarine volcano, so everyone should not panic. Some experts suggest that people make pineapples many times in the hot weather recently. Pineapples contain. Looking at the rhetoric of the so-called experts on TV, Luo Yun, who felt bored, picked up the remote control on the dining table and immediately switched to a variety show similar to a reality show. It seems that there will be such nonsense experts in any country. After eating the sandwich in his hand, Luo Yun picked up the handkerchief on the table and wiped the grease on his hands. Erica put down the coffee in her hand and said, "The king is right, but it's these people who need to be distracted, right?" "Indeed." Luo Yun, who was watching the show, answered Erica unhurriedly. "But then again, you are really powerful, king. It's only been a few days since you killed the gods, and even the King of Swords who has been a godslayer for many years is no match for you. Don't be too flattering, Erica. In fact, I was able to defeat Tony just because I played a little trick. When Tony went to the island, I started to arrange the magic power in the sky, otherwise it would take a while. It wasn't enough for me to gather 7 golden arrows. But strategy is also part of strength, isn't it?" Luo Yun said that Erica would not be too flattering, but the slightly raised corners of her mouth still betrayed Luo Yun's current mood. After all, generally speaking, what women like most is when others praise their appearance, while men want others to praise their power and power the most, and now a beautiful girl has turned her little tricks into a scheme. Luo Yun cannot be unhappy with the praise and maintenance. Then Erica picked up the extra sandwich on her plate and put it on Liliana's plate, who was sitting opposite her, and then smiled in Liliana's angry expression, "You're hurt and you need to eat more. Replenish your body, Lily." Luo Yun doesn't care about Erica's body repairing, but what makes Luo Yun concerned is Liliana's injury. After all, the two beautiful girls, Liliana and Erica, are their own collection's taste. Of course, Luo Yun doesn't mind them blooming with their own brilliance. After all, that's the only way to get Luo Yun's collection, but if his collection is damaged by someone other than himself, even a little bit of leftover Luo Yun will be angry. After all, these collectibles are unique to Luo Yun, and even if they want to be damaged, they will be damaged by themselves. "How did you get hurt?" Although Luo Yun's tone is very calm and slow, it is this kind of calm and slow tone that I don't know his mood is frightening. Erica then told Luo Yun what happened after she and the others left the uninhabited island yesterday, but Erica will tell Luo Yun about what happened when the other party found the god of disobedience in exchange for saving Andre's life. "I told myself the conditions for a while, and the person who said this was Liliana." "Yes." Luo Yun looked suspiciously at Liliana, who was shocked and puzzled, and Erica who winked mischievously. According to Luo Yun's knowledge of Erica and Liliana, the person who said this should be Erica, and the reason why Erica said the sentence today was Liliana's, most likely because I said this because I felt ashamed that Liliana was hurt because of my own reasons. No, this thing is actually. After hearing that Erica put the credit for this incident on herself, Liliana immediately retorted, now that both herself and Erica are loyal to the king, and with the relationship between the two in the past, Liliana is not willing the impersonation is the credit of Erica, her good sister. After all, Liliana knows her character. If she is allowed to have conditions for Andre, her character will most likely just laugh and not have any conditions. But Luo Yun didn't interrupt what Liliana wanted to say. Luo Yun, who knew the reason, didn't dispel the girl's thought of being a villain. Then Luo Yun put his hand on Liliana's head, gently stroked Liliana's delicate silver hair and said, Thank you for your hard work, Lily. Because of Luo Yun's sudden action, Liliana's delicate little face instantly turned crimson, and her originally beautiful blue eyes kept spinning because of excessive shyness. Then he turned his eyes to Erica, who was holding coffee, and smiled. You are Erica too? Erica, who understood what Luo Yun meant, blushed slightly, and took a light sip of coffee to hide the embarrassment that she was careful not to find. Asterisk. Chapter 18, The True and False Traces of the Disobedient God. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Ask for a reward. Just as Luo Yun was about how to continue teasing the two girls, the phone in Luo Yun's trouser pocket rang. Luo Yun knew who was calling him even without looking at the phone screen. After Luo Yun took out the phone from his trouser pocket, he saw the word Tony on the screen. There is no one except Tony who knows his phone number and dares to disturb him at this time. Then Luo Yun, under the gaze of the two beautiful girls, pressed his finger on the red button and hung up the phone. In less than 2 seconds, Tony's phone call came again. Luo Yun knew that if he didn't answer this time, Tony might keep calling or go to the Bronze Black Cross headquarters to find him. As for Luo Yun, who had just fought with the opponent, in order not to see him in a short period of time, he greeted him with enthusiasm 1 second before, but the next second he slashed with his sword. Golden Retriever Baboon, Luo Yun had to answer the phone. On the other end of the phone, Tony, who was wrapped in gauze, said excitedly with his phone. Yo! Brother, how are you recently? Hearing Tony's very energetic voice, Luo Yun heard the sound of burn marks in his eyes when Tony was pulled from the sea 3 days ago. It took only 3 days for Tony to have recovered most of the time. After sighing, Luo Yun reluctantly replied, It looks like we only met 3 days ago. What's the matter with you calling now? Don't tell me that you are just saying hello to me. If so, I'll hang up. Luo Yun had already figured out that if Tony bothered him just to say hello, he would let Tony eat a golden arrow with all his strength, and let Tony lie down for a few more days when he was seriously injured. Oh, I don't know if you got the news, brother. I heard that there seems to be traces of a god of disobedience in the Middle East. Tony's words came from the other side again, and then Luo Yun looked at Erica and Liliana suspiciously. Logically speaking, when Tony got the news, Erica and Liliana couldn't possibly not know. Because Luo Yun was using the speakerphone, Erica and Liliana also heard Tony's words, but they also looked puzzled. Luo Yun asked, When did you get this information? And Tony replied without hesitation, Oh, you said this, I found it on Andre's desk in the materials he sorted out. Then there was an extremely noisy voice on the other end of the phone. Luo Yun had to move the phone away, and in the noise Luo Yun still heard the roar of Andre, who was supported by the Deacon Wang. Tony, UBD, this information is used by me to pay back my favor. I just went out to get a glass of water and you made such a mess for me. And tell others the news. Today I'm going to let you know if it's the Deacon's anger. FK to death, Tony. Because the other end of the phone was too noisy and harsh, Luo Yun had to put his finger on the red button and swipe lightly to hang up Tony's phone again. As for what Andre said on the other end of the phone, considering that Liliana had saved Andre's life 3 days ago, Luo Yun guessed that Andre should be returning Liliana's life-saving kindness. After Luo Yun hung up the phone, Erica looked at Luo Yun and asked, Does the king need to ask the Bronze Black Cross for guilt? The king. Lily. Hearing Erica's words, Liliana immediately stood up and wanted to plead for the Bronze Black Cross, but Erica was immediately stopped. After all, Tony has received the news, there is no reason for the Bronze Black Cross not to receive the news, and there is a god killer at your Bronze Black Cross headquarters. If you don't submit the news immediately, you will not report it? This is already disrespect to the king is a great sin. Although Luo Yun's temper was not bad after getting along for the past few days, as long as he was a god's lair, he would pay attention to the news of the disobedient god, and now the practice of the bronze and black cross may have made the king dissatisfied. If Liliana pleaded with the bronze black cross at this moment, it might be like adding fuel to the fire and let Luo Yun's anger rise to the next level, so Erica's stopping Liliana is also for her and the bronze black cross. But Luo Yun didn't answer Erica's words immediately, and didn't care about the anxious Liliana, but recalled the scene of the original book she had read before. If I remember correctly, no matter if it is a few years before or after the original story timeline begins, there seems to be no god of disobedience in the Middle East, and Tony on the other end of the phone also said that it was just someone who discovered the traces of the god of obedience. I have not seen the god of disobedience with my own eyes. But after all, it is about the god of disobedience. For Luo Yun, who just killed the god of disobedience, who thought he had only one power, the value of a god of disobedience is still quite great. In addition, Luo Yun did not know that after he came to this world, the world has changed, and the original work can only be used for reference by Luo Yun, so Luo Yun still confirms this news. Lily, ask you bronze black people of the cross, why didn't they know about this matter? King, please allow me to go with Lily. After Luo Yun told Liliana, Erica got up from her seat and asked Luo Yun again. A few minutes later, Erica and Liliana brought back the news. From Liliana's master and the Bronze Black Cross commander, they learned that the Bronze Black Cross had not received any news from the Middle East that traces of the god of disobedience had been discovered. And Erica also learned that the same is true of the Red Copper Black Cross through remote dialogue magic. Intelligence control? It's really hard for Andre to pay back his favor. Luo Yun, who was lying on the sofa watching TV, said so. It turned out as before. After hearing Luo Yun's words, Erica suddenly realized that, as Luo Yun said, Andre used the name of the Sword King Tony to control the news in order to eliminate the conditions he put forward as soon as possible. Erica. Exist. You and Lily conveyed my order to the Italian Magic Association Seven Sisters, and asked them and their magic association to send people to the Middle East, and immediately report to me if you find the god of disobedience. Yes. Looking at Luo Yun and Erica and listening to the conversation between them, Liliana in the fog had her head full of question marks, so Erica left Luo Yun's room. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Who is not a great knight? Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. In the secret meeting room of the Bronze Black Cross headquarters, there were 9 men, women, and children, each of them sitting like a round table. However, because of the appearance of the God's Lair, these 7 magic societies united together to form an alliance in the long past. They are the Bronze Black Cross and Bronze Black Cross in Milan, and the Wolves and Wolves in Rome. The Eagle of the Firmament, the Old Lady of Ireland, the City of Lilies of Florence, the Ring of Parma. As for those sitting at the top of the meeting, Erica and Liliana were 2 beautiful girls with distinctive characteristics. Are you sure that's what the king said? Erica. It was Erica's uncle who said this, Paul Brauntree, the commander-in-chief of the Red Bronze Black Cross. Lily City, yeah, after all, our allegiance is to the King of Swords, does this? Female Wolf, if the King of Swords asks me to wait, what should I do? Yes. I know the concerns of my uncle and everyone, but the order of the king cannot be resisted. And the king just sent someone to the Middle East to find the god of disobedience and report it to him, so it didn't embarrass you too much. And everyone, don't forget that the king defeated the King of Swords 3 days ago, and the King of Swords told the king that the traces of the god of disobedience were found in the Middle East, so you don't have to worry about the King of Swords after executing the order. We'll come to inquire. Erica could see her uncle's hesitation. After all, the Italian Magic Association and the 7 Sisters were loyal to the Sword King Tony instead of Luo Yun, and they were also afraid of the Sword King's guilt after carrying out Luo Yun's orders. After all, God's lairs are natural disasters and devil kings, not existences that mortals like them can fight against. And you all feel that you have the ability to refuse the order of the king or want to challenge the authority of the king. Come down. Suddenly, the meeting room fell silent. After a moment, the Red Bronze Black Cross Commander and the Bronze Black Cross Commander, Erica's uncle and Liliana's grandfather, were the first to say that the Magic Knot Society they belonged to obeyed the orders of the king, and then led the rest of the Magic Society under the leadership of the two. The Commander-in-Chief also spoke out. Paul, you really have a good niece. After the example, I don't know which commander said the sentence, and the rest of them also echoed. Ha ha. However, in the face of these people, Paul Brauntree just smiled. After all, Paul knew that these people had no strength to fight against the great knight who was comparable to the divine beast, let alone the god killer, so he could only live with himself. Just addicted. After the meeting, except for the Bronze Black Cross and the Red Bronze Black Cross commanders, the other commanders of the Magic Society had left the Bronze Black Cross headquarters and were going to return to the Magic Society under their command to start the tasks assigned by Luo Yun. Sorry, the two commanders, there were too many people just now. Please forgive me if Erica has any rudeness. Erica nodded and bowed slightly, expressing her apology to the two commanders who were still in the conference room. It's really grown up, Erica. It would be very gratifying if my brother could see this scene. Paul Roundtree looked at the excellent girl who was already slim in front of him, and then asked Erica, I wonder how you have been under Qing after you allegiance to the new king. It's not bad, as long as it's not too offensive. The king usually has a milder personality, and Lily can also testify. In the question and answer of the two girls, Paul and the Bronze Black Cross Commander also roughly understood Luo Yun's character. Then the Bronze Black Cross Commander asked, when we left just now, Erica and Liliana signaled that Paul and I should stay there because there is something to keep others from knowing. Really? Uncle, you all know that Lily and I are now knights beside the king. It was 3 days ago that Erica and Liliana were loyal to Luo Yun, and everyone in the Seven Sisters Alliance had notified that there was even speculation that the new king and the King of Swords fought because Erica and Liliana's reason. Actually, the reason why Lily and I signaled for the two to stay just now was because Lily and I had some ideas before we came and wanted them to refer to each other. Paul said, Erica, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. There are no outsiders here. After all, the Bronze Black Cross and the Red Copper Black Cross have fallen in love and killed each other for hundreds of years. Then I'll just say it. Lily and I hope that the Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross will form an alliance. Erica, you mean? That's right, because Lily and I are loyal to the king together. The Red Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross should establish a closer relationship than before except for the Seven Sisters Alliance. Erica's words made the two commanders think. After all, if the two magic associations, the Red Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross, form an offensive and defensive alliance, the benefits involved are still quite large, and Erica's next step, the words almost broke the defense of the two generals who had been in charge of the Magic Association for many years. In addition, I also hope that the Red Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross will be loyal to the king together. Paul and the Bronze Black Cross commander hurriedly asked, Erica, is this what king means or what you mean? Erica looked at Liliana who was beside her and nodded after seeing her. This is what Lily and I have in common. In fact, before Erica and Liliana notified the Seven Sisters to come to the Bronze Black Cross Council, Erica discussed this matter with Liliana in the corridor with no one. After all, the Seven Sisters in Italy allegiance is the King of Swords. But in fact, the King of Swords doesn't care about the Italian sorcery world, and he doesn't take the Magic Association's allegiance to his heart. Victory in the Battle of the King of Swords. But won't this provoke the battle of the two godslayers again? After all, we belong to the King of Swords. Yeah, you and Liliana haven't seen the battle 3 days ago. If the new king and the King of Swords fight directly in Milan, the city can't stand that kind of tossing. Paul and the Bronze Black Cross commander raised their own questions. Is it true that the two commanders are still not clear about whether they are loyal to the King of Swords? Moreover, the birth of the new king is short, so there is no magic club that belongs to the king, and the king. Now is the time to employ people, and I don't need to tell me the benefits that the Red Copper Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross surrendered to the new king at this time. Erica's words made her uncle and the Bronze Black Cross commander have nothing to say. Erica and Liliana then left the conference room. Before the two left, Liliana's grandfather, the Bronze Black Cross commander, asked her to get along with the new king. After all, they were both young people, and Paul's eyes on Erica were self-evident. In the end, Erica secretly scolded two old men who don't cultivate, and dragged Liliana, who had blushing cheeks as her grandfather said, and left. Otherwise, Erica was afraid that Liliana would be so embarrassed that Liliana would slash directly with her sword. Let's go. Looking at the closed conference room door, Paul sighed. You really have a good niece, Paul. What do you think of Erica and Liliana's proposal? The Bronze Black Cross commander sighed. Did you not hear what Erica said before? The new king obviously prefers your granddaughter. If the Red Copper and Black Cross is not loyal to the new king, your granddaughter may bully my niece in the future. This is me big brother's only bloodline. Although Paul was talking about Erica and Liliana, between the lines he was actually saying that he agreed with the two girls' proposal. Well, since you have said so, the Bronze Black Cross must not fall behind, but I am also old. Prepare everything, and pass the position of the Bronze Black Cross commander to Diana before allegiance to the new king. The Bronze Black Cross commander said with a smile. I don't want to carry the infamy on my back, so let the young man carry it. It really belongs to you, old fox. Before you said that my granddaughter bullied your niece, I didn't ask you to settle the account, and now you still call me an old fox. You don't want to bully your niece because of my granddaughter's character. It's not necessarily who bullies who, and you don't go to Milan either. Ask your niece on the street and see if anyone says she's a little fox. Are you kidding me, BD? I grew up watching my niece, and I still don't know her character, but you, who let your granddaughter and the new king look around, things about being young, you old BD is too lenient. If you are not ashamed, I will mention you ashamed. Do you think I'm blind? You didn't see the hint you gave to your niece. You little BD have the nerve to talk about me. What do you think you mean to fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Who wasn't a great knight when he was young? Then come here. The next day, the commander-in-chief of the Bronze Black Cross and the Red Bronze Black Cross had a fight for unknown reasons, and even the news that both sides were bruised spread throughout the Milan spell world. Asterisk. Chapter 20 The Godslayers feel that their companions have increased again. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Time went back to when Erica and Lilia were in the Bronze Black Cross conference room. In the Celestial Dynasty on the other side of the extreme eastern island country, Mount Lu, a young man named Lu Huaying was half kneeling in front of the gate of the ancient house on the top of the mountain. The name of the wise and brave saint will live with the heavens and the earth, and will never be destroyed. Your mighty power is infinite, and your wisdom and compassion shine all over the world. Disciple Lu Yinghua, I wish the master 1,000 years. After Lu Yinghua said these words, the sound of loquats in the house stopped abruptly, and then a clear but majestic female voice came from the house. What's the matter with Ying'er coming this time? Lu Yinghua held the paper documents in his hands to make a presentation package, and said respectfully, Respected master, this disciple is here for the 7th king who was born 6 days ago. Oh. The female voice in the house was a little surprised at first, but it soon turned calm. After all, there are already 6 Godslayers in this world, and there are not many more than one. Then the heavy agar-wood door opened, and a strong suction force sucked the information in Lu Yinghua's hands into the house. Although the girl in the room was no stranger to the birth of the Godslayer, but the information about the new king was not surprising. Still a little curious. Since the new king was born 6 days ago, why are you telling your teacher about it now? Although the questioning from the house was very calm, Lu Yinghua knew that if he did not explain this matter to his master, Luo Hao, a god slayer as old as the Marquis of Vauban, even though he did not, it will kill Huan Quan, but a severe beating is still unavoidable. Report to master, the birth of the new king was witnessed by a girl named Liliana in the Italian Magic Association Bronze Black Cross 6 days ago, but the Bronze Black Cross also concealed the news of the new king to a great extent. In part, the spies arranged by the disciples even passed the news of the new king 3 days ago. But after receiving the news, the disciple received an urgent notice from the spies, saying that the new king was going to duel with the Italian king of swords on an unnamed island in southern Italy. In order to find out the power of the new king, the disciple sent the spies to investigation, and the results of the investigation are in the information that the disciple just submitted. After hearing Lu Yinghua's explanation, Luo Hao's calm voice came from the room again. Well, Ying'er has a heart. Lu Yinghua, who felt that he didn't need to be beaten today because of Luo Hao's rare praise, said with excitement, "These are what disciples should do." Then the top of the mountain fell into a brief silence. A few minutes later, Luo Hao read the information about the 7th king brought by Lu Yinghua. The data shows that the new king is named Luo Yun and has an obvious oriental face. According to the new king, he even said that he is a Huxia. The new king killed the god of disobedience, the sun god, in the Pantheon in Rome, Italy 6 days ago. Apollo, and based on the battle between the new king and the king of swords 3 days ago, inferred that the power of the new king may be related to the sun. Since he is a god-killer from the celestial dynasty, why have he stayed in the barbarian land and didn't come to see my senior? Luo Hao muttered in his heart and said to Lu Yinghua outside the door. Ying'er, tell the new king to let him come to see me. After receiving Luo Hao's order, Lu Yinghua replied excitedly because he was not beaten by his master today, follow the holy order. Then Lu Yinghua happily walked straight down the mountain, but when Lu Yinghua was halfway up the mountain, Luo Hao's voice sounded from the sky. I almost forgot, as my disciple, how can I flatter you, you should be punished. After the voice was finished, a palm wind that was enough to shatter the body of an ordinary person slapped Lu Yinghua's body, and slapped Lu Yinghua directly from the mountainside to the bottom of the mountain. At this time, Lu Yinghua was in the mood to cry. Last time, Luo Hao was slapped by Luo Hao for disrespecting his elders because he didn't say those words. This time, after saying these words, Luo Hao thought that he was flattering again. But Lu Yinghua was still strong and did not cry. After all, Luo Hao might be watching from the top of the mountain. If he cried here, he would be severely beaten by his master. Then Lu Yinghua decided that at night he would definitely to hide in the quilt in his room, secretly wipe tears. At the same time, in a gorgeous castle somewhere in the Semi-Urkan peninsula of Eastern Europe, Sacha de Jansdel Vauban, known as Marquis Vauban, sat on a special chair, listening to the report of Luo Yun's disappearance from the magician who was loyal to him below. Interesting, to actually defeat that hairy boy Tony. Today's young people are really incredible. But there are traces of the god of disobedience in the Middle East? The old man may not have exercised his body for a long time. It's time to exercise. Don't let young people read us old people all over. And the magician below listened to the words of Marquis Vauban in horror. He understood the meaning of Marquis Vauban's words. Although he said on the surface that he could not find God in the Middle East, in fact, it was because Tony, the King of Swords, left. The reason for going to the Middle East is that 3 years ago, Tony had overpowered Marquis Vauban's prey, a god of disobedience that took so many witches to summon, so that Marquis Vauban still wanted to trouble Tony. In an elementary school somewhere in the British countryside, Alexander Gascoigne, also known as the Black Prince Alec, is one of the 7 god slayers in the world, holding the information about Luo Yun in his hand, watching. The magician in front of him said, "Go on, don't pay too much attention to the new king, our main purpose now is to find the Holy Grail." After a moment of silence, Alec said again, "There are also traces of the appearance of the god of disobedience in the Middle East. Send someone to pay attention." Somewhere in North America, an old black magician, Joe Benster, looked at the man in front of him dressed like a funny aristocrat but with this strange helmet, and such a strange man really ruled the entire North American conjuration world is known as the God Killer of Pluto, John Pluto Smith, but Joe Benster knows that the Pluto feared by all magicians is a real name of Annie Charlton, beautiful female. Annie took Joe Bent rather than looking at the information about the seventh God Killer that Joe Bent handed to her, but looked at the fire in the community in the distance and said, "Recently the Sorcerer Association is getting more and more arrogant." Yes. And Joe Benster, who has been fighting with the sorcerer associations in North America for decades, has to sigh at the arrogance of these sorcerer associations now, and the part-timer doesn't take the Pluto who is a god's lair in his eyes. Joe Bent continued, "I recently heard that the Lord of the Flies is building a magic altar near Los Angeles. It seems that the leader of the Lord of the Flies will also appear. Are you going? Go, this time you must take down the leader of the Lord of the Flies." "Pluto," Annie said solemnly. Although he couldn't see Annie's face, Joe Benster could still feel the anger in Annie's heart towards the Sorcerer Association, and Joe Bent's own evaluation of Annie was that it was filmed in Hollywood, a well-known movie shooting location. Righteous heroes can be completely equal. By the way, Annie, are you really not considering showing your true face? You know that you are still young, what if you have someone you like in the future? The old black man looked at the Pluto beside him and said that after years of getting along, the old black man had long regarded Annie as his own daughter. What? Annie, who was shocked by Joe Benster's words, even became a female in disguised male voice, and then Annie, who reacted impatiently, opened the mouth like an ordinary young man facing his parents urging marriage. "You are very annoying, old man. I don't need you to worry about my own affairs." As for Lady Aisha, the god's lair known as the Queen of the Demon Cave, well, the current Mrs. Elsa has returned to a certain point in the past because of her own power, the corridor of the fairy realm. Even if someone wants to report this to her, no one can be found, so Mrs. Elsa does not knowing that the seventh king was born in this world. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Princess Alice launches a powerful vision. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Within the Council of the Sages in England, a group of men, women, and children with high qualifications or extraordinary talents sit together like a round table meeting, discussing each other motivated. The news came from Italy that the new king defeated the King of Swords, Salvatore Toni, 3 days ago on an unnamed island in southern Italy, and in the process, the new king used his power. It evaporated nearly 100 kilometers of seawater in the entire southern Italy, and even caused an undersea earthquake, causing most of the loss of financial resources along the coast of southern Italy. In my opinion, Italy deserves it. Who asked the Italian Magic Association to control the information of the new king? But judging from the person who sent the report, according to what he saw, a dazzling light fell from the sky to the sea, and finally caused the disaster just mentioned. The power of the new king must be related to the sun. I don't think so. Maybe the power of the new king is about light. Most of the people who were able to participate in the parliamentary meeting were arrogant people who refused to accept the words of others. In the end, it was the old parliamentary president who had the highest qualifications, who had already abdicated but still had the majesty to speak, which made the noisy conference room quiet. "It's all quiet down, we have such a meaningless quarrel, why don't we ask Princess Alice to confirm?" The old president of the council looked at sitting at the very center of the meeting, a man in his 20s, with shining blonde hair and a perfume-like temperament, wearing a top-quality white coat and black boots. Under the coat was a short knitted dress and trousers, a beautiful girl like a princess depicted in a fairy tale. This is the daughter of the Duke of Godding, commonly known as Princess Alice, the current Speaker of the Greenwich Council of Sages, Alice Lewis of Novel, although she is considered to be a witch with excellent talent, but due to her very weak constitution every day only in bed. And now Alice in the conference room is actually a spirit body made by herself with spiritual power that can walk outside but cannot be touched, but generally speaking, Alice herself would not use it unless something major happened. After all, the spirit body uses the more of them, the weaker Alice's body will be. Alice said in her soft voice, "Okay." This made the old counselor feel relieved. After all, Princess Alice has a very high talent as a witch, and she has the power to use the new king of spirit vision spies. Although she can't completely spies, she also pays attention to letting the old guys designate them to face the new king. The king's policy, after all, no one knows whether the new king will come to Ireland one day. Then Alice's words were brought up again by the old council president who had not yet fully relaxed. However, there are conditions. Alice's words made the old councillor Zhang and some of the senior enough people in the council think of a lot of bad things, and although the younger members didn't know it, they obviously knew that Princess Alice's condition was not the same when they looked at the senior's face. It was easy to agree, and Princess Alice looked at the group and knew what they were thinking. The entire parliament suddenly fell into silence and embarrassment. After all, this Princess Alice, who is known as the White Priestess, generally, Alice is called the White Princess, has a criminal record, and even the Black Prince became a godslayer a few years ago. At that time, he provoked him and made the whole council of sages riot. Cough, as long as Princess Alice's conditions are not too high, we will all agree. After receiving the assurance from the old council president, Princess Alice said without hesitation, "I want to remove the position of president of the Council of Sages." This. Princess Alice's words made the old council look troubled. After all, in recent years, the entire Council of Sages has received a lot of information about the king through Princess Alice, and everyone in the Council of Sages has tasted a lot of sweetness. Of course, if you don't agree, I will also step down. After hearing Alice's words, the old counselor asked, "Can you tell me why, Her Royal Highness?" The president of the council is too tired from his self-blame and work. If he wants to change his position, just a consultant. Didn't you give us the job of the President of Parliament? Of course, although the old councillor is old, but he is not old and confused, how can he say it directly in the face of others? Okay, the next thing will trouble you, Your Highness. The old council president could only agree to Princess Alice's conditions, and Princess Alice didn't quit the council, so it wasn't a big deal, but the position of the council president was vacant, and he was an old man before the new council president was trained. Still capable of temporary replacement. When he got the Princess Alice he wanted, he activated his vision on the spot. Then Princess Alice determined the location of the new king through the information of the new king and saw the new king and the god of disobedience who killed the new king through spiritual vision. The endless sun's brilliance turned into sharp arrows, destroying the mountains and burning the earth and evaporating the sea, and even Princess Alice saw something deeper because of her extremely high shrine talent. She saw a silver white key and then some bizarre and fragmented pictures flashed by. Even Princess Alice saw a humanoid silhouette floating or gliding on a megalithic throne through the silver key, and then Princess Alice saw the new dynasty take a look at herself. At the moment when the silhouette appeared, Princess Alice cut off her spiritual vision, and the spiritual body that was sitting in the current council also disappeared, as if she had seen a natural enemy of human beings or something more terrifying. Her face was pale, and she was sweating and palpitating. Not only that, but even breathing was extremely fast. And Princess Alice's abnormality also made Miss Erickson, who just came to her room, see it, and even Erickson thought that something got in and came down to Princess Alice. Hoo. After Princess Alice erased all the memories of silhouettes she had seen in her memory with magic, Princess Alice's breathing was still a little short after half an hour. Although her body was still a little trembling, her complexion became rosy. She didn't want to be as pale as before. The relaxation after the tension made Princess Alice feel a warm current flowing through her body, and then Princess Alice felt that the sheets under her body were a little wet. No way. A strange smell suddenly appeared in the room, which made Miss Erickson a little strange. Huh? Have you asked about the taste, Your Royal Highness? Then Miss Erickson saw Princess Alice's blushing pretty face. About the fact that Apollo has the godhead of the sun god, the author will explain it here. In the worldview of the gods layer, the gods who are not obedient hold multiple godheads, just like Athena has Medusa and Metis. The spirit of the god of war has the spirit of Emperor Shishun, and Perseus in the back of the anime has the collar of Mitra, and many have multiple spirits. In addition, in the later period of Greek mythology, some people put Apollo and Helle together. Os is regarded as a god, so the author sets Apollo as a god with three spiritual personalities of sun, light, and prophecy. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Allegiance. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. In the Italian Bronze Black Cross headquarters, Luo Yun, who had finished breakfast and let Erica and Liliana go to the Seven Sisters, was lying on the sofa and looked at Aliena, who was busy cleaning the tableware and tableware. The two beautiful girl maids and Karen, and then used the remote control to randomly change to a program they liked to pass their boring time. After about 10 minutes, Luo Yun suddenly felt like someone was peeking at him because of the Godslayer's physique that was 100 times different from ordinary people. Although the sight was not threatening, it still made Luo Yun feel uncomfortable. Luo Yun stood up immediately, looked around, and looked outside through the window, but found no strange person. After about half a minute, Luo Yun found that the peeping sight had disappeared again. But Luo Yun's rushing action made Ariana and Karen jump a lot. They thought that the king was bored and wanted to kill two people to add to the fun. Although the two girls have been taking care of Luo Yun for nearly a week, due to the majesty of the Demon King, they dare not think that their eldest young lady can occasionally joke with Luo Yun. Looking at the fearful expressions on the faces of the two girls, Luo Yun knew what the two girls were thinking, but Luo Yun didn't bother to explain, just waved his hand to signal the two girls to continue doing their own thing. Just when Luo Yun wanted to lie down on the sofa and watch TV again, the phone in his pants pocket suddenly rang. After Luo Yun took it out and saw that it was Salvatore Tony calling, he suddenly wondered why Tony had called when he was resting, even though Luo Yun was currently resting. Of course, if the person calling Luo Yun was a beautiful girl, Luo Yun would definitely not be so upset. After answering the phone, Luo Yun said angrily, "What the hell are you trying to say, Tony?" Then came the sound of motorcycles racing down the highway and someone cursing behind them from the other end of the phone. On the highway from Milan to the airport, Tony touched the faucet of the motorcycle with one hand and the guard held the phone with the other, and increased the speed of the motorcycle to the highest speed all the way, while the bruised Andre drove the car, chased Tony and cursed while chasing it back. "Damn Tony, you'd better not let me catch up, or you won't have any good fruit to eat." But no matter how Andre cursed behind him, Tony still had no idea of slowing down the car. "Hey brother, I'm going to the Middle East now. After killing the god of disobedience in the Middle East, I'll fight you again, ha ha ha. Hee hee, I just hope you don't meet Marquis Vauban at that time. Ha ha, it's time to be with. Do. After knowing the reason for Tony's call this time, Luo Yun simply replied and hung up the phone. Luo Yun doesn't know if Tony can meet the Marquis of Vauban when he is looking for the god of disobedience in the Middle East, but Luo Yun thinks that it is best for Tony to meet the best, so he himself will have some time in the future. You will not be disturbed by this overactive spiritual boy. After that, Luo Yun, who had nothing to do, continued to lie on the sofa and watch TV dafa for the boring time. At noon, the door was pushed open. Erica and Liliana, the two girls have been busy until now because of Luo Yun's instructions. As soon as they entered the door, Erica and Liliana knelt in front of Luo Yun's sofa and begged Luo Yun for their sins. "Please forgive my sins, King." The two girls who broke in and pleaded guilty also made Luo Yun very puzzled. Why did the two nice girls seem to have pleaded guilty, but this stout Luo Yun asked, "Tell me about what you did first." "Yes." Afterwards, the two young girls told me, one by one, that they persuaded the magic society they belonged to be loyal to Luo Yun. "Well, you are indeed at fault in this matter. You should at least report it to me before doing this. Although it is a good thing that two of you can be regarded as loyal to the top magic association, but I still have to do something about the two of you." Punishment, given that Erica and Lily are both acquitted of small crimes for their actions. Luo Yun thinks it's a good thing for two long-established and powerful magic associations to be loyal to him, but Luo Yun feels that he needs to be punished for Erica and Liliana's unauthorized actions. After all, he is now the Demon King who reigns over the land. Although he has not yet fully adapted to the status, he is able to save lives like his own compatriots, but it is necessary to punish the two girls in order to maintain his majesty. Otherwise, they will think that the Demon King is easy to talk to, and as time goes on, although no one will call 3 and 5 to him, some people will definitely swindle and deceive in their own name. Well, Lily is in charge of tonight's dinner, and you and Erica have to make 5 more points. You can't sleep if you can't finish it tonight. Of course, Lily, you must cook it according to the previous weight. Cut corners. I will watch you all the time when you eat at night before going to rest. As ordered. This is Liliana's reaction. Liliana, who has always advertised herself as a knight, will never retaliate even if it is such an embarrassing thing for a lady after her master speaks. The king really makes it difficult for a lady. This is Erica's reaction. After all, Luo Yun's request is not an embarrassment and it is not stipulated that the food must be eaten within the time limit. Now Luo Yun is not angry because of the two people's unauthorized decision, but just did it to the two of them. The painless punishment was already very gentle for the other party's identity as a demon king. Although this punishment is still a bit embarrassing for Erica, who is very concerned about her figure. In the evening, Luo Yun had been sitting on the sofa after dinner and watching Erica and Liliana suffering, and finally Erica and Liliana ate their dinner when it was close to 9 o'clock in the evening. Over. In the process, Erica asked Ariana to help her share a lot, and then Liliana learned from Erica and asked Karen to help her when she saw Luo Yun and didn't notice them. Really, because the belly of your order, king, is so big, you have to take responsibility. Erica made a joke to Luo Yun while touching her bloated stomach. Do you think I didn't see you asking Ariana to help you? Luo Yun rolled her eyes at Erica's joke. Erica said to Luo Yun like a spoiled child, "Isn't this your king?" What's more, Ariana didn't play much of a role. Haha. Didn't you see the expression on Aliena's cheeks that was about to cry? Half a minute ago, Luo Yun saw Erica keep stuffing things into Aliena's mouth, and the other side was stuck. Renze was different and was not treated like Ariana, just helped Liliana as much as she could. I know it's wrong, do you dare to do it next time? No more. And Liliana, who was sitting opposite Erica, also stroked her lower abdomen, her face blushing slightly. I don't know if it was because Erica and Luo Yun made a bad joke or because Luo Yun exposed it to Karen. Feel ashamed for helping yourself share. Luo Yun looked at the two girls whose faces were not very good and said, "If you feel uncomfortable, go to rest." Then Liliana and Erica returned to their room with the help of Karen and Erica. 4 days later, the Bronze and Black Cross Commander Diana Milito and the Bronze and Black Cross Commander Paul Brauntree declared their allegiance to Luo Yun. At the same time, Luo Yun also announced to the whole world that the Bronze Black Cross and the Bronze Black Cross would get their own shelter. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Go to Sardinia. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. After the Bronze Black Cross and the Red Bronze Black Cross declared their allegiance to themselves, it was still more than half a year before Velislana and Mikkel appeared in Sardinia in the original book, and Lugoyun, who was born in Milan, brought Eirika and Liliana, as well as the two maids Ariana and Karen, went to Sardinia, where they were going to wait. Somewhere on a road in Sardinia, Lugoyun was sitting in the back seat of a car presented by a local magic association. Karen acted as the driver and drove the car. Ariana sat in the co-pilot next to Karen, while Erika and Liliana was in the back seat, and the four girls surrounded Lugoyun, who was sitting in the middle of the back seat. Erika held Lugoyun's left hand and rested her head on Lugoyun's shoulder, while Liliana put her hands on her knees, lowered her head and her cheeks were crimson and looked at her from time to time. Put it on the arm that Lugoyun was holding by Erika. Looking at the shy Liliana, Erika suddenly became interested, and said to Liliana in a bewitching tone, "The right hand of the king is still empty. Lily. Don't be shy, if you want it, why not show it?" Erika's words made Liliana, who was a little shy because of the ambiguous atmosphere in the car, start waving her arms constantly to hide her shyness. What are you talking about, Erika? It's so unclean." Liliana continued to cover up, and then looked at Karen and Ariana who were watching the show through the rearview mirror, and their faces turned even redder. Liliana had to force herself to calm down with a light cough. Seeing Liliana's expression, Erika's wickedness became even stronger. "Really, Lily, you are really not frank. You must know that in nature it is a rule that females like powerful males, and Lily, if you keep doing this, you won't get what you want." Although Erika's words were a bit blatant, it obviously made Liliana a little moved. After all, a handsome young man who is standing at a fixed point in the world treats himself differently from being treated by others. As long as it is a normal woman, he will have a favorable impression of this man. Of course, what this favorable impression will eventually turn into requires the efforts of men. Just when Liliana reached out to Lugoyun, who had been dozing since logging into Sardinia, opened her eyes. "You are really noisy." After all, Lugoyun wanted to go fishing on a whim when he came to Sardinia, so he took four girls and drove the yacht to drift at sea for nearly 3 days. Time goes by day and night fishing, but not a single fish is hooked. Although he stayed up all night for 3 consecutive days, Lugoyun's body was not tired at all. After all, he had the powerful physique of a godslayer, and the reason why Lugoyun fell asleep after getting in the car was because he hadn't caught a fish for 3 days and 3 nights. The fish thus made Lugoyun feel a little mentally exhausted. Although Lugoyun's tone was a bit serious, Erika knew that Lugoyun didn't accuse them, so Erika hugged Lugoyun's arm tightly again, and then wiped Lugoyun's arm with her heart. And then said in a coquettish accent, "Oh, but isn't it all you, King, who benefited in the end?" Luculasi Isola, a famous witch in Sardinia, has a beautiful appearance with mature femininity of unknown age, has a wealth of knowledge and powerful strength, even among witches all over the world. The top figure, and because of her long-term residence in Sardinia, Italy, she was called the Witch of Sardinia by the Magic Circle. At this time, Luculasi Isola was unable to lie on the sofa at home. If you want to ask the reason, Lucrezia Isola, who felt 2 huge spells in the waters of southern Italy some time ago, curiously used her spiritual vision to investigate. Logically speaking, Lucrezia Isola, who is already the world's top witch, can use her spiritual vision to find out, except for the god of disobedience and the 7 godslayers in the world. But it just so happened that the main body of the magic power was the second of the godslayers in the world that Lucrezia Isola could not detect. And Luculasi Isola's spiritual vision was also devoured by the huge magic power emitted by the 2 godslayers. Although Luculasi Isola's body was not harmed in any way, her spiritual power was therefore, it was damaged, which also caused Luculasi Isola to be unable to move for a long time. Of course, This is not difficult for Lucrezia, who is standing at the top of the witch, so she made a spirit body for her to drive and investigate the vicinity of her house. However, due to the damage of mental power, the spiritual body that Lucrezia can make is very small, and in the end Lucrezia does not know whether it is for convenience or fun, and the body takes the form of a black cat similar to a familiar. And now Lucrezia discovered through this black cat that there were two girls outside her door who had met several times, a girl wearing a maid costume and a young man who were completely unfamiliar. What are the two little girls of the bronze black cross and the copper black cross coming to me for? Just as Luoyun and his party were looking at the scenery inside the gate from the iron fence outside the gate, a mature woman's voice sounded, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice, and the black cat was sitting on the wall watching Luoyun and his party. People. Familiar. Looking at the black cat Liliana on the wall, she muttered softly. Hey, didn't you hear me? Seeing that no one paid any attention to him after he asked the question, the black cat's tone couldn't help intensifying. After all, everyone would be angry because a stranger was in front of his house and ignored him after he opened his mouth. No need, Lily. To be honest, I'm still very happy to see you defend me like this. However, this excessive tone was considered by Liliana to be rude to the king, namely Luoyun, and immediately wanted to draw the sword from her body, but was stopped by Luoyun when she put her hand on the hilt, and to be honest, Luoyun was very happy to see Liliana defending herself so much. Now that her king had spoken, Liliana had no choice but to let go of the hand holding the hilt of the sword, and then with a blushing face she retreated to Luoyun about 2 or 3 steps away, and then used a sharp and vigilant gaze. Staring at the black cat on the wall. Well, the front yard looks good, and the exterior of the house is to my taste, but I don't know how the interior and the backyard are. Through the huge gap between the fences, Luoyun could clearly see every part of the front yard of the house where Lucrezia belonged. Does King like this kind of decoration? In fact, if you want, I can have someone build a house in Milan with a similar style to this house. After hearing Luoyun's words, Erica asked. Can? Luoyun agreed without thinking, and Luoyun also knew that Erica's reason for saying this was to make herself stay in Milan, the city where the copper and black crosses are located, for a while longer. During the brief conversation between Luoyun and Erica, Lucrezia, who automatically activated her spiritual vision because Luoyun appeared in her own business, learned of Luoyun's identity. After the conversation between Luoyun and Erica was over, the black cat, under Liliana's vigilant gaze, gently jumped down from the wall, came to Luoyun's feet, lowered her head and said, I don't know if it's your face, just now. Lucrezia's disrespectful act is also hoped to be forgiven. As for Lucrezia's previous anger, it also disappeared after learning the identity of Luoyun through spirit vision. After all, after learning the identity of the Demon King of King's Landing, the person who is still angry with him, have gone to hell with their wrath. Asterisk. Chapter 24. From now on, this house will be called Luoyun. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. The iron door slowly opened, and Luoyun, led by the black cat, walked through the flowery front yard and entered the living room. Lucrezia, dressed in cool clothes, lay on the sofa in a casual posture. Of course, this is not because Lucrezia has no sense of shame, but because she briefly watched Luoyun and Dong Guang with her spiritual vision some time ago. The mental damage caused by Ni's battle makes his body unable to function normally. What? How unclean! The moment she saw Lucrezia dressed up after entering the living room, Liliana's pretty face instantly turned crimson. Be quiet, Lily. When Liliana was panicked by Lucrezia's dress, Erica immediately came to Liliana's side and put a hand on Liliana's shoulder, trying to appease the shy Liliana, who made a sound. Well. After being reminded by Erica, Liliana also noticed her own mistakes. After all, Her lord and the owner of the house spoke first before speaking, but Liliana, who advertised herself as a knight, was still Erica, who was supported by a lady, seemed to be acting very rude, so Liliana instantly became quiet. Please forgive me, I really can't get up and salute. The black cat walked to the sofa where Luculazia Zola was lying and explained to Luoyun respectfully. After all, there is no way to explain it. If the character of this king is as brutal as that of Marquis Vauban or King of Martial Arts, his behavior lying on the sofa may be regarded as provoking him as a demon king majesty. This will kill people. Although Luculazia still maintains her beautiful face and youthful body after living for many years by relying on her powerful magic power, it does not mean that Luculazia does not want to continue to live. So Luculazia Zola didn't pay attention to Liliana, but instead apologized to Luoyun first. You are. It was because of Luculazia Zola's guilt that Luoyun found out that this woman, who was lying on the sofa in a strange position, looked like a mature woman for some reason, and didn't know why she didn't make any movement. Goodbye to ordinary magicians. When it's time to Luoyun, he will kneel down in horror so as not to disturb Luoyun's holy rack. Reporting to the king is like this. Later, Luculazia told the scene of Luoyun and Tony fighting through his spiritual vision. After listening to Luculazia's explanation, Luoyun smiled and said, "Should I say you are bold? Or stupid?" Luculazia replied following Luoyun's words, "Probably the latter." "Okay, I'm not a tyrant either. Since you gave a reasonable explanation, forget it this time." Luoyun swaggeringly knew that Luculaziya sat down on the single-seater sofa on the left side and inspected the interior decoration. "Don't worry, I haven't asked you about the last time you watched the battle without authorization." After receiving Luoyun's forgiveness, the worried Luculazia Zola heard Luoyun speak again before he could let go of his breath. This tone was brought up. This. Luculaziya has nothing to say about Luoyun's words. After all, he used his spiritual vision to watch the two god-slayers fight first. At this moment, Luculaziya is very regretful. Why is he curious about half a month ago the source of that huge magic power? Even Luculazia now hopes that she can go back and slap herself, who used her spiritual vision to watch the two god-slayers without authorization. In Luculazia's uneasy mood, Luoyun said slowly, "Well, I think your house is well decorated, and now this house and all the people and things in the house are returned." I see. After hearing Luoyun's request, Luculazia was obviously stunned for a moment. Although everything in the future belongs to the young man in front of her, Luculazia knew that the threat of death was now far away from her. Then Luoyun turned his gaze to Liliana and Erica and the maids Kalian and Ariana behind the two girls, and said, "Lily, you and Erica take Kalian and Ariana to choose yourselves the room you like." "Yes. Oh, by the way, leave the most well-lit room on the second floor to me, and you can choose the rest." When the four girls just lifted their feet up the stairs, Luoyun suddenly thought that when he was outside the gate, he was interested in the room with the best lighting in the middle of the second floor of the house, and now this house, if you belong to yourself, then you will naturally occupy that house. Yes. After the figures of the four girls disappeared, and Luculazia didn't dare to talk to Luoyun at will, the entire living room instantly became quiet. After about half a minute, Luoyun, who felt bored, glanced at Luculazia's beautiful /Lily/S/ketone/body, and then, under Luculazia's terrified expression, turned Luculazia's face. The black cat in front of the sofa where he was lying grabbed it, held it in his arms, and began to stroke the cat's smooth and supple fur. "By the way, how did you raise this cat? Its fur is so good." Before he came to this world, Luoyun had not seen a cat that was raised by others. He even thought about raising one himself, but finally gave up the idea because of his busy work and life. The cat Luoyun has seen has never imagined that the cat in his arms now has such comfortable fur. If you describe it in one sentence, It is like the silk specially used by princes and nobles in ancient Daxia. The black cat enjoys an intimate petting in her arms, and Lucuricha cast a sense-sharing magic on the black cat for some reason when making this black cat. So now everything felt by the black cat in Luoyun's arms can be clearly conveyed to Luculasia through this magic, but the upset Luculasia is because Luoyun's king status standing there, and seeing Luoyun's happy expression, Lucurasia didn't dare to disturb Luoyun's fun. Resisting the restlessness, Lucurasia said through the black cat, maybe it's because of the use of magic. Yes. Luoyun, who got the answer, nodded. About half a minute later, Luoyun's hand stroking the cat finally stopped, then looked at Luculasia, whose face was blushing, and said calmly, "Your cat's hand is really good. What if I peeled the cat's fur to make a scarf?" Luoyun's words made Lucurasia, who was a little strange because she felt Luoyun's touch with the cat, was like being thrown a basin of cold water on the ice field and instantly placed in the ice cellar. After all, Luculasia Zola and the black cat share the same senses. If Luoyun really has such a thought or even takes action, although her body will not suffer any damage, Luculasia's the spirit will definitely feel the unprecedented pain and even serious collapse. In order to prevent herself from being treated like this, Luculasia immediately said, "King." But before Lucurasia had finished speaking, she saw the slightly evil smile on Luoyun's face, and then Lucurasia understood that it was Luoyun who was making fun of herself. Just when Luoyun was about to continue teasing this mature big sister, there was a stomping sound from the stairs. The girls who had already chosen their own rooms returned to the hall. Luoyun had to stop temporarily. Own bad taste. In the end, Luoyun and his party moved into the house that originally belonged to Luculasia under the expression that she wanted to cry but could only smile. Asterisk. Chapter 25 Symphony. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. The wealthy area in Sardinia, which was originally known for its elegant environment and peaceful atmosphere, has become extraordinarily lively these days. The wealthy officials who lived here hurriedly moved out of the place as if they had heard some news, and some even escaped the place with a look of horror before they even had time to move the furniture. In the end, only the rich people who were doing business outside Sardinia and those who were voluntarily given to Luoyun by Lucuricha remained without any news. On this day, Luoyun came to the front yard and sat down after breakfast as usual to continue to explore his power, but after a while, he heard harsh noises, and then Luoyun ordered Erica to go probe. In less than a minute, Erica pushed the door and returned to Luoyun to tell him what she had seen. It seems that the local magic association found these rich people who were away and told them the news of my being here, and then the rest of the people came back here and moved things away. Less than 3 hours after Luoyun checked into Luculasia's house about a week ago, the local magic guild got the news. Afterwards, they sent someone to Luoyun to greet Luoyun's driving experience, and dedicated the entire wealthy area of hundreds of kilometers to Luoyun to express their affection, and they were afraid that these people would anger the king, so let the people living here forced relocation. Luoyun gladly accepted the tribute from the local magic guild. After all, Luoyun was too lazy to intrigue with the rich people sitting here, and he didn't want these people to often come to please him in front of him after knowing his identity. Of course, the most important thing is Luoyun didn't want to be seen when he and his knight Ji were out in pursuit of excitement. And because of the tributes offered by the local magic association, Luoyun also agreed to let the people sitting here bring their own things when they moved out. Of course, Luoyun is not uncommon about those things. Finally, at noon, all the residences except Luoyun's residence lost their popularity. Then, at Luoyun's order, Erica found a local magic guild and asked them to level all the residences in the wealthy area, and plant some flowers and trees in the original place. On Sardinia, where summer has quietly descended in May, what was originally a wealthy area half a year ago has now been considered by the local magic association and the whole of Italy as Luoyun's palace. In addition to Luo Yun, Erica, Liliana, Ariana, and Karen who are maids, and Luculazia. Apart from the personnel, there is simply no other miscellaneous personnel to be seen. After all, in the residence of the king here, the local magic associations also spent a lot of money to arrange a lot of barriers such as dispersing idlers here in order to prevent mortals from entering by mistake and angering the Demon King. Because Luo Yun asked people to transplant and plant a lot of flowers and trees here more than half a year ago, the original wealthy area has now become a beautiful large park or a large manor. However, at the very center of the park, in the backyard of the villa that looked very luxurious, the originally peaceful atmosphere was broken by the sudden sound of swords. On a large open space paved with marble bricks, it was clearly a refreshing morning, and a silver-haired girl who looked like a fairy in a fairy tale was panting from exhaustion at the moment. Liliana, who was holding the second-generation silver master made of precious materials with a bronze black cross in her hand, was on the ground. Liliana was half kneeling on the ground. She was completely supported by the silver master. She was originally pretty. His face was covered in sweat. And less than 10 meters in front of Liliana, Luo Yun, who didn't look tired or even had obvious sweat on his face, held the sword of the key and played a sword flower, and then looked at himself not far from leaning on the silver master. Liliana, who barely supported her body, said in a gentle tone, "Are you all right, Lily?" After hearing Luo Yun's words, Liliana propped her body up with her sword while panting heavily and replied, "It's okay, King." And after seeing Liliana behind her, Karen, who was originally staying with Erica, Luculazia, and Ariana in the shade built in the backyard of the villa, hurried over to take Lilia who was swaying. Na helped her to the seat and poured Liliana a glass of water. Erica, who was sitting in the chair, picked up the coffee and looked at Luo Yun with loving eyes and said, "The king has only been practicing swordsmanship for over 9 months. Now even Lily is no match for you." Then looking at Liliana with a wolverine face, she moved and said, "You're really useless, Lily, no matter in that respect." That's right, in less than 3 months after Luo Yun moved in here, he ate 2 girls, and then he kept playing in the bedroom, in the living room, in the kitchen, on the balcony and even in the front and rear yard of the house. With their own symphony. Even when the interest came, I pulled Erica, Liliana, and Ariana, as well as Carrie and even Luculazia to play together. And Liliana, who had experienced the appeal, immediately heard Erica's meaning, her cheeks became flushed, and after drinking a mouthful of water brought by Karen, she forced herself to calm down before speaking to Erica in return. He said, "Oh, don't be too happy, it's your turn next." Erica didn't care about Liliana's ruthless words, but said with a smile of her own on her face, "Let's show you, Lily, what a lady's battle is." After using the dress-up magic to change her long skirt into a costume for when she was fighting, Erica summoned her beloved sword Reinhardt and came to Luo Yun after playing a sword flower. Erica looked at the silver-white long sword of spoon in Luo Yun's hand. About this sword Erica took out the silver spoon for the first time in Luo Yun and turned it into a sword of spoon from the first day of his life. He carefully asked Luo Yun about the origin of key sword or silver key. And Luo Yun also said the origin of the silver key, after all, in Luo, but neither Erica nor Liliana have heard of it. Even the well-informed witch of Sardinia Luculazia had never heard of the origin of the silver spoon that Luo Yun spoke of. And because Luo Yun practiced swordsmanship with the girls for 5 months, Luo Yun allowed the girls to use ordinary magic while practicing with him, and then Luo Yun discovered that the third ability of spoon sword can cut through magic and even power or exile is more appropriate. The moment Luo Yun uses the key sword to automatically touch the magic, it can banish the magic outside the dimension. Of course, the stronger the magic key sword, the longer it takes to touch. Because of Luo Yun's physique of the God's Lair, Luo Yun often let the 2 girls take the lead, and Erica winked mischievously at Luo Yun before launching the attack. Erica said, "King, please accept your mercy. After all, Erika herself knows that her strength is not close to Liliana. Even Liliana is exhausted from the sword-fighting duel with the king. If Lo Yun hadn't let go, I'm afraid it would have changed a long time ago. Like Liliana, she was helplessly spread out on the seat. Of course, during this period, Lo Yun, in addition to learning swordsmanship, was also constantly exploring his own power must hit the golden arrow, and now Lo Yun can take himself as the center and completely encompass the whole of Italy in his must hit the golden arrow within the range of the arrow, and the power of the must hit the golden arrow can completely evaporate everything hundreds of kilometers in an instant. In addition to this, the power golden arrows transformed from the power golden arrows that must be hit gathers endless golden arrows at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, but because the scope of this power is too large, the entire southern part of Europe was completely shrouded, and the original power of the golden arrow decreased. But even so, every arrow in the golden arrow rain carries a high temperature of at least 6,000 degrees Celsius on its surface, and the power to turn a building of dozens of meters into rubble. This was tested by Lo Yun about a month ago when he was fully testing the range and power of golden arrows. And within less than half an hour after Lo Yun took these tests, many wealthy officials and even the leaders of the Magic Association pleaded guilty to Lo Yun, saying that he didn't take good care of Lo Yun, the king. And Lo Yun didn't explain much about these people's accusations, but after accepting the so-called tribute from these people, he let these people get out of the way. After all, Lo Yun has never been a wise man, and even in the eyes of Lo Yun, who has become accustomed to being a godslayer, people or things that he has no interest in are inferior to the grass on the ground. Asterisk. Chapter 26. The story ends before it begins. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. After the arrival of midsummer, the temperature is getting higher and higher, and there is an endless stream of tourists traveling to and from Sardinia. In a port somewhere in Sardinia, a monotonously dressed boy from an island country crossed the ocean on the request of his grandfather and set foot on Sardinia. The moment he set foot on Sardinia, the unfamiliar land and unfamiliar language made this ordinary island boy start to miss his hometown and his relatives and friends. Godu Kusanagi, who is Godu Kusanagi? My name is Kizaka Godu, please come here. At the moment when he started to feel sad, the familiar language of the island country was transmitted to the boy's ears through the loudspeaker, and then the boy looked up in the direction of the sound, and saw a few tall and powerful people wearing black suits and dark sunglasses. A man who looked like a mafia was not far away, shouting through a loudspeaker and asking the person who just got off his clothes. "Grandpa, what you haven't finished when you sent me off is that you have enemies in Italy, right?" After seeing these people, the boy named Kusanagi Godu shrank his head and swallowed, and looking at these menacing people, Kusanagi Godu's heart was full of fear, and then he looked around. Went to see if there were any trails to go through here. And just at this moment, the mafia who had just asked a tourist on the other side noticed him because of his appearance as an Oriental, and shouted through a loudspeaker. "Hey, that black-haired boy over there." Kizaka Gagado looked left and right, then pointed to himself. "That's right, it's you, stand there and don't move." After seeing the mafia and discovering himself, Kusanagi Godu was about to leave quickly, but when he saw the mafia's ferocious expressions and felt the evil spirit emanating from them all the time, Kusanagi Godu found that his legs did not obey his orders at all, and he could only watch these people who looked like mafia walk towards him step by step while trembling all over. The people around Godu also gradually left, for fear that he would be implicated. My guess wouldn't be true, would it? Old man, you killed me. When those people came to him, Kusakaji Godu was afraid and anxious, and thought that if he could come back, he would definitely not choose to help his old man. After Kizaka Godu waited for a long, the man headed by the mafia patted Kusanagi Godu on the shoulder and showed his signature smile of 8 front teeth, using the familiar Kusanagi Godu's smile. Daokuyu said, "Don't be nervous, boy, we are not good people." Okay, Ming, understand? After hearing what the leading big brother said, Kusanagi Goto's face became even more frightened. Afterwards, after seeing Kusanagi Goto's awareness of current affairs, he nodded and continued, "Well, first of all, where did you come from, boy?" Pheasant Goto replied tremblingly, "Island, an island country." Then Kusanagi Goto noticed that the man who patted his shoulder and looked like these mafia elder brothers showed a gentle smile, but from Kusanagi Goto's point of view, this smile was unusually infiltrating. Like an island country, the ghosts in the legend are generally, people shudder. The head big brother continued, "So young, what's your name?" "Grass." "Grass." Pheasant Goto. Kusanagi Goto, who originally wanted to use a pseudonym, unknowingly revealed his real name after seeing the smile of big brother. Then Kusanagi Goto discovered that the mafia younger brother who had been standing side by side behind the big brother surrounded him. "Goodbye, Jinghua, my lovely sister, I shouldn't have promised the old man to send things." Just when Kusanagi Goto thought he was going to die, the big brother headed took Kusanagi Goto's hand with a happy expression, and said in a tone that was obviously different from before, "You are Mr. Kusaka Goto." And Kusanagi Goto, who was still in the midst of a huge reversal, replied subconsciously, "Yes, yes. Oh, I found you at last, Goto-san, we were sent to pick you up by Lord Luculasia." After hearing these words, Kusanagi Goto finally reacted, and found that the head of the big brother looked very respectful when he arrived at Luculasia just now, which surprised Kusanagi Goto. Although Kusanagi Goto did not know Luculasia Zora's name because he did not have contact with and was not qualified to contact the world of sorcery. But everyone in the world of conjuration knows her name, even more famous in the world of Italian conjuration. Of course, this is also because of Luoyun. Although Luculasia was also famous before this, it was only in the whole of southern Europe, and it seems that the magic associations all over the world now know her name. After all, Luoyun has been living in Luculazia's house since he arrived in Sardinia until now, and with Luoyun's tacit approval, Luculasia has integrated the entire Sardinian magic association in the name of Luoyun. It was used for his own use, so the entire conjuration world regarded Luculasia Zola as one of Luoyun's favorite concubines. Of course this is also true. Although Luculasia kept her stance low in front of Luoyun, and obeyed Luoyun's orders. But in the outside world, Luculasia's identity is one of the favorite concubines of Luoyun, the god killer. Even because of Luoyun, Luculasia can make no excuses for many top magic associations and force them to order. But Luculasia knows that everything is because of Luoyun's favorite, so she did not do anything that would make Luoyun shameless by virtue of Luoyun's name. Could it be that what Grandpa didn't finish before is that this person named Luculasia Zola is very powerful here? But why didn't the old man finish his sentence? There is such a powerful person, how did the old man know him? Kusanagi Goto looked at him with a questioning look at the mafia elder brother who was holding his hands and smiling kindly in front of him. And the eldest brother of the mafia, who found Kusaka Goto's expression, explained, "It's like this, it was Lord Luculasia who sent me to wait when he learned that you would come to return your things." "Is that so?" "It seems that the old man spoke to the other party before I came." Although Goto's psychological vigilance and fear have been reduced a lot because of the other party's explanation, there is still some kind of vigilance in Goto. After all, the other party has no evidence and just said it, who knows what the other party said? Is it true or false? The mafia eldest brother headed on the other side saw Goto's vigilance and continued, "Lord Luculasia said that what was returned was a slate, and this slate is now on you, Mr. Goto." After hearing the news of the slate from the mafia elder brother in front of him, Kusanagi Goto completely believed the other party's words, then put down the backpack behind him, and took out a piece of carving that looked like an antique. "The slate," and asked the other party, "Is this it?" After seeing the pheasant Goto take out the slate, the mafia eldest brother hurriedly replied, "Yes, this is it." Then, With a happy expression on his face, the mafia elder brother took the slate from Goto Kusanagi and said, "Thank you, little brother." Afterwards, the mafia eldest brother took his own little brother to visit Sardinia, but because of the island's traditional pheasant Goto, he repeatedly refused, and was then sent by the real mafia eldest brother away from Sardinia. On the boat back, Goto Kusanagi looked in the direction of Sardinia and felt like he had lost something. Asterisk. Chapter 27 The Secrets of Prometheus. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. A commercial street somewhere in Sardinia. Luoyun sits in a well-decorated coffee shop with huge windows that allow him to see the entire street outside, while Liliana, Erica, and Lukulazia sit across from Luoyun. "King, this is the secret of Prometheus." Lukulazia hurriedly put the slate that the local magic guild had obtained from a boy named Kusanagi Goto in front of Luoyun and said hurriedly. In fact, Luoyun had asked Lukulazia how she met Ichiro Kusanagi before, but Lukulazia's answer surprised Luoyun, because she couldn't recall when she and Ichiro Kusanagi were at all. No. He didn't even know what the other party looked like, but he knew the other party's name, knew that the other party was from the island country, and knew where the other party lived in the island country. As for Lukulazia's answer, Luoyun, who had personally tasted the witch and witnessed the blossoming of plum blossoms, believed her words. As for why Lukulazia, the top witch in the magic world, had information about the mortal Ichiro Kusanagi, regarded him as his friend, and even gave the secrets of Prometheus to each other. Luoyun guessed that this might have something to do with Susanoo hiding behind the island country's magic circle. After all, the new pheasant can be reminiscent of a lot. Moreover, Lukulazia told herself later that since she lived in her house, her memory has become less and less about Ichiro Kusanagi. As for the issue of memory, Luoyun also guessed that it was Susanoo's ghost, and after his arrival, it was probably because Susanoo was afraid that he would be discovered by himself and exposed to the eyes of all God's layers. "I am even more afraid that there will be a God's layer who will let the people of the Magic Association open the passage to the netherworld at all costs to fight him." After taking a sip of the coffee served by the waiter and feeling the bitter taste in his mouth, Luoyun picked up the ancient slate on the table that looked like it was dug out of a ruin, and felt the magic power contained in the slate. And Liliana activated her vision when she saw Luoyun pick up the Prometheus slate. Prometheus is a god in ancient Greek mythology, the daughter of the earth goddess Gaia and the sky god Uranus. The son of Mys and Iapetus, the brother of Epimetheus. However, Prometheus violated Zeus' order and secretly stole fire for human beings, and was punished by Zeus, locked in the Caucasus Mountains, and eaten the liver by eagles every day, until he was finally rescued by Hercules. In addition to the intercession of the gods, Zeus is allowed to open the net. On the slate, there is the power that Prometheus evolved from stealing fire. After learning the information about the tribal Mathia slate through spirit vision, Liliana looked at Luoyun with a serious face and said, "King, this slate is very dangerous. The power of theft evolved from the deeds of Hughes." Even Liliana guesses that the power in the slate can steal the power of the disobedient god and even the god's lair to a certain extent, and after the power is stealed, whether it is the disobedient god or the god's lair, will lose the ability to be stealed in a short period of time. After hearing Liliana's words and her guesses, Erica, who has always been bold, stirred the coffee in her hand, looked at the faint smile on Luoyun's face and said, "I don't know if the king will take this slate." "What's the function?" To Erica's question, Luoyun replied with a smile, "What do you think?" A god's lair is holding a slate that can temporarily steal the power of a god of disobedience. Could it be? Just when Erica, Liliana, and Lukulazia were guessing, a deafening roar reached the ears of the four, and then rolled up within the scope of this commercial street enough to tear everything. Gust of wind. The sudden storm made the fleeing mortals think it was a natural disaster, but in the eyes of the four, they saw a different scene from the mortals. In the center of the storm, a wild boar the size of a mountain slowly appeared around the red flames. "This is the beast." Erica and Liliana stood up from their seats in shock when they saw the truth about the storm. It seems that the appearance of Velislana and Mikkel has nothing to do with Luculasia. And Lugoyun looked at Luculasia with a shocked expression, which also eliminated the speculation about Luculasia. After all, in the original book, there were two statues that did not follow Godu before they landed on Sardinia. God, and also attacked each other and injured each other, and finally let Kusanagi go to use the Prometheus slate to pick up the prize. And now that he knew that the appearance of the two disobedient gods had nothing to do with Luculasia, Lugoyun didn't go into it. Then Lugoyun looked at Erica and said, "How about it? Erica is going to try it." Lugoyun knew Erica's thoughts. After seeing the power of the God's Lair, Erica always thought that since she could not become a God's Lair, she would become the first person under the God's Lair, just like her uncle. Paul Brauntree, the commander of the Copper and Black Cross, usually has the power to wrestle with or even defeat divine beasts. Erica believes that as long as this is the case, she will be able to share the burden for her king, Lugoyun, at least for the king of his own bears the attack of the god of disobedience, so that his king can be more relaxed when facing the god of disobedience. And Liliana had the same idea as Erica. Inside the coffee shop, looking at the beast wild boar raging outside, Erica was obviously ready to move on Lugoyun's proposal, and finally got Lugoyun's nod again. Erica quickly left the safe cafe and moved towards the wild boar. Go. On the contrary, Liliana was worried about the other party's integrity after seeing Erica's behavior. The king. Before Liliana had finished speaking, Lugoyun interrupted her with a wave of his hand, and then said to Liliana, "Lily, you can go too. It's also a good thing to know where your current limit is." Since her king had said so, Liliana hurriedly left the coffee shop to catch up with Erica after she pleaded guilty. "Won't you worry about their safety like this, king?" Looking at the storm raging outside through the huge glass windows in the cafe, Luculasia sensed the magic power of Erica and Liliana, and then asked Lugoyun, "Didn't I say, let them know where their limits are now?" When Lugoyun just finished speaking, a brilliant light lit up, and then a beautiful young man with purple-blue hair, wearing a white robe and a grey cape over the robe appeared outside the coffee shop where Lugoyun was. God of disobedience. Obviously, the appearance of Velislana shocked Luculasia a lot. After all, if Lugoyun and Velislana fought here, I am afraid that he would die in the first place in the God's Lair and the God's Lair. On the battlefield of the God of disobedience. Through the glass window of the coffee shop, Wells Laner looked at Lugoyun who was sitting leisurely inside, and said proudly, "Campione? My nemesis. Are you also here to challenge the undefeated me?" But Lugoyun didn't answer in a hurry. Instead he took a sip of coffee and picked up the slate in his hand. Then a ray of light lit up again, and a handsome white horse appeared in front of everyone, and then the white horse entered the Prometheus slate in Lugoyun's hands under Wilslana's amazed eyes. After seeing his white horse disappearing from the slate in Lugoyun's hand, Wells Laner looked at the slate in Lugoyun's hand for a moment and then learned the truth of the slate. Is the slate of Prometheus? I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hand. Lugoyun was also very candid about Velislana's question. That's right. Then Lugoyun asked back, why, do you want to take back your power? Oh, according to your old enemy, are you going to fight with me now? After hearing Lugoyun's words, Wells Laner was not surprised. After all, the God's Lair and the God of Disobedience are a group of violent madmen. No, the incarnation of you, who was crushed by Mikkel, is now incomplete. Hurry up and take back your incarnation. Otherwise, it is meaningless to defeat an incomplete God of disobedience. The current Velislana is incomplete because Velislana previously shattered the avatar due to the fight with Mikkel. And defeating the incomplete God of disobedience will not gain power. Lugoyun will not do such a thankless thing. Of course, Mikkel, who smashed Velislana's incarnation, is now seriously injured, but even so, it is not an existence that ordinary people and magicians can fight against. Moreover, Lucrezia is still here, and Luo Yun is not cold-blooded. The safety and disregard of his own woman. Really, now White Horse is temporarily staying with you, old enemy. After I get my avatar back, it's time to fight your old enemy. Since Luo Yun had no idea of fighting with him for the time being, Velislana disappeared quickly, and then the wild boar that ravaged the land also disappeared. And Lucrezia, who had just heard Luo Yun's conversation with Velislana, said to Luo Yun with a concerned look, "The two gods of disobedience, King, is this something?" In fact, Lucrezia wanted to ask Luo Yun if he would be too careless, but Lucrezia didn't know what to say when the words came to her mouth, because Lucrezia had been together for more than half a year. Also know that Luo Yun is a person with a lot of self-esteem, so don't worry, I already have a way to hit the two gods of disobedience. Seeing the tangled look on Lucrezia's face, Luo Yun took her hand and said, "Now the entire coffee shop is empty because of the storm created by the wild boar, but in the big crowd, Lucrezia's face is still a little red when he is held by the hand of the man he likes. Although Lucrezia is a witch and is usually very bold and open, but because she has tasted the taste of a witch, Luo Yun knows that this witch who looks like a lust/gas/big sister is still shy because of some things of **. Chapter 28 Make-up lessons at night? Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. On the other side, when Velislana appeared in front of Luo Yun and Lucrezia, Erica, who had obtained permission from Luo Yun, was tens of meters high and 100 meters long, with flames entwined all over her body. The mythical beast wild boar wrestled. Fly, the boots of Hermer books. The Lion of Steel and the ancestral king of lion hearts, please listen to the oath of the knight Erica Browntree. I am the heir of the horned flute, the descendant of the black warrior. My heart will not yield, and my sword will never be broken. Lionheart, the essence of the struggle is now in my hands, it's time for a duel, Reinhardt. Erica came to the nearby floor within a few jumps, and during this period, she used magic to instantly change her long skirt into a costume suitable for battle, and finally summoned her beloved sword Reinhardt to gather his own magic power on the Reinhardt. Then a slash was swiped by Erica with Reinhardt, which was a tentative attack. It doesn't work, is this a divine beast? Erica's slash directly hit the distant divine beast wild boar, but did not cause any damage to the opponent, and this was the first time Erica had seen a real divine beast since she was 16. And Erica was also noticed by the wild boar because of the slash she swung, and came at full speed towards Erica, and everything the wild boar passed was destroyed. Then Erica gathered all her magic power into the silver sword Reinhardt in her hand, and used Reinhardt to temporarily resist the wild boar, but even so Erica still kept going backwards. In the end, because a powerful force suddenly erupted from the body of the wild boar, Erica was directly knocked off by this force. Erica, who was knocked away by the powerful force of the wild boar, had no time to adjust her body in the air, so she could only fall to the ground, but the wild boar was also constantly moving in the direction of Erica's fall. When he was about to encounter a wild boar in the air, he was rescued by Liliana, who felt it in time. Lily. In midair, Erica looked at Liliana, who was hugging her with the princess in surprise. What a mess, you mother fox. Don't you know what would have happened if I hadn't arrived in time? Liliana complained to Erica while flying towards a house that was not damaged by the wild boar. Although Erica would make fun of herself from time to time, after all, she shared her bed with her sisters and friends for half a year. Best friend, although I have some complaints against her, I still hope that Erica will be fine. Liliana, who then landed on the roof, put Erica down, and Erica didn't react until now. Lily, why are you here? After all, Liliana, who advertised herself as a knight in normal times, should be guarding the king. The king asked me to come, and the king also said let's get to where our current limit is. Regarding Erica's question, Liliana directly revived Luo Yun's original words. Really? Although she was a little confused about the king letting herself and Liliana know her limits, Erica knew that this was not the time to think about it. Because after discovering that the mortal who provoked him did not die, the wild boar continued to run towards the location of Erica and Liliana. Lily, use all our magic here to stop it. The two girls knew that since their king had allowed them to define their limits, the king would definitely be watching them somewhere, and would definitely help them when they were in danger. My wings, the steel that becomes the phantom blade, Il Maestro, grant me strength. Reinhardt. The attack of the two girls through their beloved swords finally stopped the wild boar, and the two sides began to stalemate. Take your own steps. Just when Erica and Liliana were about to give up their resistance and leave the roof, the wild boar suddenly disappeared out of thin air, and the undefeated Oriental god of war Velislana took his own avatar. In the end, only a piece of mess was left. The entire commercial street was completely destroyed and most of the city was affected. There were even many corpses buried under many ruins. The whole of Sardinia has suffered heavy losses. However, this is still the consequence of Erica and Liliana's timely arrival to attract and prevent the wild boar from advancing. Otherwise, unless Luo Yun, who is a godslayer, takes action, the entire city and even the entire island will be trampled by the wild boar. Under the hoof. At that time, the loss will not only be as simple as the loss of a few commercial streets. King, I have lived up to your expectations, and I still hope to punish you. A beautifully decorated coffee shop stands on the ruined commercial street. The shop survived because of Luo Yun's existence, and now Erica and Liliana are half kneeling in front of Luo Yun. And Luo Yun didn't seem to be affected by the disaster just now, leaning on the sofa beside the window of the coffee shop, one hand supported his chin and looked at the ruins outside the window, the other hand kept tapping lightly with his index finger hit the slate on the table. Erica, Lily, I think you should understand what I meant before. After the disaster had passed, someone had already started to search and rescue. Luo Yun looked out of the window and placed it on Erica and Liliana, who were half kneeling in front of the table. Erica and Liliana lowered their heads and replied, yes. King. Looking at the two girls who were facing the ground with their beautiful faces, Luo Yun asked, look up, Erica, Lily, tell me, what happened after you fought against the beasts? Yes. The divine beast is stronger than I imagined, whether it is body, magic power, or destructive power. Well, even if I joined forces with Erica, it was only temporarily resisted for a while. While resisting, the magic power is also consumed very quickly. Lily and I were already powerless in less than half a minute. Fortunately, the beast disappeared in the end. After hearing the conclusion of Erica and Liliana and the wild boar, and saying that the last two girls are a little disappointed, after all, both Erica and Liliana are constantly learning and practicing their magic from childhood to adulthood. Especially after seeing the power of the Godslayer, Erica thought that even if she was not comparable to the Godslayer and the God of Disobedience, the beasts could always be comparable. But the girl never thought that it would be difficult for her to stop the divine beast from moving forward, which made the girl who yearned to help her lover very sad. Now Erica's special admiration increases her uncle's ability to wrestle and even defeat the divine beast. Strength. And Liliana's thoughts are also different from Erica's. And Luculasia, who was sitting on the sofa opposite Luo Yun, was still in shock because she personally experienced a confrontation between a god-killer and a disobedient god. Yeah, we'll definitely say some black words that seem to be ironic but actually increase the fighting spirit of the two girls. Even stopping a divine beast is as difficult as ever, let alone the god of disobedience. So also Erica and Lily, don't think about intervening in the battlefield of the Godslayer and the god of disobedience with your current strength. Luo Yun said his psychological words to the two girls. Although Luo Yun's words were very straightforward, Luo Yun was actually very concerned about the safety of the girl who had been sleeping with him for a long time. The moment you enter the battlefield between the gods' lair, the gods who refuse to obey, and even the gods' lairs, the fragrance will disappear. As for the battle between Godu and Marquis Vauban in the original book, if it wasn't for the fact that Marquis Vauban thought it was interesting and wanted to play a hunter game, it would be careless. The three girls around Godu who helped him will be instantly turned into pillars of salt by Marquis Vauban's power, the Eye of Sodom, and Godu will also lack knowledge due to the disappearance of the help, so unable to find the sword of words that restrained Marquis Vauban, resulting in himself being defeated or killed by Marquis Vauban. In this way, there will be no such thing as the original book. There are still gods' lairs in the world, but they have changed from 7 to 6, and then the recovery time of the last king is prolonged, and finally all gods' lairs are the last king was killed, the world entered a new cycle again, and a new god's lair was born. Thinking of this, Luo Yun not only covered his head in anguish, but the king of the end was like the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of their god-killers. If the king of the end didn't die for a day, Luo Yun would such a troubled day. Yes. On the other hand, when Luo Yun was thinking about how to break the sword of Damocles above her head, after hearing Luo Yun's words, although she was not reconciled, Erica, who was clear about her own strength after the battle with the wild boar and Liliana, can only answer like this. But there is one more thing you can still do. When Luo Yun suddenly turned around, the two girls looked at Luo Yun with a look of surprise and anticipation. Tonight you help me fill in my knowledge of Wells Laner and Mikkel. When Luo Yun said it, he deliberately glanced at Luculasia, the mature witch elder sister across from him, and then the smile on the faces of the two girls grew even stronger. Asterisk. Chapter 29 The War God and God King appeared. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. The morning sun didn't shine through the window as usual into the room. The constant roaring of thunder outside the window and the continuous tapping of raindrops on the window awakened Luo Yun from the dream. Through the window, Luo Yun looked at the gloomy sky outside the house and understood that this was probably because of the injury after the fight against Wells Laner. Now that Mikkel, who is recovering from the injury, wants to start a battle of gods again. Then Luo Yun glanced at the three Erica who were still sleeping next to her because she was very tired because of the knowledge taught last night. After getting up and putting on his clothes, Luo Yun opened the door and just stepped out of the door when Erica's voice came from behind. King, are you going to the battlefield? After hearing Erica's voice, Luo Yun also knew that the sound of the door opening the door had woken up the beautiful woman who was supposed to be sleeping soundly on the bed, but Luo Yun glanced at the three of Erica who were sitting up from the corner of her eye, and nodded. Really, although Erica can't help the king right now, I still wish you a prosperous martial arts. Erica's meaning is actually also the meaning of Liliana and Lucrezia. I'll accept your blessing. Well, I was tired last night. You should lie down and rest. In the girl's blushing pretty face, Luo Yun gently closed the door. In the living room, Ariana and Karen, as always, were preparing breakfast for the people who lived in the house. King. After seeing Luo Yun go downstairs, Ariana and Karen behaved like a maid, and continued to do their own work under Luo Yun's gesture. Ariana, you and Karen, don't go anywhere today until I get back, just stay in the house, understand? Picking up a piece of bread from the table and chewing it, Luo Yun said to the two maids. Yes. Although the two girls and Luo Yun have experienced many things together, they still have some respect and fear for Luo Yun in their hearts because of the difference in identities. After instructing the two maids, Luo Yun opened the door with the secret of Prometheus and walked out, so that Karen, who wanted to go forward and hand Luo Yun an umbrella, didn't have time. Outside the house, a car had long stopped at the door, which Luo Yun ordered the local magic not to prepare this morning. Your Majesty. After getting in the car, the magician who was the temporary driver said hello to Luo Yun, and after getting a random nod from Luo Yun, he started the engine. But because Luo Yun hadn't spoken yet, the driver didn't drive the car away. After a few minutes, a slight vibration was transmitted to the car through the wheels touching the ground, and then a huge figure with a height of several tens of meters appeared not far from Luo Yun's house, and the figure moved towards a certain place step by step. Follow. After Mikkel appeared, Luo Yun instructed the driver in the driver's seat. Yes. In the face of Luo Yun asking him to chase the existence of the god who is not following, he started the car nervously. Along the way, the storm continued to rage, mercilessly knocking on the windows of the car, and roaring with the sound of thunder and lightning and whether there was a divine beast. The driver driving the car for Luo Yun had to admit that he was about to have a heart attack, and thought about going to the hospital for a checkup, of course if he survived. When the car was a few hundred meters away from a certain coast, Luo Yun stopped the driver, and after getting out of the car, he said to the frightened driver, "Go away." After hearing Luo Yun's words, the driver Rumen Amnesty hurriedly drove the car away from here, and continued to increase the speed on the highway, and kept praying that the god war should not start now, at least wait until you get back to a safe place. People like this are usually opportunistic, by using relationships to come to their side to do things for themselves, to show themselves to themselves at one time, and want to win the favor of their own demon king, and use this to improve their skills in the world of magic. Status and interests. Of course, if this person hadn't shown that fear along the way, Luo Yun wouldn't be able to think about it. But unfortunately, his performance did not enter the eyes of Luo Yun, the demon king. Luo Yun doesn't know what the driver who sent him here is thinking, and he doesn't want to know. What Luo Yun thinks now is that if the slate of Prometheus can't steal Velislana's sword of words like the original, then he will only be as desperate as other god slayers to face the god of disobedience. Plus, the sudden sound of Feng Ming pulled Luo Yun back to reality from his thoughts. Luo Yun raised his head slightly and looked upwards. A colorful phoenix flew rapidly over Luo Yun's head, and then lightning flashed in the sky, and a beautiful young man with purple hair appeared in the sky. Welslana raised his left hand high and opened his palm, and then the dark clouds above his head formed a vortex, and in the vortex, a huge human face, a white goat, and the phoenix that Luo Yun had just seen or turned into lightning or it turned into a streamer, and all flew into the hands of Velislana, and not far from Velislana, a grey giant was walking slowly. Is the incarnation almost finished? Watching Velislana recovering his avatar in the sky and Mikkel walking towards Velislana, Luo Yun held the slate's hand and rubbed the slate in his hand with his big fingers. To tell the truth, the current Luo Yun is a little nervous and excited. The anxiety is because he sent Apollo back to the mythology before, that is, when Luo Yun killed the god for the first time, it was all completed by the existence of the suspected Prime Eternal. And the excitement is because of the nature of the Godslayer. After all, the Godslayer who became a Godslayer through the dark sacrifice of Pandora can be said to be the mortal enemy of the god of disobedience, and Luo Yun is because he has the silver key. The negative effect of the god killer's original rush to kill the god of disobedience has been eliminated, but the belligerence or the courage to kill the god is still reserved for Luo Yun. On the other side, Mikkel was slowly walking towards Velislana in the sky. His body was bigger than the mythical beast wild boar that Erika and Liliana had ever seen. Every step Mikkel took. There are slight earthquakes on the ground for several kilometers around it. Fortunately, no one exists in this place except Welslana, Mikkel, and Luo Yun. Come on, the god king worshipped by the Semitic people. It seems that the injury you suffered before is completely healed. It seems that this battle will definitely make me very happy. Looking at Mikkel, who was walking step by step, above the sky, a strong fighting spirit burst out from Velislana's body in an instant. "Heh, you can take advantage of your lip service now, arrogant brat. This time, the old man will not only shatter your avatar, but also send you back to the myth, breaking the myth that you are always victorious and undefeated." The dark clouds in the sky are getting thicker and thicker, and the razor is surging from time to time in the clouds, and finally it rains heavily. Accompanied by the rhetoric in the air, a huge magic force rises from Mikkel's body and instantly presses down on Velislana. But Mikkel's magic power is like rushing into the sea, and it has no effect on Velislana, who is also a god. It can only be regarded as a provocation, and Mikkel's intention is the same. Ha 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 ha. Good, good. That's right. That's it. This is the fight I've been looking forward to. Velislana responded with a laugh to Mikkel's provocation. This was the battle he pursued as the undefeated god of war and the army of the east, and then Velislana turned around, but today's battle here is not just us. I also invited a powerful and excellent warrior to join our battlefield. Then Velislana looked at Lugoyun, who was hundreds of meters away, holding the secret of Prometheus, and said with a smile, "Finally here. Our nemesis." Asterisk. Chapter 30 The Demon King and the God of Disobedience. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Following Velislana's line of sight, Mikkel saw a simple-dressed young man with a slate in his hand. Lugoyun was not at all flustered or surprised by the gazes of the two disobedient gods. Of course, if Velislana or Mikkel hadn't noticed himself as a godslayer, Lugoyun would have returned. Surprise. The pouring rain that fell from the sky did not soak Lugoyun's clothes. More specifically, when the raindrops were about to hit Lugoyun, these raindrops were all bounced off by a strange repulsive force. This is what Lugoyun used to do in the past, one of the magic tricks learned in the past 9 months. After usurping the power from the gods and becoming the king of godslayers who ruled the land, Lugoyun did not despise magic like most godslayers. After all, Lugoyun knew from the original book that he could even convert people into godslayers. The dark sacrifice of Pandora Usurp Rise exchange is also formed by a lot of magic overlapping and entangled with each other. It's a pity, I thought I could come out and pick up something cheap when the two of them were both injured. Although he said that, from the expression on Lugoyun's face, he actually had no regrets. After all, if Lugoyun wants to pick up a bargain, he can actually wait until Velislana and Mikkel are about the same time, instead of getting up from the gentle township early in the morning, although Lugoyun has previously over the idea of a pigeon out and Velislana pact. Although the existence of the silver key offset the side effect of Lugoyun becoming a godslayer, Lugoyun has also become accustomed to the identity and status of a godslayer for more than 9 months, and has also cultivated it. In general, the character of one word with one word. Of course, if Velislana and Mikkel automatically ignore Lugoyun, Lugoyun can't just stand there and wait for them to finish fighting, but unfortunately this is impossible. Just like the god of disobedience for a godslayer is like a bright beacon, and so is a godslayer to a disobedient god. It's really attracting amazing people. But your remarks are as annoying as this kid. Mikkel hates Lugoyun's words very much. After all, if this thing in Lugoyun's sky really happens, it can be said to Mikkel, who has God of the Sky, God King and Dragon Slayer. A shameless thing, and little in the Mikkel language means, of course, Velislana. But for Lugoyun's remarks, Velislana praised him, covering his face with his hands and laughed, ha ha ha. That's right, that's right. That's it. Sure enough, I'm not mistaken, you a very good fighter. For Velislana, who is the god of the east and the undefeated god of war, the warrior is not a knight, there are not so many rules and regulations, and victory by strategy and even conspiracy is also commonplace. Then Velislana opened his hands to embrace the storm as if he was about to embrace victory, and closed his eyes as if enjoying victory. Ah! I can already smell this fragrance of victory, a fierce battle is about to take place. Played here, there must be one person who can beat everything, win the crown of victory. Damn, that's it, whether it's you or the god-killing devil, the old man will use the 2 sticks in the old man's hand to send you to the underworld. Mikkel, who had a fiery temper in the first place, naturally couldn't sit still after hearing Welleslana's seemingly sure victory declaration. Ha ha ha. Come if you can, God King of the Mediterranean. If you can do it, I'll be really happy. For Mikkel's words, Welleslana was not only not angry, but even more happy. After all, through Mikkel's words, Welleslana could understand that this must be an abnormally fierce battle, and the fierce battle was really Weller, who is the god of war. Slana said pursued. Oh. I think you two should be sent back to the myth by me. Not to be outdone for the two gods of disobedience, Logoyun. If you can do it, try it out, son of the fool / my nemesis. By Mikkel / Welleslana. In an instant, 3 huge magic powers rose over the entire Sardinia. The magic power not only affected the storm and made it more violent, but also made the surrounding air abnormally sticky. Even with a big night, even a powerful magician would have difficulty breathing because of these 3 huge spells, let alone an ordinary magician. As for ordinary people, don't say that they are close to the battlefield. Even if they are touched by one of these 3 magic powers, they will suffocate and die in an instant. Light, obey my orders. Gather here and turn into sharp arrows. With a certain momentum, penetrate my obstacles. I am the strongest, in order to catch all those who are victorious. Humans and demons all enemies, and defeat all those who are hostile. Therefore, I will defeat all enemies that stand in my way. Sky. Raise thunder and storm. Storm, surge, and destroy my obstacles. Thunder, turn into sharp blades and kill my mighty enemy. As the 3 voices sounded at the same time, the atmosphere between one man and 2 gods continued to rise, and endless rays of light gathered around Logoyun, forming a golden arrow with a handful. A brown dream-like roulette appeared behind Welleslana, on which was engraved 9 mythical beasts of various shapes. A dark cloud surged above Mikkel's head, and countless razors kept snooping in the clouds. The next moment an endless gust of wind blew the Welleslana from where Merkel was, and lifted everything along the way, including trees, rocks, dirt, etc., into the storm. The clouds were surging with thunder and snakes, and at Merkel's command this was enough to destroy the wind. The thunder that pierced through the ground all fell towards Logoyun. The roulette wheel behind Welleslana spun rapidly. The pointer on the compass first pointed to Phoenix, then Welleslana avoided Mikkel's lightning at a speed exceeding the speed of sound, and then the pointer on the roulette wheel quickly pointed to the goat. At this moment, the lightning flashed from the sky to Logoyun, and then split into 2 on the way. One hit Mikkel, and the other hit Logoyun. And Logoyun avoided most of the lightning from Mikkel and Welleslana with a physical quality that was 100 times higher than that of ordinary people, and all the lightning that did not escape was blocked by Logoyun with the surrounding golden arrows, and in the process he waved his arms and shot the golden arrow with the sure hit characteristic at Welleslana and Mikkel. Due to the tracking and sure hit effects of Logoyun's power, golden arrow of sure hit, Welleslana and Mikkel can only defend, and the golden arrow hits Welleslana and Mikkel at the moment explode. The temperature generated by the explosion completely evaporated the water on the ground, and even the impact caused by the explosion lifted all the soil under the ground for half a kilometer around, and even the heavy rain temporarily stopped because of the explosion, and even the explosion, the rising dust completely drowned the figures of Welleslana and Mikkel. A few seconds later, raindrops fell again on the ground that had been renovated by the explosion. The picture of Luculasia has been uploaded several times, and the previous ones have been deleted. I don't know if this one can stay this time. Hope it can. Asterisk. Chapter 31, The God King of the Mediterranean. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. The torrential rain raged relentlessly over the entire Sardinia, the wind crunched the trees on the island, and even the waves were constantly hitting the coast. The magicians in Sardinia were frightened by this. The devil who killed the gods, the victorious war gods and the ancient gods and kings of the Mediterranean gathered on this small Sardinian island. A page of history. But even so, these magicians did not dare to go to the battlefield to find out. After all, the magicians who were able to summon the courage to go to the battlefield of the god-killing devil and the god of disobedience have already died on the battlefield. Only cowardly magicians can survive. Somewhere on the coast of Sardinia, the ground became tattered as if it had been plowed by missiles, and a fight was completed between two people with lightning and flint, and the current ground was created after their fight. Because of the explosion caused by Ludo Yun's power, the dust that covered the sky and the sun was blown away by a gust of wind, and the intact figures of Velleslainer and Mikkel reappeared in front of Ludo Yun. After all, this moment of confrontation was just a symbolic tentative attack, so no matter which side of the three sides did not cause any effective damage to either side. Looking at the destruction caused by himself and others, and the storm-like attack just now, Velleslainer laughed. Yes, that's it. God Killer, the God King of the Mediterranean Sea. This way I can enjoy the battle well. Hey, what an arrogant brat. Because of Welleslainer's laughter, Mikkel snorted. After all, Welleslainer's behavior was provocative to himself in Mikkel's view. Ludo Yun glanced at Velleslainer, who was in the air, and said without hesitation, "Battle is not just limited to your lips, since you want to fight, you must show your true skills, otherwise you'll always be victorious and undefeated. The title will cry. Ha ha ha. That's an appropriate metaphor, son of fools." After hearing Ludo Yun's words, Mikkel first laughed ha, and then sarcastically said to Welleslainer, "God of flattery, I would like to call you the strongest when it comes to talking kung fu, just like yours normal fighting style." Welleslainer doesn't care about Ludo Yun and Mikkel's joint sarcasm. That's right. Actions are often more convincing than words. At the moment when Velleslainer's voice fell, the pointer on the roulette behind him pointed to goat again. This time, Velleslainer used all his strength to attack, and the lightning that could easily penetrate the surface fell from the head of the war god. Two flickering razors swam towards Mikkel and Ludo Yun. At the moment when Velleslainer's attack fell, two stick-like weapons, Jagrush and Eimer, appeared in Mikkel's hands, meaning banishment and repulsion. With these two weapons, Mikkel resisted the lightning of Velleslainer, but Mikkel's tall body was still knocked back dozens of meters by the lightning. On the other side, Ludo Yun first jumped backwards to avoid the lightning, but the razor did not disappear after touching the ground, but still chased Ludo Yun until it hit, because the razor was too fast to gather the golden arrows to resist. Ludo Yun had no choice but to summon the silver key sword to cut off the razor. Jagrush. Eimer. Pursue me, a pair of weapons for my minions, chase the war god of the east. Let him know the power of our anger. After blocking Velleslainer's lightning, Mikkel's voice sounded in an instant, and the two sticks in his hand came out of his hands, and rushed into the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye, flying towards Velleslainer. One went straight towards the front of Welleslainer like lightning, and the other went to Welleslainer's back like a bird in a roundabout way. And Welleslainer turned into a strong wind the moment he saw Mikkel's magical tool let go, in an attempt to avoid Mikkel's attack, but surprisingly, these two sticks seem to know Velleslainer the specific location is general, and they cooperate skillfully, chasing, until they hit Velleslainer. Ha ha ha. Run away like this, god of war. Seeing the Jagrush and Eimer that were constantly dodging him after Velleslainer turned into a storm, Mikkel, who finally felt a bad breath, laughed. Boom. After a moment the size of Mikkel, several golden arrows turned into streamers and hit Mikkel's huge body, and the armor on Mikkel's right shoulder was bombarded to pieces. Hey, seeing the two of you having such a good time, won't you forget me? Ludo Yun, who cut off the razor, held the secret of Prometheus in his left hand and the silver sword of Spoon in his right hand, surrounded by many bright golden arrows less than 1 meter long. The arrow that shattered the shoulder armor was sent from Ludo Yun's side. Of course, the reason why Ludo Yun did not attack with Velleslainer was because it became a gust of wind, making it difficult for Ludo Yun to catch it. Heh, God Killer, son of fool, how could this old man forget your existence? After receiving the attack, Mikkel turned his attention to Ludo Yun, and then the heroic spirit of words sounded again. The legions of the underworld. The ruined locusts. In the name of Mikkel, order you to drown the enemy in front of you. Drag him into the icy abyss. With the sound of Mikkel's words, ragged skeletons crawled out of the ground, and swarms of bloodthirsty locusts carrying deadly viruses will make the already gloomy sky even darker. Although the swarms of skeletons and locusts look scary, these are useful for magicians or ordinary people, and for god-killers like Ludo Yun, they are just used by Mikkel to delay his miscellaneous soldiers. Endless light elements continued to gather around Ludo Yun, and finally thousands of golden arrows were erected in the air, and the golden light enveloped the earth under the feet of one person and two gods. The power golden arrows rain was activated again, and the golden arrows in mid-air fell instantly under the control of Ludo Yun. Boom! A strong explosion swept across the land again, and the scorching flames burned the filthy skeletons crawling out of the underworld and the bloodthirsty locusts in the air into ashes, and merged into the land under the action of raindrops, waiting for the battle. Nourish the land after it's over. At the moment Ludo Yun's golden arrow fell, Mikkel used a huge magic power to wrap himself in an attempt to isolate Ludo Yun's attack or reduce the damage he received. However, because the power of the golden arrow was too great, Mikkel was seriously injured, and the armor on the upper body was completely shattered. Not only that, but also with dense wounds, and due to the high temperature of the golden arrow, Mikkel's wound instantly formed a blood scab. The light and high temperature of the sun carried in the attack. Which sun god did you kill, fool? Despite such a serious injury, the dignity of the God King and the strong vitality of being a god made Mikkel still stand here, and he also questioned Ludo Yun, although Mikkel knew that Ludo Yun could not tell himself. The ancient dragon slayer and the God King of the Mediterranean, Mikkel, is quite distressed now. His two most powerful weapons are fighting with Velislana. Now the remaining power of the storm does not know if he can kill the god. Cause effective damage. As for Mikkel's powerful lightning power, when Ludo Yun used the key sword to cut off Velislana's lightning, Mikkel decided that his lightning would not cause damage to him. After all, although Mikkel didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the lightning summoned by Velislana, the god of war, had the same power as his own lightning. As for other powers, Mikkel does have them, but because the scope of these powers is too broad and complex, the effects of these powers are generally only valid for objects other than the god's lair or the god of disobedience. Asterisk. Chapter 32 The Rising Dawn. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Just as Mikkel was thinking about how to deal with Ludo Yun, the voice of the war god Velislana sounded in the sky. O all evildoers, fear my power. Now I shall have the might of 10 mountains and the power of 100 rivers. The might of 1,000 camels. The majestic I raise the road is the mark of a ferocious camel. After wrestling with Yagrush and Ymir for a while, Welslaner finally stopped and forcibly withstood the double attack of Grush and Ymir with his own body. Afterwards, the camel, one of the 10 powers that reached the condition, was activated instantly, and the originally heart-piercing sympathy was dulled by the power, and the vomiting blood that was hit also stopped quickly. But even so, the war god who can still feel the pain, Welslaner frowned and muttered his own words, with the skill of my words, let the justice of the world appear. These spells are powerful and eloquent. Is invincible because of strength, and it is because of strength that he can heal all things. At the moment when the word spirit fell, a golden arrow engraved with the ancient Persian sacred pattern appeared in Velislana's hand. This is the warrior, one of the 10 incarnations of Velislana's power. It can not only summon a powerful sword of word spirit, but also seal the power of a god or a god killer, and the owner can heal the word spirit of god's harm. So the injury on Welslaner at the moment is much better than when he was just hit by Mikkel's Yagrush and Ymir. The exile, Yagrush, and the chaser, Ymir, are weapons given to you by Kukkur Hassi, the god of craftsmen in the past. With these two complementary weapons, You led the Dragon King Yam away from the throne, and killed him, and by virtue of this crusade, you rose to the throne of the King of Gods. The swordsmanship belonging to the realm of the gods was fully performed by Velislana, and along with the insight into the origin and legend of Yagrush and Ymir, in the process of constant fighting, the speed of Mikkel's club swing slowed down at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is the power of Velislana's tearing power that is slowly manifesting. The sword of the spirit of words that cut off the power of the old man was forged. It's really disgusting gold. After realizing that his equipment had no effect on Velislana, Yagrush and Ymir stagnated in mid-air amid Mikkel's roar, and then flew back into Mikkel's hands like boomerangs. Although the god king of the Mediterranean is grumpy, he is not stupid. If he continues to let Velislana complete sword of the spirit of words, only his own weapons will be cut off in the end, and now the army with the war-splitting godhead will be cut off. It is obviously unwise to give up your powerful weapons when the God Queen has a God-killing Demon King. The moment the weapon returned to Mikkel's hands, Mikkel again swung the stick vigorously, but this time he did change the direction of the swing to Ludo Yun's direction. The moment Ludo Yun saw Mikkel turning around and waving his stick, he put the silver sword of keys in front of him, trying to use the sword of keys to block Mikkel's attack, but obviously Ludo Yun didn't feel how much strength Mikkel used, but a strange and powerful impact was still transmitted from the key sword to his hands, and then from both hands to every corner of his body, and finally Ludo Yun looked like it was a meteor that was smashed and flew out. Is it an exile? Along the way, Ludo Yun didn't know how many trees it knocked down. When he knocked down the last big tree, Ludo Yun, who was knocked into the air, stopped. According to Ludo Yun's estimation, he was probably knocked into the air by Mikkel. Hundreds of meters away. Even though he has a physique that is 100 times higher than that of an ordinary person, Ludo Yun still doesn't feel very well. The bruise on his back is not too serious, but not too light. Yagrush and Ymir. These two wooden sticks represent exile and pursuit respectively, and this is an alternative embodiment of Mikkel's storm and thunder powers, but this is not an elemental attack, but is transmitted to the victim in the form of a concept. Attacker, storm is exile, thunder is pursuit. And Ludo Yun also blocked the thunder carried by the chaser by relying on the effect of the key sword to cancel the ability. Supporting the ground with his hands, after standing up, Ludo Yun wiped the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand holding the sword of the spoon, and then temporarily inserted the sword of the spoon on the ground to shake the soil on his body. Then he picked up the key sword again and looked at the war god and the god king who were already at war. In the distance, Velislana and Mikkel are entangled again. Both gods of disobedience have the power of thunder, and both will be hurt by thunder. Therefore, the thunder in the sky has not only flickered, but has not stopped for a moment, because the two gods of disobedience both want to let their thunder hit each other and bring obstacles to the other party, and want to take this moment to give a fatal blow with the opponent. This is the return gift just now, take it well. God King of the Mediterranean Sea. Light, obey my orders. Gather here and turn into sharp arrows. With a certain momentum, penetrate my obstacles. Under Ludo Yun's call, the endless light elements gathered beside him, and even Velislana and Mikkel, who were fighting, were also affected, and inadvertently turned their attention to Ludo Yun. Tens of thousands of golden arrows gathered beside Ludo Yun, illuminating the land where Ludo Yun was located in a golden light, and then at will, the direction of the arrows instantly pointed to Velislana and Mikkel, under the control of Ludo Yun. All the golden arrows shot towards the war god and the god king. Velislana and Mikkel kept waving their golden arrows, Yagrush and Ymir to cut off the golden arrows that shot at them, but because the number of golden arrows was too many, in Velislana and Mikkel was shot when it was too late to react. Then the second arrow, the third arrow, the fourth arrow, tens of thousands of golden arrows drew a beautiful arc in the air, hitting Velislana and Mikkel. Boom, boom, boom. A strong explosion sounded again on the entire coast, and with the strong vibration of the explosion spread from the coast to the entire Sardinia, so the entire Sardinia shook violently under Lugo Yun's blow. The violent shaking will be thought to be an earthquake, and all the people who are still sleeping will wake up. After half a minute, the effect of Lugo Yun's power, a certain golden arrow rain on Sardinia, completely disappeared. After the dust dissipated, Lugo Yun's original coast, nearly 10 kilometers, was smashed and completely sank to the bottom of the sea. At this moment, Lugo Yun had already taken back the sword of the key and leaned on the hand with the sword of the key. A piece of driftwood floating on the sea. Tisk. It's really inconvenient to not have the ability to fly. Just as Lugo Yun was complaining about his power, dawn slowly rose from the sea level in the east, and the sun shone on the sea and Lugo Yun's face. Then Velislana flew out of the sea, and at this moment Velislana, who was bathed in blood, looked like a real god of war under the sunlight. Ha ha ha! My old enemy! My chance for victory has come. Thanks to the summer wind boss for the reward. Asterisk. Chapter 33, The God King Who Retired. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. My Lord Mitra, please grant me the strength to fight again. Velislana was the war god of ancient Persia and the guardian who served Mitra, the god of light. And Mitra is the incarnation of the sun, so Velislana also has a relationship with the sun. Ah! I feel it, this is the dawn of victory for me. So after the dawn, Velislana's strength will also increase to a certain extent, and his injuries will be slowly repaired by the sun's rays, but you're not the only one who has a relationship with the sun. Lugo Yun, who was leaning against the trees and floating on the sea, said Welslaner, who was laughing in the air as the dawn rose. The first god Apollo killed by Lugo Yun was also Helios. In mythology, he has the title of the sun god. He has the power to run the sun, and like Mitra, he is the replacement of the sun. Although Lugo Yun did not get the power of the sun after killing Apollo, the golden arrow still has an inextricable relationship with the sun, so it is only natural that Lugo Yun consumed the magic power before. As well as the damage received, like Welslaner, he has recovered to a certain extent because of the presence of dawn. Ha ha ha! My old enemy! I know from your previous attack, which god you said killed. In the air, Welslaner lowered his head and laughed as he looked at Lugo Yun floating on the sea. For Lugo Yun, who has been accustomed to a high position after more than 9 months, this feeling of being overlooked is quite uncomfortable. With the skill of my words, let the justice of the world be manifested. These spells are powerful and eloquent. They are the sword of wisdom that guards victory. Above the sky, the pointer on the roulette wheel behind Welslaner pointed to warrior again. Godslayer, the god you killed was Apollo, the god of the sun, a god in ancient Greek mythology, an existence equal to my lord Mitra. Read the truth about Lugo Yun's killing of the gods in Velislana. Just when Lugo Yun felt that his power was slowly being sealed, a black shadow appeared under the sea level, and then the black shadow broke through the sea and drilled out from below. It was really because of Lugo Yun's power that he sank to the bottom of the sea for a short time. The Mediterranean god king, Mikkel. Son of fools. At this time, Mikkel was obviously not as calm as before. Chang Ran on his chin was killed by more than half of Lugo Yun's power. The armor on his body was completely shattered, and the scars on his body were much more than before. People. At this time, after Mikkel surfaced, he was looking at the sea with Yagrush and Eimer in his hands, apparently looking for Lugo Yun. As for Lugo Yun, it was because the waves generated by Mikkel's huge body when it broke the sea level and surfaced were slapped into the distance, and because Mikkel suddenly emerged from the sea, it temporarily interrupted Welislana's waves. Word spirit, so Lugo Yun's power was not sealed. Welslaner, whose speech was interrupted, frowned even more and looked at Mikkel with a bad look. After all, Mikkel interrupted his opportunity to win. And the current Mikkel was seriously injured because of Lugo Yun's previous attack, and his state can be said to have fallen to a low point. Therefore, in Welleslana's idea, it is natural to first deal with Logoyun, who obviously has more energy, and then in the round to the seriously injured Merkel, but now. Mikkel kept looking around on the sea, and finally found Logoyun's figure. Yagrush. Eimer. Pursue me, a pair of weapons for my minions, chase the son of the fool who is trying to kill God. Let him know the power of our anger. At the moment when he found Logoyun, the god king of the Mediterranean Sea immediately released his power, but because Mikkel was seriously injured, the pair of gods Yagrush and Eimer chased the war god Velisra before. Not only the power is reduced, but the speed is also much slower. You broke the contract and brought sin to the world. The Lord said, the sinner will be punished. Smash his back, dig out his bones, hair, and brain, and trample his blood and soil. If I have sharp teeth, it is hard to get close. Those who violate the contract will follow the words of the Lord and give the hammer of destruction to those who violate the contract. Welleslana shouted the spirit of words, and the pointer on the roulette behind him instantly pointed to Wild Boar. Welleslana raised his arms and threw the huge wild boar from the top to the Mediterranean Sea, which interrupted his chanting spirit. The King of Gods. The huge wild boar charged down with the momentum of crushing everything, and hit Mikkel in less than a second. Damn God of War! Although Mikkel resisted with all his strength, he, who was already insufficient in strength, slowly exhausted under the wrestling with the wild boar, and was finally rammed into the sea again by the wild boar. Light, obey my orders. Gather here and turn into sharp arrows. With a certain momentum, penetrate my obstacles. Logoyun, who saw this scene, certainly did not miss the opportunity to harvest Merkel, and immediately released his power. Because of the rising of the sun, the light element that Logoyun could summon became more abundant. Finally, under the control of Logoyun, the 1-meter-long golden arrow fell straight down from the sky where Mikkel was smashed into the sea by the wild boar, and finally plunged straight into Mikkel's atrium. The God King returned to the myth. This is the strongest arrow that Logoyun has been able to produce so far. Compared to the time when he competed with the King of Swords Salvatore Toni, although the length has become smaller, the power has become larger. A mushroom cloud rose from the bottom of the sea, and Logoyun was pushed directly to the new coast several kilometers away. The strong wind howled, overturning and destroying everything within hundreds of kilometers. However, such a golden arrow Logoyun is still able to dozens of them made. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that the King of Gods would be the first to leave the stage. But that's fine, so that no one will disturb our duel again. Welleslana flew in the air with his feet on the wind, and aimed the sword of word spirit at Logoyun who had just returned to the shore. The roulette wheel behind him was extraordinarily sacred under the sunlight. Oh, I don't know who will kill the deer. After landing, Logoyun still held the secret of Prometheus in his left hand, and in his right hand he took out the silver spoon that he had put back in his mind and turned it into a sort of spoon in his hand. Targeted Welleslana in the air. Ha ha ha, well said, old enemy. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and no one can guarantee that it will not be him who will be defeated in the next second. I am the strongest, the one who holds all victories in my hand. Whether it is human or demon, I will defeat anyone who stands in the way of all enemies, whether they are human or demons, I will defeat any enemy who stands in their way. O bull with shining golden horns, give me help. The pointer on the roulette wheel behind the war god turned to bull with the sound of the word spirit, and the ability to shake the mountain in an instant was blessed by Welleslana, and then Welleslana put the sword of the word spirit on his body. With a wave of his hand, Logoyun, who was on the ground, obeyed like a falling eagle. The final battle between the ancient Persian war god and the god-killing demon king is about to start. Thanks to the Bookfinder boss for his monthly vote. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Conditions for Victory. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. When Welleslana obeyed, Logoyun originally planned to summon the white horse from the secret of Prometheus to give Welslaner a fatal blow. However, because the speed of Welslaner's dive was too fast, Logoyun subconsciously raised the key sword in his right hand in front of him in an attempt to block Welslaner's attack. Boom! After the blessing of Bull, Velislana already has the power to shake the mountains, plus the impact of swooping down, in Logoyun's key sword and Welislana's spirit of words at the moment of contact with the sword. Although Logoyun's key sword blocked the power of the Velislana bull from being transmitted to him, the power of the bull and Velislana swooped down. The impact still spread to the earth. The entire land seemed to be smashed by a meteorite, forming a crater 10 kilometers in diameter with Logoyun as the center. A magical tool I've never seen before. After seeing Logoyun blocking his attack, Welslaner frowned, and then saw Logoyun's key sword drop his feet on the ground. Thorn, pick, hack, chop. In just a few seconds, Welslaner and Logoyun fought dozens of times. Welslaner frowned, because during the brief fight with Logoyun just now, Welslaner felt the power contained in the key sword in Logoyun's hand with an unspeakable evil. Confusion. But what Welslana felt most clearly was the power that belonged to space-time. On the other hand, Logoyun's cheek was scratched by rock fragments caused by the shattering of the ground caused by Velislana swooping down from the sky, and several new scars were added to his body. In the face of the fierce attack of Welislaner's swordsmanship like a storm, Logoyun's defense became weaker and weaker. After all, how could the mortal swordsmanship who had only practiced for more than 9 months be comparable to that of a mortal swordsmanship of the god's domain? But before Logoyun had time to think about how to get rid of Welislana's lingering onslaught, Welslaner actually stepped back. Logoyun, who immediately reacted, immediately ordered the light element, and in an instant, several flashing golden arrows shot towards the retreating Velislana. When he saw the golden arrow that was shot towards him, the sword of word spirit in Velislana's hand slashed all the arrows with a single flick. As for why Velislana gave up the original advantage, it was because of the palpitations that Velislana felt every time Welislana's sword of words and Logoyun's sword of keys collided. And the sense of threat will be a little more. Although Welslaner didn't know where the palpitations and threats came from, Welslaner chose to step back for a while. Of course, after Velislana didn't collide with the key sword, although the feeling of heart palpitations still existed temporarily, the sense of being threatened by a powerful force kept him away. Oh old enemy, where did this divine tool come from? Welslaner clenched the sword of word spirit with both hands and aimed the sword tip at Logoyun, but his eyes were always on Logoyun's right hand, to be precise, the sword of the spoon held by Logoyun's right hand. On the sword. Indestructible, able to resist power, with a strong sense of erosion. Velislana, who did not know the origin of the silver key, asked Logoyun a question. This is the divine tool and the silver key owned by a great being called Prime Eternal named Tavur Art-Umr. Logoyun answered Welislana's question without hesitation. After all, Logoyun also briefly browsed the myths of this world after becoming a god's lair for more than 9 months. If there is a myth of Thulhu where Tavul Art-Umr is located in this world, Logoyun could not have known it, so Logoyun boldly told the origin of Velislana's silver key. After all, Velislana, who doesn't know the myth of Thulhu, can't forge the sword of spirit of words that can restrain Ta'al Linga, and even if Velislana knows Tavur, he doesn't have the strength to forge that can restrain Tavur. Linga's word spirit sword. Prime Eternal Ta'al Att-Umr. Silver spoon. After Logoyun said the origin of the silver key, Welslaner was obviously stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting that he would reveal his trump card just by asking Logoyun casually, but even though Logoyun said the name Prime Eternal was given, but Velislana still didn't know whether this was the god in that myth. And when he uttered the name, Welslaner had the feeling of being watched by some terrifying being, as if the air had become so thick that he couldn't breathe. This feeling Velislana has only been seen in Zoroastrianism, the Zoroastrian evil god Angola Manuel, who is now known as Zoroastrianism. Are you being watched even when you say your name? No, this is an evil being stronger than Angola Manuel, this powerful divine force full of ominous, obscure, and cursed. Although Velislana didn't know about Tavel's existence, he clearly regarded him as an evil existence stronger than Angola Manuel in his heart. As the god of war, Welslaner obviously has self-knowledge, and he will not easily provoke the existence that he can only look up to. After all, it will only bring death to himself, and he will be run over by others. The feeling of pressure is not happy for this war god who cheers for the battle. So Welslaner did not go to the existence of the Prime Eternal, but once again put his sight on Luoyun. However, Welslaner obviously got Tavel wrong. After all, who would care about the words and thoughts of the ants? It was only because Luoyun took out the silver spoon for too long that he paid special attention to it. As for looking at Velislana, it was just because he became Luoyun's enemy, so he took a look. The war god began to think about how to defeat Luoyun. Bull can only enhance his own strength and it doesn't work for Luoyun. Goat's lightning will also be cut off by the sword of the key in Luoyun's hands. Wild Boar worked with Luoyun to send Mikkel back to mythology. It will take 24 hours if you want to use it, but obviously you can't wait that long. White Horse is in the Prometheus slate in the opponent's hand. As for the other phoenix, the power within the male sheep juvenile also does not have much effect. On the other hand, Luoyun didn't act rashly when he looked at Velislana, who was in deep thought. Although Luoyun still had nearly 3/5 of the remaining magic power in his body, as long as Velislana didn't let it go. Once the word Spirit Sword is used, Luoyun will not take rash attacks. After all, the sword of the spirit of words is the sword that cuts off the spirit, and it is possible to cut off his own spirit. Of course, Welslaner is not stupid enough to do so, but the power White Horse that originally belonged to him is now in Luoyun's hands. Only after Velislaner used the sword of words, and then steeled his sword of words with the secret of Prometheus, sealing Velislaner could revive his own power the ram to defeat him. And the condition for the activation of the secret of Prometheus is when it has the right to activate it. However, even if it fails at that time, Luoyun is sure to summon the existence who is suspected of Tavel to appear. Thanks to the monthly pass of the big guy Yue Lan Y. Asterisk. Chapter 35. Now it's the turn of the knight and the witch. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Just when Luoyun and Welslaner were at war. Far from the battlefield, the former wealthy area of Sardinia now belongs to the luxurious mansion of Luoyun's site. Erica was wearing a silk lace night dress, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in Luoyun's bedroom, her hands lightly placed on the transparent glass and felt the coldness above. The other side of the glass was covered with water droplets and was cold. The rain was still beating against the glass. The strong wind outside knocked the trees on the ground, but it was all cut off by the windows. Boom! The thunder light flashed not far away, and the violent thunder god roared again and spread to Erica's ears. Erica had seen these flashing thunder and lightning many times. The originally good-looking brows are now wrinkled, and he looks worriedly through the window to the cloudy sky outside. Behind Erica, the three people who were still sleeping, now only Kernatiazola is left lying on the bed in a simple purple night dress that can reveal the white lotus roots. With one hand supporting, she looked sideways at Erica, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Are you still worried about the king? It's not like you didn't see the confident look on the face of the king before he left. A minute later, looking at Erica, who was still standing in front of the window and watching the storm raging outside, Luculaziazola couldn't help but said to Erica. But what she said was Erica's turn back in less than a second, and then Erica put her eyes out of the window again, and then responded to what Luculaziazola said just now. Aren't you concerned about the victory or defeat? You are obviously worried about the safety of the king just like us, but you pretend to be leisurely there, or is this the so-called adult restraint? Erica's words were already filled with a little sarcasm. And Luculaziazola didn't care about Erica's ridicule, but replied, if it seems to you, then so be it. After all, in this family where the king is not, I am the eldest, but I want to make the first statement. Elder, are you saying that you are the oldest among us? For some reason, Erica's mood is getting worse and worse as there are more and more lightning, thunder, and vibrations outside. Hey, even if we are both the king's favorite concubine, I'll be angry if you say that. Even a witch like Lucrezia would care about the issue of age. Of course, she wouldn't be too angry with Erica's attitude just now. After all, the entire Sardinia could feel the violent shock just now. Got it, which shows how tragic the battle between Luoyun and the god of disobedience is. Of course, in the future, Lucrezia will also give her some small shoes because of Erica's problem just now. Although Lucrezia didn't care about Erica's attitude, the issue of being called an old woman still had to be disputed with Erica. At this moment, Liliana, who was dressed in her usual night attire and had her beloved sword pinned to her waist, pushed open the door. The sound of the door being pushed open made Erica turn around, and she looked at Liliana. Erica, who had returned to the bedroom, and asked her own questions. Lily, why did you come up? Liliana looked at the unstoppable storm outside the house through the window behind Erica, and then replied, the preparations are over, just wait for the king to come back. As for Liliana and Erica's preparations, it was naturally the food used for Luoyun's celebration, a lot of which were Luoyun's usual favorites. Are we really not going to see Erica? This time it was Liliana's turn to ask questions. After the previous battle, do you think, Lily, that we are qualified to enter the battlefield of the king? Although God Golta's spiritual words and David's spiritual words may hurt the god of disobedience, but we can't even block the power of a disobedient god, then the king will not only have to face the disobedient god but also be distracted to protect the two of us. Being distracted on the battlefield is a big no-no, don't you even know this as a king knight? It was Lucrezia who comforted Erica just now, and now it was Erica's turn to persuade Liliana. It could be said that Feng Shui took turns. Of course I know, but Liliana, who has always advertised herself as a knight, of course knew this, but she couldn't contain her worries. Okay Lily, although we can't help the king on the battlefield, we can still do something else, can't we? You mean? That's right, we can also look for the sacred tool that may summon the gods who do not obey. Summon the god of disobedience. Obviously, Liliana, who has had the experience of summoning the god of disobedience once, is still somewhat resistant to what Erica said about summoning the god of disobedience. After all, Liliana participated in the summoning of the god of disobedience that time. The ceremony was forced by the Marquis of Vauban. Moreover, in the summoning ceremony, the other priestesses, except for her and the girl who thought she was even in the island country, either died on the spot or became stupid because they couldn't bear the coming of the god of disobedience, and the priestesses who fled because of fear before the ceremony were even more tortured. Marquis Vauban mercilessly turned his power into a pillar of salt. After persuading Liliana, Erica, who had calmed down, looked at Lucrezia, who was lazy on the bed, with apology in her eyes, and said, sorry, I was a little too emotional just now. Regarding Erica's apology, Lucrezia shook her head and said that she didn't care, but she was actually thinking about how to wear small shoes to Erica without hurting them. Kindness, thus making Luoyun angry. Erica, who thought she had received Lucrezia's forgiveness, took a few steps and came to the bedside, picked up the phone on her pillow, turned it on, and then dug out a phone and called out. The king. After seeing Erica's actions, Liliana first glanced at the continuous storm outside the window, and then took out her mobile phone and pulled out a number to call her master, who is now the Bronze Black Cross. Commander Diana. Seeing the actions of the two girls, Lucrezia, who was lying lazily on the bed, also took out her mobile phone and sent a message to her own magic associations. In fact, many of these magic associations knew about it. a small and medium-sized magic association that Lucarasi went to after becoming Luo Yun's favorite concubine. And they, who could only survive in the cracks before, were considered to be protected by Luo Yun after allegiance to them. Of course, Lucarasi also told Luo Yun about this matter, and only after obtaining Luo Yun's consent. Maid. It's time to repay the king for the magic society that has been sheltered by the king. Thanks to the Wind of Summer boss for the monthly pass. Asterisk. Chapter 36 Your sword is my sword. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Luo Yun has no idea about the actions of Erika and others. After all, Luo Yun is still facing off against Velislana on the battlefield. Now is the time to start our second round, old enemy. In just a few seconds, Velislana made a good decision. The magic power on his body began to spread and a golden light appeared, which was a sign before Velislana's sword of word spirit was activated. Velislana will then hold the blank sword of words aloft. Seeing Velislana's action, Luo Yun's brow furrowed and he reacted immediately. At this time, Velislana didn't know about Tavel's existence, so now he should be the first to seal his must-hit golden arrow power. Make yourself lose the right to take the initiative to attack. In fact, this is what Luo Yun hopes. After all, only in this way can he have the chance to Prometheus's secret. Of course, even if he is happy, Luo Yun will not show his mood on the battlefield. With the skill of my words, let the justice of the world manifest. These spells are powerful and eloquent. They are the sword of wisdom that greets victory. The dazzling light caused Luo Yun to narrow his eyes. The devastated land, destroyed trees, and broken rocks disappeared under the drive of Velislana's word spirit. In the blink of an eye, when Luo Yun opened his eyes again, he saw only a piece of gold. The ground, the mountains, and the sky are all covered with golden swords inscribed with ancient Persian sacred texts. This is one of the most powerful powers of Velislana. The power of warrior reveals the spirit of the opponent. After knowing the spirit of the opponent, the golden sword field. In the center of the golden sword field, Velislana held the sword of word spirit, pointed the tip of the sword at Luo Yun, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and looked at Luo Yun with a smile. O old enemy! This is my strongest strength. Wisdom is strength. Words are weapons. Those who overcome obstacles deserve my blessings and curses. The magic power in Luo Yun's body surged, and Luo Yun, who was trying to mobilize the light element, could clearly feel that it was extremely difficult for the light element close to him to gather, and finally Luo Yun had to give up. Should I say that it is the strongest weapon in the original book besides the Usurp Rise Exchange and the Sword of Salvation? Just unfolding it is already sealing my power. On the other hand, Velislana, with the wisdom of the gods and the insight of the Sword of Words, had already guessed the gods that Luo Yun killed, and when he tried to seal Luo Yun's power, he was killed by Mei. Karl got in the way, so it didn't work. But now with only Luo Yun and Velislana. O old enemy, I already know the god who killed you. He is one of the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus in ancient Greek mythology, Apollo the sun god. His full name is Phoebus Apollo, the son of Zeus and the Titan goddess Leto, the twin brother of Artemis, the goddess of the moon, and the god of light, prophecy, music, and medicine in ancient Greek mythology. Is the god of dispelling disasters and solving calamities, and also the protector of human civilization, migration, and navigators. Originally Apollo only had powers like light and prophecy, but around the late 3rd century AD, Apollo was regarded as Helios, and from then on Apollo had the power of the sun, and with the entry of history into the city, after the establishment of Rome, Apollo became the sun god. Soul in Roman mythology, therefore, Apollo is the god of the trinity of light, prophecy, and the sun. Under Velislana's words, the sharp swords that were originally hanging upside down in the sky, all turned and aimed their blades at the ground, one by one shot towards Luo Yun, even though Luo Yun used the key of the key. Sword blocked some of the sharp swords, but most of the sharp swords still cut Luo Yun's body. But Luo Yun didn't feel any pain, and he didn't have any scars on his body, but Luo Yun found it more and more difficult to use his powers. No matter what happened to Luo Yun's side, Wells Laner continued to recite the words. Phobos Apollo, his name even means destroying evil. As the god of expelling evil, he also thinks that he is a powerful long-range god of war, marked by a silver bow. Unlike other Greek gods, Apollo is generally kind, but the sky is cloudy and the people are lucky and misfortune, so are the gods. When Apollo was born, the jealous queen Hera couldn't bear it because she could not tolerate it. Other goddesses gave birth to children for Zeus, not only ordered the prohibition of the earth to give Leto a place to give birth, but also sent a giant snake skin to chase and kill, and finally Leto's sister Asteria turned into a nameless island and died in Poland. With the help of Sidon, Artemis and Apollo were born. The sharp swords on the ground rose and gathered behind Velislana, ready to attack. And when Apollo grew up, in order to avenge his mother, when Hera was the queen, Apollo chose Pitong. After that, Apollo chased and killed him all the way, and at Delphi he used a shower of golden arrows. Killed Pitong, and Apollo was punished for it. This is the god's lair, the truth of your power. Tens of millions of swords poured out and shot at Luo Yun like a gust of wind and rain. These were all swords of words forged by Velislana in order to cut off Luo Yun's power. Facing such an attack, Luo Yun seemed to give up and stuck the sword of keys on the ground. While the sword of word spirit drowned Luo Yun, it also blocked Velislana's sight. The sword of the spirit of words cut off Luo Yun's power and left large and small wounds on his body, but Luo Yun stood still and pointed the stone tablet engraved with the pattern of a locked man in his left hand at Wei. Velislana. Taste your own fire, Velislana. The secret book of Prometheus shone, and a handsome white horse ran towards Velislana with the flames of the sun. What? When he saw White Horse, Velislana's pupils shrank instantly. Wells Laner wanted to dodge, but White Horse was too fast. In the end, when he just made a move, he was caught hit. Velislaner's figure emerged from the fire of the sun, the pain of being burned by the flames, even the war god could not strain his nerves. It turns out that it is only at this time that the secret recipe is used. As the sun's fire burned violently, the pointer on the wheel behind Wells Laner pointed to the ram. Animals such as sheep, cattle, and horses occupied an extremely important position in the past farming era. People often sacrificed these animals to the gods in order to harvest, and prayed to the gods to bless them with a good harvest. And a good harvest represents the grace of the earth and is the continuation of life. Therefore, the ram will receive the protection of its vitality when Velislana is dying, and Velislana will also achieve this. Resurrection Sacred Ritual. Wells Laner, who was continuously burned by the sun's fire, inserted the sword of word spirit on the ground and half knelt on the ground. His face was pale, and even his breath was extremely unstable. But, God's lair, do you think you can defeat me like this? Using the sword of words to support his body, Velislana stood up with difficulty, just when he wanted to use the sword of words to seal the secret of Prometheus in Luo Yun's hand to avoid when it steals the power that it can resurrect itself. Prometheus is. The corner of Luo Yun's mouth twitched into a small arc, and then Luo Yun threw the sword of spoon with all his strength in his right hand. With great strength, the key sword easily penetrated Velislana's arm holding the sword of words. With a bang-bang sound, the sword of word spirit originally held in Velislana's hand fell to the ground as if it had been discarded at random. The golden sword domain also dissipated instantly at the same time as the sword of word spirit was dropped. Luo Yun and Wells Laner is back in the huge crater. Then Luo Yun held the slate high, the secret of Prometheus. Bring me the sword of word spirit of Velislana. Thanks for the monthly pass of the two-dimensional long live boss. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Goodbye Pandora. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Ha ha ha. So it is. So it is. It turns out that your purpose, fool, has been my word spirit sword from the very beginning. I'll just say, why don't you use the thief's slate, so you've been waiting for this moment. Wellesliner, who was standing on the ground with difficulty, covered his face with one hand on his hip and laughed wildly. The moment Luoyun got the sword of word spirit with the secret of Prometheus, Wellesliner finally understood Luoyun's plan. It turned out that Luoyun had already figured out how to deal with himself as early as when one person and one god met. Facing Wellesliner's question, Luoyun just nodded. Wellesliner continued, "Go ahead, Demon Lord, you won." Wellesliner's name for Luoyun changed again. Then Wellesliner opened his hands as if to welcome death. After all, the enemy had already obtained the sword of the spirit of words that could cut off the spirit. Now that he has no ability to resist, his resurrection ability is about to be sealed. Now that the defeat has been decided, he is also showing a cheerful smile. Only by facing death without fear can he return to the myth with dignity. At this moment, Wellesliner also had to admire Luoyun, and he had already arranged the ending when he met him for the first time. Of course, Wellesliner would never know that it was just because Luoyun had read the original book and understood this. The world is about to go. After seeing that Wellesliner did not resist and was ready to return to the myth, Luoyun directly aimed the sword of the word spirit at him, and the next moment, the word spirit sounded. Wellesliner is the ancient Persian military god, and the guardian of Mitra, the god of light. Mitra is the incarnation of the sun. Therefore, Wellesliner also has a relationship with the sun. Following Luoyun's chanting, the golden sword region unfolded again, but this time, the sword of word spirit was aimed at Wellesliner. At the same time, Wellesliner will also have a close relationship with Hercules, the god of conquest, strong wind, bull, white horse, camel, wild boar, juvenile, phoenix, male, goat, and a human warrior with a golden sword. He is an invincible war god with 10 incarnations. Not only that, Wellesliner is known as the Keeper of Light in Western Asia, and has the same origins as Radi Indra in India. The swords of words fell from the sky and rose from the earth, but, without exception, these swords of words penetrated Wellesliner's body, and accompanied Luoyun's words to seal him continuously. Power. When Luoyun read out the title of the undefeated god of war, Wellesliner showed a wry smile for the first time. After all, this title is now more like a satire to him. So Wellesliner is not only the god of victory, but also the guardian of the kingship and the people. After Luoyun finished reciting the knowledge that Erica, Liliana, and Lucrezia imparted to him last night, the sword of word spirit also sealed Wellesliner's power and was sealed. The Wellesliner has also lost the power of resurrection, and now it is only necessary to wait for the sun's fire to burn the Wellesliner to the ground. At Luoyun's call, the sword of keys that penetrated Wellesliner's body and stuck on the ground flew back to Luoyun's hands, and then returned the silver key to Luoyun's body again. Then Luoyun looked at Wellesliner, who had no threat to him now, and who was almost burned by the sun's fire but still conscious, and asked, "Is there anything else you want to say?" "Bless you, Demon King, you have defeated the gods once again. Before the next meeting with me, I will fight with my power and continue to win. At that time, I will think of you slowly begging to lose. Victory for you." In the end, Wellesliner was sent back to myth by the fire of the sun. Wellesliner returned to mythology. The sword of word spirit in Luoyun's hand returned to mythology following the war god, and the golden sword domain created by the sword of word spirit also disappeared. Of course, Luoyun returned to reality again. To be honest, Luoyun actually still admires this war god. After all, he was so scorched by the sun's fire that he didn't even utter a scream. If it were himself at the time, I'm afraid the pain would have started a long time ago. Roll all over the place. After all, the temperature of the fire of the sun is many times higher than that of the blood of the god Apollo, and the blood of Apollo almost made himself scream, not to mention the fire of the sun. After Velaslana's return to mythology, Luoyun, who was safe because of the surrounding environment, also began to feel tired, not only physically but also mentally, whether it was facing the god king of the Mediterranean or the war god. Luoyun, my spirit is like a string, it has been tense all the time, so I feel so tired when I relax. Luoyun patted his cheek to forcibly cheer up, walked out of the crater caused by the battle with Velaslana, then found a big tree and sat down, and then performed a small magic trick to put his clothes on. Water evaporates. After all, in terms of general rationality, if you sleep in wet clothes, you will catch a cold when you wake up. Of course, with Luoyun's current physique, she is not willing to catch a cold at all, but Luoyun has not given up on her long-standing habit. At this time, the storm that had originally started because of the coming of the god of disobedience also stopped. The sun dispelled the dark clouds and shone through the clouds on the ground. Luoyun sniffed the fishy smell that the soil exuded after the rainstorm stopped, and slowly closed his eyes. Really, this child is so old. When he came here this time, why is he still awake? Mom's legs are going numb. A tender, lively, cute, yet seductive whine rang out in his ears. Luoyun, who had heard such a voice once, certainly would not forget that this is being imprisoned in the underworld, claiming to be the mother of all God's layers. Pandora's unique voice. Along with the refreshing fragrance, Luoyun opened his eyes and saw Pandora's purple ponytail swaying gently on both sides, and the originally beautiful pupils were full of resentment. Although Luoyun found his head resting on Pandora's thigh again. Feel sorry. And Luoyun, who noticed Pandora's expression, also got up immediately and whispered sorry. Then Luoyun asked Pandora, based on what Pandora said before he opened his eyes, "How long have I been asleep?" Pandora rubbed her numb legs, blinked her eyes, and then said to Luoyun, "You've been suppressing Mama for 500 years. Really?" Luoyun raised his brows at the time Pandora said, obviously not believing it. If Pandora said it was a few days, Luoyun might have believed it. After all, only Luoyun knew about the fatigue this time. Time is clearly a fabrication by Pandora. Happy Children's Day. Asterisk. Chapter 38. The Earth Goddess has a 1,000-year-old grudge. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. After seeing that Luoyun couldn't be deceived, Pandora said a little discouraged, Okay, I'll say it, it's been nearly 3 hours since you came to Yushiki. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen a human being who can stay in the netherworld for more than an hour. You must know that the netherworld is the border between life and immortality, and even a god's lair can't stay here for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so special. Can you let Mum study your structure? At the end of the conversation, Pandora's big watery eyes were full of curiosity. If Luoyun hadn't put her hand on Pandora's forehead, I'm afraid she would have already deceived her and started to look for the difference between Luoyun and ordinary people. A few minutes later, under Luoyun's righteous refusal, Pandora temporarily gave up on her idea. But having said that, you were able to send back the god king of the Mediterranean Sea and the victorious war god to the myth. What a strong child! You must know that when Mama saw you fighting with those two barbaric gods, she was worried about Mama to death. Between the words, the god kings and war gods in myths and legends were degraded by Pandora into barbaric gods who only knew battle and destruction. But Luoyun thought about it. Pandora is made of clay in mythology, and the soil comes from the earth, and the earth symbolizes the earth goddess, and both Mikkel and Velaslana have defeated and belied regarding the goddess of earth, although neither of them is the god of steel. Pandora's dislike of these two gods is also a matter of course. But before Pandora could react, Luoyun instantly gave her a hand knife. How many times have I said, you are not my mother? Although there was not much pain, Pandora still squatted on the ground, holding her small head with her hands, making a look of holding her head and squatting in defense. Her beautiful eyes were full of tears and looked at them with extremely resentful eyes. looking at Luoyun as if he had done something unforgivable. "Why do I have a child like you, Mom?" The pretentious voice came out of Pandora's mouth, almost giving Luoyun a drop of goosebumps. After that, Pandora stayed like this, keeping the holding head and squatting defense position, and finally Luoyun couldn't bear it any longer. "Well, don't pretend, I didn't use too much force." After enjoying Luoyun's stroking for a while like a cat, Pandora finally patted off Luoyun's thug who was still messing around on his head with his little hand. "Are you feeling better now?" Looking at Pandora's slightly red eyes, Luoyun asked with concern. After getting Pandora's nod, Luoyun finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then continued to ask, "Can we perform dark sacrifice now?" After Luoyun asked this question, Pandora gave Luoyun a suspicious look, as if asking, "Did you comfort me just for the sake of a dark sacrifice?" However, Luoyun stared straight at Pandora without any answer. After a few seconds, Pandora, who found that his method didn't work, had to give up and began to start to perform dark sacrifice for Luoyun. Finished. Pandora looked at Luoyun with a look of joy, like a child who asked for candy like an adult after doing the right thing, although this child no longer knew how old he was. Is this done? Different from Pandora, Luoyun is now confused. Because a few minutes ago, after Luoyun performed the dark sacrifice on Pandora for himself, Pandora summoned a magic circle that obviously did not belong to this world, and then began to fiddle with Luoyun. But those are not important. The important thing is that Luoyun has only learned magic for more than 9 months and now only knows some small magic, but he can still understand the basics of magic structure. Isn't Pandora's hand healing magic? Although it is a healing magic that is stronger than reality, I don't know how many times, but what does this have to do with Luoyun's dark sacrifice in the air? It is impossible that the healing magic in Pandora's hands is the dark sacrifice. And just when Luoyun started to think about the relationship between this magic and the dark sacrifice, Pandora told Luoyun that dark sacrifice had been completed. This. What kind of eyes are you looking at? Dark sacrifice was already activated when you killed the god of disobedience. Looking at Luoyun and his suspicious eyes, Pandora made a dissatisfied voice. What about your role? It's not always a mascot, is it? After hearing Pandora's explanation, Luoyun made a questioning voice again. Luoyun's words made Pandora, who was already a little embarrassed, even more embarrassed, but this embarrassment became extremely angry because of Luoyun's eyes. And Pandora's anger came quickly, although Usurp-Rise exchange was created in the distant past when he was still Gaia. At that time, the rise of the hero of steel was unstoppable. So at that time, Pandora combined most of the Earth Goddess to create this super large magic that covers the entire planet, and wanted to create a god killer to resist the hero of steel. The Mother Earth God succeeded, but also failed. Although God's layers are created, these God's layers are indiscriminate attacks on gods, whether it is the Earth Goddess or the hero of steel, and sometimes even same-kind cannibalism. At that time, it can be said to be the darkest period of the Earth Goddesses. Not only did they have to be defeated by the hero of steel and then deprived of their spiritual status to be degraded in the mythology, they also had to be hunted down by the gods' layers they created to take power. At that time, Pandora, or Gaia, after all, had to face the pursuit and devaluation of his own brothers, and even more to face the self-blame of the goddesses who participated in the creation Usurp-Rise exchange. Quite uncomfortable. In the end, the resistance of the mother goddesses failed, the original mother of the earth. Gaia was degraded to the current witch of calamity. Pandora, and in the battle of gods, she was chased by the god's lair and finally led to her being the hero of steel. The resentment of the slain earth goddesses affects the ring of usurpation. The Gaia, who was reduced to Pandora, was sealed in the boundary between life and death, netherworld, and because of the seal, Pandora could not use the ring of usurpation at will. A backhand left behind when the Usurp-Rise exchange was created. That is, Dark Priest to influence the Ring of Usurpation, to create a new god killer, in an attempt to overthrow the rule of the Hero of Steel one day in the future, so that the Mother Goddess will come to the earth again. And every time Pandora uses Dark Sacrifice to activate the Usurp-Rise exchange, a lot of magic power will be squeezed, so when each god's lair is born, Pandora is both joy and pain. In the face of the Ring of Usurpation, the Hero of Steel has also developed a means of coping, Covenant Law. The Hero of Steel uses this magic to pass his magic power through the Covenant Law to bless the selected Hero of Steel. Come on, let him become the King of the End to hunt down the God's lair on the earth. Asterisk. Chapter 39. Am I familiar with you, girl? Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. In the secret world, the boundary between life and death, Pandora knelt on the ground, her eyes were blank, and her whole person exuded an atmosphere of decadence. But regarding Pandora's situation, Luo Yun didn't have any consolation, and even more exaggeratedly said, "Since you are useless now, then hurry up and send me back to this world." After hearing Luo Yun's words, the dejected breath that was still on Pandora was swept away, and the expression on his face turned into a regretful expression. "Hey, I still can't deceive you. It stands to reason that when mother is disappointed, won't child come to comfort mother?" The moment Pandora said these words, Luo Yun slightly curved his fingers, giving Pandora a brain break. "First of all, you are not my mother. Secondly, do I know you very well? Girl, plus we've only met twice this time." Immediately afterwards, Pandora looked at Luo Yun with alluring eyes, and then retorted, "Even if you don't admit that I'm a mother, but how do people think that a beautiful girl is right? As a young man who is still in an impulsive period, can't you comfort me, a beautiful girl? And even if you look cute, it's impossible for me to come up and meet you twice. Why not? Isn't there often an elderly uncle who helps and comforts depressed high school girls in the island country? I'm not the kind of middle-aged uncle who would use money to comfort young girls, and you are too embarrassed to call yourself a girl." In the end, Luo Yun didn't hide the teasing in his eyes. After seeing Luo Yun's eyes, Pandora immediately raised her little mouth in dissatisfaction, and pretended to be very angry and said, "Hey, what kind of eyes are you looking at? Don't they look cute?" Luo Yun also said bluntly, "Cute is cute, but the name girl is another matter. You still call yourself a girl after thousands of years old, don't you have any sense of shame?" Then Luo Yun heard the slight grinding of teeth. Just when Luo Yun thought that the next moment Pandora would suddenly burst out and pounce on him with his teeth, Pandora's face suddenly became calm. "The time has come. See you next time." When Pandora said the last sentence, she said it with a smile, but Luo Yun couldn't see that smile anymore, because the moment Pandora said the words "the time has come," Luo Yun disappeared in the world. In the end, the entire empty border of life and death covered with white fog was left with only Pandora alone. Let's go. For thousands of years, Pandora has reincarnated countless gods' lairs, but someone like Luo Yun who can stay in the world for so long and can talk to himself has never seen Pandora. Which of the previous gods' lairs was not ejected from the netherworld immediately after reincarnation or the completion of Dark Priest? But even if Pandora wanted to talk to them sometimes, the time required for Dark Priest to activate too short. It only takes a short second from the opening of the Dark Sacrifice to the urban exchange to give the power usurped from the gods to the gods' lair. Not only that, except for Luo Yun, Pandora has never seen it. The god's lair can still remember his existence after being sent out of the world. Not to mention teasing each other like Luo Yun. Although Pandora said "see you next time" as if to say hello to an ordinary friend, but who knows how long it will be until Luo Yun's next time to kill a god. I could endure the darkness if I hadn't seen the light. Within a few seconds after Luo Yun disappeared, a sense of loneliness struck Pandora again. In the present world, Luo Yun, leaning on the big tree, slowly woke up. The thick dark clouds that were entrenched in the sky of Sardinia, also because Lugoyun sent Velislana and Mikkel back to the mythology, also slowly followed the breeze. Spread. The dazzling sunlight made Lugoyun involuntarily raise his hand to block them. I'm back. It's too lively to be a god, Pandora. But in fact Lugoyun knows that Pandora's liveliness is just pretending, in fact she is lonely inside. Or rather, from 1,000 years ago. Since the time when Pandora was sealed by the resentment of the Earth Mother to the netherworld without anyone, she has been lonely. I am afraid she has been the first person who can talk to her in the netherworld for thousands of years. Of course, even if he felt sorry for Pandora, it was impossible to save her. Not to mention that I don't have a way to enter the netherworld, even if there is, but I have the strength to cut off the seal made by the resentment of the Mother Goddess and bring Pandora out. And even if Pandora is gone, what if she comes to the present world to restore the status of Gaia, the Mother Goddess, and deal with her in turn? Anime is anime, reality is reality, anime is fixed and can only provide reference for oneself, and reality is not static, so no one can be sure what it will become in the next moment. Therefore, although Pandora's beauty makes her heart fascinated, Lugoyun will not act rashly on Pandora until she is absolutely certain. After sighing, Lugoyun began to feel the promotion and power that he received after killing the war god and the god king. The first is the magic power. According to Lugoyun's perception, the magic power in his body has only increased by a trivial amount compared to the original, not even 1,000th. Therefore, for the god's lair, there is no actual improvement other than power. The second is power. Like the original book, the power that I got from Wellerslana is the 10 incarnations, the strong wind that calls, the bull that blesses the body, the white horse that carries the sun, the camel that delays pain, the wild boar that destroys everything, the juvenile that blesses others with his own strength, the phoenix that puts a huge burden on the body but can improve agility and jumping ability to the extreme, can die the resurrected break, the goat who summons lightning, and the warrior who holds the golden sword that can sever the power of the spirit. In particular, the sword of the spirit of words summoned by the warrior can cut off the spirit. This was used as a plug-in for the protagonist by the author in the original work, but now it has become Lugoyun's weapon. As for the power Master of the Sky usurped from Mikkel, it can set off thunderstorms in a large area, and even in Lugoyun's perception, even if he can guess this power, he can easily set off and completely submerge Sardinia into the storm in the sea. Mikkel didn't use this power with all his strength before. I'm afraid it's not just because the thunderstorm is ineffective for him and Velislana, but also because Sardinia retains his altar and his mythology. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Sorry to bother you. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. The morning sun shone into the room through the dripping windows, but it was blocked by the curtains in the house, and the sparrows were chirping on the roof and in the yard. In the bedroom, the awakened Lugoyun left the warm bed and opened the precious curtains that blocked the sunlight to let the sunlight in, then Lugoyun pushed open the floor-to-ceiling glass door. The early morning breeze not only dispelled the strange smell in the bedroom, but also brought a touch of coolness to the otherwise warm and sultry bedroom. As for the reason why the air-conditioned bedroom is still humid and hot, in the final analysis, the battle between Lugoyun and Velislana and Meeker the day before caused damage to the entire Sardinian circuit, and the staff is still in the process of repairing it. That's right, it's been 2 days since Lugoyun sent Velislana and Mikkel back to the myth. The cool breeze and fresh air in the morning made the rainy, sleepy eyes sober in an instant. In the courtyard below the balcony, Karen and Ariana, who got up early, were watering the ornamental green plants in the courtyard with their kettles. Although Lugoyun was awake, the coolness of the breeze made the 2 sleeping girls in the room wrap themselves in the thin air-conditioning quilt. Good morning, King. After finding that she was standing on the balcony on the 2nd floor watching herself and Ariana working with Lugoyun, Karen immediately said hello to Lugoyun. After Karen spoke up, She realized that Aliena of Luoyun on the balcony on the second floor was also hurriedly saying hello to Luoyun. "Say hello. I have prepared breakfast with Ariana, King." After Luoyun nodded symbolically, after Kalian and Ariana finished watering the green plants in front of her, she put down the kettle in her hand, and then left the courtyard and returned to the kitchen after the new Luoyun saluted. "Prepare to put a delicious breakfast on the dining table after Luoyun goes downstairs." After breakfast, Luoyun sat on a rattan chair in the courtyard, enjoying the coolness of the morning while integrating his existing powers. Luoyun first fused the golden arrow with the attributes of the sun and the white horse with each other to further increase the power and temperature of these two powers, and then combined the goat lightning with the master of the sky. Powers overlap, so Luoyun integrated goat into the master of the sky, making the power of the lightning that he can summon even greater. Originally, Luoyun wanted to combine strong wind from 10 incarnations with master of the sky, but in the end, considering that strong wind still has the ability to call himself, Luoyun temporarily gave up this idea. The rest of the powers could not be integrated due to differences in attributes, so Luoyun did not force it. As it approached noon, Liliana and Erica, who were soundly asleep, woke up leisurely. On the messy bed, Liliana rubbed her sleepy eyes, then looked around the bedroom. At this time, Erica, who woke up first, had already finished washing up. The sleepy Liliana instantly remembered the time she taught Luoyun about mythology last night after seeing Erica. Under Erica's gaze, the color of Liliana's pretty face turned from white to red. "Hey, Lily, you're still blushing now, let me see." On the other side, he was already dressed, and immediately became interested after seeing Liliana's pretty rosy face. The next second, Erica jumped up and came to Liliana's side. "Woo." Liliana, who was particularly shy because of her best friend's teasing, covered her hot and red cheeks with both hands. Then Liliana opened her fingers slightly and looked at Erica through the gap between her fingers. "Aren't you shy, Erica? Besides, last night, the king was too." The shy Liliana didn't say the sentence completely until the end. But didn't nobody force you last night? If you hadn't instigated the king last night, the king would have done such a thing." Seeing the smile on Erica's face, Liliana said reproachfully. "But aren't you very happy after the king praised you a few words yesterday?" Kill you." Erica's words made Liliana feel ashamed instantly. If it wasn't for Liliana's saber not on her body, I'm afraid she would have pulled out her saber and looked at Erica, who was making fun of her. "How cruel, Lily. You want to take the life of your good sister?" "Of course, if it's Lily, I'm willing to give my life to you." "Erica, you." Erica's expression of "you betrayed our friendship" made Liliana almost say "I'm sorry." But fortunately, before Liliana said these words, Erica turned around, with a fox-like cunning in her eyes, a smile like an aristocrat on her face, and a gentle tone. Said, "However, after my death, some people's novels will be published in the whole of Italy." Erica's words made Liliana suddenly anxious and angry, and quickly grabbed Erica's shoulder and gritted her teeth. How did you know?" No need for Liliana to be in a hurry, after all, this can already be regarded as her own dark history. If it is published, she will die socially. Erica, who was grabbed by Liliana's shoulders, was not in a hurry but asked Liliana with interest, "What do you think?" After being questioned by Erica, Liliana immediately calmed down and let go of the hands that grabbed Erica's shoulders. But King did have a little bit of. Erica rubbed her knee that was still a little red. Although it had been a night for the repairing ability of the human body to repair, Erica's knee still appeared after kneeling on the floor for a long time. There are some scratch marks. As Erica talks to herself, Liliana reflects on who was by her side when she was writing her novel. I see. After thinking about it, only Karen knew about writing a novel by herself, which meant that she was betrayed by her maid. Although I don't know what method Erica used to get her to submit, the reason why I am so excited is because my dark history is known, and now I know who the repeat offender is. The main culprit is again before. He. In Erica's strange eyes, Liliana laughed. Then Liliana, who blushed with a pretty face, looked at Erica with a smile and said, "Since you know who the felon is, all you need to do now is to kill you, the main culprit, and then kill the felon." Saying that, Liliana started to activate magic, ready to summon her beloved sword and start moving. When she saw Liliana use magic, Erica, who knew that she was out of play, immediately grabbed Liliana's hands and wanted to stop Liliana. "Lily, you are too funny. I apologize to the head office. Lily, put away the magic." However, who knows that Liliana now doesn't want to listen to Erica's nonsense at all, and just wants to quickly eliminate her dark history. However, the two beautiful girls fell on Luo Yun's bed together while pulling each other, and the two girls showed a wonderful posture. Erica grabbed Liliana's hands and sat on her body. At this time, Luo Yun, who was about to go upstairs after hearing the movement upstairs, opened the door and saw the lilies blooming on his bed. "Maybe it's not the right time for me to come. Sorry for disturbing you." After seeing such a scene, Luo Yun, who felt that he should do something, was like an old father whose pigs would finally bow to cabbage. With a kind smile on his face, he quickly closed the door and left his bedroom. To two girls. But Rao Yun's exclamation has long reached the ears of the two girls. So they still have such a hobby. Then Erica's tragic voice came from the bedroom. "This is a misunderstanding, King." Asterisk. Chapter 41, Shurofield. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Sorry, King, for letting you see the rude scene just now. In less than 3 minutes after Luo Yun went downstairs, Erica and Liliana dressed and left Luo Yun's bedroom, came to Luo Yun, and quickly explained to him what had just happened. Of course, Erica, the perpetrator, was standing during this process, while Liliana, the victim, was sitting beside Luo Yun. Learn this lesson well, Erica. While criticizing Erica, Luo Yun stroked Liliana's back. "Yes, King. Erica's current appearance is like that of a primary school student who was caught by the head teacher for doing something bad. She lowered her head and looked like I was wrong." And Liliana, who was caressed by Luo Yun's back on the sofa, was quite happy after seeing Erica's appearance, and even revealed in her eyes, "I see, there is a king to support me, let's see how dare you next time." However, Liliana's expression was really funny in Luo Yun Erica's eyes, because Liliana couldn't understand Luo Yun's words at all. Obviously king means to let yourself be less aggressive when teasing Lily next time, and don't make too much trouble like this time. But Lily mistakenly thought that king was telling me not to tease her from now on, and Lily didn't think about who teased her the most in normal times. Of course, during this process, Erica was holding back a smile, so in Liliana's eyes, Erica felt wronged and wanted to cry because she was criticized by the king, but she could only endure it because of her face expression. "King, please forgive Erica. You see, she already knew she was wrong." In the end, Liliana couldn't see Erica's weird expression, and hugged Luo Yun's arm to excuse Erica. Cough. After Erica raised her head, Luo Yun, who looked at Erica's expression, almost laughed, but finally he cleared his throat and calmed down, and then asked Erica earnestly, "I know I'm wrong. Yet." Erica also followed Luo Yun, her expression changed, and she said with a repentant look, "Wrong. Well, it's good to know that it's wrong, apologize to Lily, don't do it again next time, you know." "Yes." Then Erica looked at Liliana who was holding Luo Yun's arm, and said with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry Lily, I shouldn't have made fun of you this time." However, Liliana, who didn't know the meaning of Luo Yun's words, still looked at Erica happily. But immediately Liliana's expression changed. After Erica apologized to Liliana, Luoyun turned her eyes to Liliana, stroked Liliana's silky silver hair, and asked in a tone that seemed to be negotiating, but in fact, unquestionable, "I heard Lily, you wrote a novel, how about showing it to me?" Liliana's pretty face, which had been slightly red because of Luoyun, suddenly turned crimson, her eyes widened, and she looked at Luoyun in disbelief. Luoyun, who was looked at by Liliana like this, and her natural eyes looked at Liliana. After looking at each other for less than a few seconds, Liliana, who was originally shy, was quickly defeated. She had to obey Luoyun's wishes and return to her bedroom to prepare to show Luoyun her dark history. After confirming that Liliana had disappeared from her sight, Erica came to Luoyun's right hand, sat down next to him, and then stretched out her lotus arm around Luoyun's right hand. Because Liliana was holding Luoyun's left hand before, Erica said to her lover in a complaining tone, "You are too much, King, are you only allowed to tease Lily, but not others? I'm not forbidding you to tease. I just told you not to be so overbearing in the future. If I didn't feel wrong before, Lily is already using magic, right?" After reaching out his right hand and touching Erica's little golden head, Luoyun said calmly. Erica's slender fingers continued to draw circles on Luoyun's arm, and then said in a weak tone like a little daughter-in-law, "But, King, do you still prefer Lily? Where does your unprovoked heart of comparison come from?" Luoyun frowned and tilted his head to look at Erica, who was holding his right hand, with doubts in his eyes. After all, what Luoyun wants is the peace and tranquility of the harem, not the intrigue all day long, which will only make Luoyun too really annoyed. And Erica, who was looked at by Luoyun like this, also became resentful in her eyes. After all, that woman didn't want her to be able to monopolize her lover, but rather to share her lover generously. Isn't that what happened last night? King, you took care of Liliana twice as long as you took care of me. When she said this, Erica even changed her usual name for Liliana. After seeing Erica's expression and hearing what she said, Luoyun suddenly realized, then touched Erica's golden hair and said, "Isn't this because someone is sensitive?" Sliding along Erica's hair towards her back, Erica, who had only been wearing a dress because of the summer, could clearly feel the temperature on Luoyun's hand. Woo! Then Erica whimpered and fell into Luoyun's arms, her legs constantly grinding for unknown reasons. Just as Erica curled her body and twitched slightly, Luoyun whispered in her ear, "Look, that's it, but since you want the same treatment as Lily, then I won't deny it. Show mercy." The physique of the god killer is not comparable to that of ordinary people, not even the top magician and the great knight, not to mention Erica, who is far from the great knight. In this way Luoyun resolved a crisis invisibly. Just when Luoyun wanted to continue to tease Erica, there was a dong 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 sound on the stairs. Fortunately, Liliana went downstairs before Luoyun gave birth to her sinful heart. Otherwise, I'm afraid the living room is about to become Luoyun's battlefield. When walking towards Luoyun, Liliana glanced strangely at Erica, who was lying on Luoyun's body with a ruddy face, but soon Liliana's face became the same as Erica, but the same as Erica's. The difference with the card is that Liliana was caused by an attack of shame. After all, her dark history will be watched by her lover. So Liliana was squeamish along the way. Even when she handed over the notebook in her hand to Luoyun, she didn't let go immediately, and her voice was even more sobbing. "King, please don't show it to anyone other than you." "Yes, yes, yes." After giving Liliana a perfunctory answer, Luoyun took the notebook out of her hand, and then began to watch the black history of being RD with joy. Asterisk. Chapter 42 The Gorgon Stone. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Just when Luoyun was leaning against Erica's thigh, Liliana, who was sitting opposite him, was looking at the novel written by Liliana with a happy mood while she was ashamed. The door of the living room was pushed open, and Luculazia Zola in a lavender dress walked in with a finely crafted wooden box, followed by Ariana in a black and white maid outfit. But I don't know if it was Luo Yun's illusion. He felt that Luculazia's face was not very good looking, and it was a little pale, as if he just got off a roller coaster, and his legs trembled slightly when he walked. Luo Yun clearly remembered that he didn't work very hard last night. And in the middle of the battle, she tricked Liliana and Erica into her room and returned to her room. Adhering to the good habit of asking if you don't understand, Luo Yun asked very bluntly, "Luculazia, who are you?" "King, I don't want to go out anymore." After Luo Yun asked, Luculazia seemed to have found the backbone, hugged the thing in her arms directly, and fell on the sofa, almost crying. "Isn't that what I said when I didn't say it?" But then when Luo Yun put his eyes on Ariana's embarrassed little face, Luo Yun understood, and then with Luo Yun's permission, Ariana carried the bag she bought in the market. Fresh goods come into the kitchen. It is no wonder that he dares to take the car of this mad driver who can drive his car to more than 90 yards in the downtown area without hitting anyone. However, Luo Yun still admires Ariana quite a bit. After all, not everyone can make the world's top witch like this. "By the way, what are you holding in your arms?" Luo Yun was still very curious about what Luculazia wanted to get in Ariana's car. A few seconds later, after her legs finally stopped shaking, Luculazia gestured to Liliana, and after handing the box in her hand to Liliana, she explained, "This is a magical tool. God tool." After hearing Luculazia's answer, Luo Yun ate the diced fruit that Erica inserted into him with a toothpick, then opened the wooden box that Liliana handed him, and then a piece the size of a palm was engraved on it. The round slate with the head of the Gorgon appeared in Luo Yun's eyes. "This is the Gorgon stone, dug up in Antioch by the people of the Lily City." Luculazia continued to explain when Luo Yun opened the wooden box. "Oh, are they dedicated themselves? Or?" Holding the Gorgon stone in his hand, the slate uploads magic power and a cold touch, causing Luo Yun to question. And Luo Yun's meaning is obviously to ask the three present here whether you want this Gorgon stone from the Lily City or the Lily City voluntarily donated it. Because Luo Yun remembers this, in the original work, the male protagonist was used as a tool after he became a godslayer, and those magic associations gave the Gorgon stone to the male protagonist in order to let the male protagonist resist Gore. The stone of tribute summoned Athena. Then Luculazia explained to Luo Yun what happened the day before yesterday when Luo Yun was fighting the god of disobedience. "That's it, you have the heart, you guys." Liliana and Erica blushed when praised by Luo Yun, and it was rare for an older witch to do so. Luo Yun asked, "How long ago did they dug up the Gorgon stone?" "It's been a week since the Lily City dug up this divine tool." Then Luo Yun continued, "But I remember that I said before that I asked them to pay me a tribute to a god who summons the god of disobedience, and now this god is what you asked for, which means that this god is not prepared for me. It seems that what I said before has been ignored by them. But in the face of Gorgon stone, let the commander of the Lily City cut off his arm, and then hand over the commander's position. Let them continue to search for the god of summoning for me. The magic tool. By the way, tell them that the next time something like this happens, it won't be as simple as cutting off your own arm." After getting Luo Yun's order, Liliana took out her cell phone from her trouser pocket and called the master of the piece. "Milan, in the conference room of the Bronze Black Cross headquarters, all the commanders of the Seven Sisters are sitting here. But it is very different from before. The current Bronze Black Cross Commander Deanna and the Bronze Black Cross Commander Paul sit at the top, while the rest remain in their original positions. This position is when Liliana and Erica became Luo Yun's knight immediately changed. For more than 9 months, seeing these two magic associations continue to grow with the prestige of the Demon King, the remaining 5 associations of the Seven Sisters have all shown envy, jealousy, and hatred. And now the reason why the seven sisters sit on the bronze black cross is because the Lily City dedicated the Gorgon stone to Luo Yun. Although there is a cup of black tea in front of each commander in the conference room, making them look like they are having a party, but in fact this conference room is full of gunpowder. The reason for this is that the news that the wolves and the old lady had dug up the Gorgon stone from the Lily City passed to the King of Swords far away in the Middle East the day before yesterday. Don't you look at me like this? Didn't I say it? I didn't even know that you dedicated the Gorgon stone to the Shining Lord. Under the gaze of the bloodshot eyes of the commander of the Lily City, the wolf and the vulture of the sky were all trying their best to justify themselves. Of course, no one else will believe what the two commanders of the Magic Association said. After all, the bronze black cross and the red copper black cross are still seven sisters in name, but they are actually united and independent now. The Magic Society says it's impossible not to be jealous. Although I don't know what the other magic associations think, the commander of the Lily City decided to ask for an explanation here today. After all, once the King of Swords comes back and finds that the divine tool for summoning the god of disobedience has been sent out by him, I am afraid that he will die under his sword as soon as possible. Although the two knights of the glorious Lord called him yesterday to ask him for a divine tool, on the afternoon of the day he sent the Gorgon stone out, he caught more than one detail at his magic guild. After a series of torture, one of them was sent by the wolves and sky eagles to steal the Gorgon stone. Thinking of this, the commander of the Lily City also glanced at Diana and Paul sitting on the throne, and the splendid monarch knew that this matter must be the secret of these two informers. Although the commander of the Lily City also wanted to ask the bronze black cross and the red copper black cross for explanation, but the current bronze black cross and red copper black cross are not what they used to be, and he can't provoke them at all. Magic Society. After all, the Shining Lord who still lives in Sardinia is more terrifying than the King of Swords who doesn't care about anything. Even yesterday, he heard a report from his subordinates that the Shining Lord killed again on Sardinia. Two gods of disobedience died. As for the purpose of the wolves and the eagles in the sky, I am afraid they want to use this news to improve their status in the heart of the King of Swords, so as to strengthen their own magic associations. After all, ordinary people everyone knows how to climb up, but as the commander of a magic association, how can he even be less ambitious than ordinary people? As for the fact that Luo Yun became the glorious monarch, it was actually obtained because of Luo Yun's power, the golden arrow that must hit. When Luo Yun used this power, the world he was in would be covered with gold. The arrows shone brilliantly. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Punishment. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Just when the commander of the Lily City was about to fight with the commander of the Wolf and the Sky Eagle, the phone ringing on Deanna, who was sitting on the main seat, suddenly rang. Lily. After Deanna took out her mobile phone, the conference room became peaceful again. Of course, this was not because they gave Deanna face, but because of the lily in Diana's mouth, that is, Liliana of the Bronze Black Cross. In front of Liliana, one of the favorite concubines of the Demon King, the commander of the Lily City had to temporarily suppress his anger. As the commander-in-chief of the Bronze Black Cross, Diana had to sigh once again the prestige of the Demon King. After all, just one person next to the Demon King can make the originally noisy conference room silent. But Diana sighed and answered the phone in less than half a second. After all, as Liliana's own disciple, she still understands her character. If it wasn't for something major, Liliana would generally not give it to herself. On the phone. And now Liliana is allegiance to the glorious monarch. I am afraid this Demon King has some orders. Hey, Lily, does the king have any orders? Well, is the teacher Seven Sisters at the Bronze Black Cross now? But Liliana didn't immediately answer Deanna's question. It's all there, what's wrong? Seeing that Liliana didn't answer her question, but instead asked herself, Diana was a little confused. Could it be that my disciple has learned to be a riddleman after following the Demon King? Thinking like this, Deanna glanced at Paul beside her. Well, it must be his little fox who ruined her lovely Lily. However, Paul, who was looked at by Deanna like this, began to wonder if he had provoked her, and if so, should he apologize? After all, because of the reason why my niece and Liliana are loyal to the Shining Sovereign together, the Bronze Black Cross and the Red Bronze Black Cross are already allied together. Teacher, please turn on the speakerphone. The king ordered me to inform the 7 sisters of something. After getting Liliana's answer, Deanna turned on the speakerphone on her phone and put it on the table so that everyone in the room could hear Liliana's voice. Since the commanders of the 7 sisters are all here, then I'll announce one thing here. The king has ordered all of you to do your best to find the god who can summon the god of disobedience, and the time limit is at most half a year. If you can't come up with the divine tools at that time, you will be punished. Although Liliana's order to punish if the mission is not completed, everyone panicked. But the time limit of half a year made everyone feel relieved. After all, as long as the 7 sisters unite and mobilize people and materials with all their strength, they will definitely be able to find a divine tool that can summon the god of disobedience within half a year. Well, Miss Liliana, did the king get the Gorgon stone? Because he had already offered the sacred artifact, the commander of the Lily City felt that he might have fallen into the eyes of the Demon King, so he wanted to ask for some reward for the credit of this dedication of the artifact. Even if there was no reward, at least extend the time to find artifacts. After all, it is a blessing from God to be able to dig out the Gorgon stone, commander in the Lily City. Shameless. The actions of the commander of the Lily City made the rest of the commanders except Deanna and Paul feel spurned. Well, I got it. Although Liliana's voice was lukewarm on the phone, her answer almost made the commander of the Lily City scream with excitement. Then, Miss Liliana, how is your Majesty's mood? The current commander of the Lily City keeps his posture very low, and has no majesty as the commander of a magic association, but the commander of the Lily City is forced to do so. After all, Liliana is the Demon King. Concubine Chong, she was by the side of the Demon King when she called. The king. On the other end of the phone, Liliana glanced strangely at the sofa, lying on Lucrezia's lap, while eating the fruit that Lucrezia put into his mouth with a toothpick, while watching leisurely Luo Yun with his own black history. As for Erica, as early as when Deanna answered the phone, she went to the bathroom, but after Erica left, the seat she was sitting was a little wet. Taking her eyes back, Liliana was silent for a moment before replying, "The king is in a bad mood right now." Actually, Luo Yun was chatting and laughing with Lucrezia on the sofa. However, Liliana's words made Luo Yun give her a suspicious look. "I didn't expect you, a guy with narrow waist and eyebrows, to talk nonsense with your eyes open." On the other side, in the Bronze Black Cross meeting room, after hearing Liliana's reply, the joy before the commander of the Lily City disappeared instantly, and even the mood of the other commanders of the Magic Society was also disturbed by Liliana's words. "Stand up." The commander of the Lily City was like sitting on wax and didn't dare to speak. Through the length of Liliana's reply, in addition to the bad mood of the king, there was another important news. That means that his previous guess was correct. Now that the Demon King is by Liliana's side, it is even possible that all the conversations he had with her before were heard by the glorious monarch. This lord is more difficult to serve than the Marquis of Vauban. This is exactly what the commander of the capital of Lily is feeling right now. Thinking of this, the commander of the capital of Lily is all over the place. Not only the other commanders who are magic guilds can't even breathe, but even De, who has risen because of Liliana and Erica. Anna and Paul didn't dare to speak either. After all, if Liliana and Erica are the favorite concubines of the Demon King and interfere with them, thus affecting the evaluation of the 2 girls in the Demon King's heart, it will not be worth the loss. Just when the commander of the Lily City didn't know how to respond, Liliana's voice came from Diana's phone again. "I know you want to ask why you sent the divine tool, But the king is still in a bad mood. But do you or you know how long it has been since you dug out the divine tool and the divine tool was in the hands of the king? Nearly a week. The first time you dug up the divine tool, I'm afraid not thinking about sending it to the king right away, but how to use this divine tool for the greatest benefit. Liliana's words are exactly what the commander of the Lily City thought when he dug up the divine tool. Just when the commander of the Lily City wanted to apologize, Liliana's voice rang from the phone again. Of course the king is kind, although you didn't present the divine tool to the king in the first place. The king still decides to forgive you for your disrespect. As long as you cut off your right hand, you will resign from the position of commander-in-chief, and the Lily City will provide the king with a divine tool that can summon the god of disobedience within half a year. The commander of the Lily City, who had seen hope because of Liliana's last sentence, was thrown into the abyss by Liliana's second sentence at the next moment. Although the heir of the Lily City has not yet fully grown, he who has resigned from the position of commander can still assist him, but once he loses an arm, whether it is swordsmanship, magic, or other things will be affected. Strength will also decrease. And there are many factions in the Lily City, and many people are staring at the position of the commander of the Lily City. But there is no way, since Liliana said that on the phone, it means that what she said meant Shining Lord. Although 100 people are unwilling in their hearts, but in order that the Lily City will not turn into dust of history under the wrath of the Demon King, the commander of the Lily City can only agree. As ordered. A few minutes later, the gushing blood solidified, and the commander of the Lily City walked out of the door of the bronze black cross conference room with a look of disappointment under the sighing expressions of the other commanders. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Step on the Waves. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Wow wow wow. At dusk, Luo Yun, who had finished dinner, walked on the beach not far from the house. The gravel that was originally scorched by the sun has also become warmer due to the passage of time, not so hot. That's why Erica and Liliana, as well as Erica and Karen, dare to chase and fight with bare feet on the beach. However, unlike the four girls, Luo Yun and Luculazia next to him were wearing beach shoes, both of which were worn because they didn't want to walk barefoot on the beach. Luculazia was wearing a lavender knee-length thin long skirt, revealing her clean calves, 10 toes like jade beads curled slightly on the beach shoes, a pair of lotus arms wrapped around Luo Yun's right hand, and her long golden hair followed. With the sea breeze blowing gently behind him, a pair of eyes like autumn water stared straight at Luo Yun with indescribable affection. However, due to unknown reasons, small drops of sweat appeared on Luculazia's forehead, and some sweat drops even flowed down Luculazia's forehead, and finally dripped on the beach after passing through the cheeks and chin. Up, and finally engulfed by the icy waters that ebb and flow. The next second, Luculaziana's mature and charming voice rang in Luo Yun's ear. King, Athena is approaching here. Following Luculazia's words, her glowing eyes became normal. Lucrazia stopped the activation of her spiritual vision. The reason for Luculazia's use of spirit vision was that when he was looking for Noon, Luo Yun opened the wooden box used to temporarily seal the wave of the magic power released by the Gorgon Stone, so that the original in Milan Athena noticed the exact location of the Gorgon Stone. Of course, Luo Yun opened the wooden box to reveal the location of the Gorgon Stone, which was actually intentional. Afterwards, because of the appearance of the Gorgon Stone, Liliana and Luculazia's spiritual vision was also activated involuntarily. They sensed the existence of Athena, and got the news that the other party was coming here. Then, in order to show off in front of Luo Yun, the two used a lottery method, but how could the young Liliana win Luculazia, who was already an adult? And this is not a big problem, so Luo Yun didn't care, and didn't remind Liliana. So after using some small tricks, Luculazia successfully got the selection lottery, and the task of spying on Athena with spiritual vision was handed over to Luculazia. Well, thank you for your hard work. A handkerchief escaped from somewhere, Luoyun wiped the sweat off Lucrezia's forehead. After all, Lucrezia is not only her female companion, but also under the pressure of the powerful spell of the god of disobedience in order to activate her spiritual vision, and to monitor the movements of the god of disobedience for herself, so it is not a good idea to reward her a little. No. Although with the blessing of his own juvenile power, after Lucrezia activates his spiritual vision, he will no longer be easily counterattacked as before, but the pressure caused by the huge magical power that is not released from the gods invisibly still has to be endured of. And that's the reason for the sweat on Lucrezia's forehead. After wiping off the sweat, Lucrezia naturally took the handkerchief from Luoyun's hand. Then Luoyun looked at the four girls who were still pouring cold water on each other and fighting each other, and clapped their hands. The girls' fun time was interrupted by Luoyun's clapping. After understanding what Luoyun meant, Ariana and Karen came to Lucrezia to help her and left the beach. Erica and Liliana stayed. After all, after the blessing of the power of youth, the strength of the two girls had already surpassed that of the great knight and became an existence capable of wrestling with divine beasts. The word spirit that the two girls learned was a word spirit that could effectively damage the god of disobedience. So in Luoyun's view, Erica and Liliana are already qualified to fight the god of disobedience. Not only that, but the current Athena lost her Gorgon stone, which caused her to lose her strength as the Queen of the Trinity in her prime. Moreover, even the male protagonist in the original novel can defeat Athena in his prime with the sword of word spirit. Luoyun believes that he can too. With the addition of the silver key that can nullify power, Luoyun believes in himself it can be crushed, not to mention this Athena who only has Athena Linga left. So under the repeated requests of the two girls, Luoyun agreed to their idea of helping him as much as possible on the battlefield. Over time, as the sun sinks below sea level, the stars in the sky begin to twinkle, and a bright moon hangs overhead. Then, under Luoyun's far superior vision, he clearly saw a small black spot thousands of meters away from the beach. Young and delicate appearance, white and pink skin, a beige coat over a white shirt, a black short skirt, a pair of dark blue knee socks on both legs, feet she was wearing a pair of small leather shoes, a purple cat ear woolen hat on her head, and her short silver hair swayed constantly with the sea breeze. This is Athena, the god of disobedience. To be honest, Luoyun is already looking forward to the complete Athena, because in the anime, Athena will instantly grow into a Gorgon stone after getting the Gorgon stone. 17. 8-year-old girl-like figure. After all, in Luoyun's view, Athena in this form has surpassed the image depicted in the original anime. Come yet. With Luoyun's voice, the dark clouds in the sky began to gather, blocking the moonlight and starlight, the wind began to whistle, and it looked like a storm was coming. This is the precursor to Luoyun's power master of the sky being activated. Immediately afterwards, dozens of razors rushed down from the cloud-covered sky and hit Athena, who was walking on the sea thousands of meters away. Boom, boom, boom. Then the sea splashed nearly 10 meters high waves that could engulf ordinary people in an instant. However, Athena in the waves was intact. Because at the moment when the thunder and lightning fell on Athena's head, she used the magic power to form a defense to block the thunder and lightning. After the first blow was ineffective, Luoyun stopped shooting, but quietly watched Athena who was coming from the waves. I don't know if it was because of the proximity to the Gorgon stone, Luoyun felt that Athena's speed was getting faster and faster. In less than 5 seconds, Athena appeared on the beach. First meeting, God's Lair. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Athena strikes. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Death, darkness, snakes. Under Luoyun's keen perception as a god's lair, an ancient aura came to the surface, which was older than the war god Velislana and the Mediterranean god King Mikkel. Even more powerful gods. The concubine follows the ancient snake's guidance, please return the snake to the concubine. As the god in charge of wisdom, Athena is different from the brutal war god or the savage Mediterranean god king. Instead of fighting directly when they meet, he greets Luoyun very politely. When facing the god killer who is an old enemy, Athena's etiquette ends here, and she still exudes maliciousnness and a strong war intent. Following Athena's request, Luoyun took out the Gorgon stone from his trouser pocket. The palm-sized obsidian slate was held in Luoyun's hand and swayed up and down, while Athena's dark owl or snake-like eyes also swayed up and down with the Gorgon stone in Luoyun's hand. After half a minute, I realized that Luoyun was playing with Athena, and finally couldn't bear it anymore, and said in a cute but majestic voice like a girl, "Stop teasing your concubine, God's lair. If you don't want to return the snake to the concubine, just say it, why fool the concubine like this?" After hearing Athena say this, Luoyun immediately retorted, "Miss Athena, the Gorgon stone is now my property. Do you plan to give the Gorgon stone without paying any price? Take it from me. Cost." Athena first tilted her head cutely, and then made clear Luoyun's purpose. It turned out that the god killer in front of him wanted to exchange for the snake in his hand by bartering. But there is nothing in the concubine that can be exchanged with you, the god's lair, and even if you want the power of the god's lair, you can only usurp it when the concubine is fully restored. Athena probably means that I don't have anything to exchange the Gorgon stone with you now. Even if you want my power, you can only return the Gorgon stone to me, etc. I will be fighting with me when the Trinity comes, and when you win, my power will be yours. In other words, Athena wanted to prstute the Gorgon stone in Luoyun's hands. This is Athena's conspiracy. After all, if you want to usurp the power of the god of disobedience, the god of disobedience must be complete, otherwise even if you kill the god of disobedience, the usurp-rise exchange will not be activated, and you will not gain power. Of course, if it were another god killer, Athena's plan might be successful. Unfortunately, there is no if, so. Not Miss Athena, you have other things that can be exchanged for the Gorgon stone in my hands. Luoyun looked directly at Athena's face and told her what Luoyun wanted. So that's the case, are you attracted by the appearance of the concubine? No matter when, no matter who the hero is, there will always be a beauty to accompany you. Looking at Erica and Liliana behind Luoyun, Athena said something unknown. However, God's lair, from ancient times to the present, beauty has always been a poison that threatens the lives of heroes. While Athena was talking, several huge snakes quietly rose from the beach where Luoyun was born. The Lion of Steel and the ancestral King of Lion Hearts, please listen to the oath of the Knight Erica Browntree. I am the heir of the horned flute, the descendant of the Black Warrior. My heart will not yield, and my sword will never be broken. Lionheart, the essence of the struggle is now in my hands, Reinhardt. My wings, the steel that becomes the phantom blade, Il Maestro, grant me strength. When these giant snakes rose up and wanted to attack Luoyun, they were killed by Erica and Liliana behind Luoyun using their own spiritual words, and turned into gravel again. Thunder, turn into a sharp blade and kill my strong enemy. The invisible magic power began to surge under the spirit of words. Thunder roared in the clouds gathered in the sky, and the thunder snake kept flickering. Boom! Dozens of razors roared and swam in the sky, and finally rushed towards Athena under the call of Luoyun. His wrath fell again from the sky. However, it's thunder again. It really reminds me of unpleasant memories. I saw that Athena just stretched out her tender palm and caught Luoyun's thunder. Although Athena's palm turned into a charred black color after catching the thunder, in the blink of an eye, Athena's palm returned to its original state. Using the principle of snake molding. Looking at the new granulation on Athena's charred hand, Luoyun murmured. In the worldview of the god's lair, Athena has multiple identities, and the earth goddess is really one of Athena's identities, and the earth goddess also represents the dragon and snake, so Athena has the essence of snake. However, the snake will continuously experience molding, hibernation and awakening in nature, so the snake is not in a cycle of death and regeneration, and life and death are the embodiment of the power of the underworld. And Athena is now using the principle of molding, to slough off the part of herself that was hit by the thunder. After all, Athena just lost the Gorgon stone and caused herself to fall into the position of Queen of the Sky, but this does not mean that Athena cannot use the power of Hades. After the wound healed, Athena summoned more giant snakes, but this time the giant snake attacked not Luoyun, but the two knights behind Luoyun. The giant snakes summoned by Athena are all mythical beasts, and they are all at the level of ordinary mythical beasts. If it is Erica's uncle Paul or Liliana's master Diana, they can kill 2 or 3. Although it is not a big threat to Erica and Liliana who have been blessed by the power of youth, it is not a big threat. This situation is only when the number of giant snakes is only 1 digit. And the number of giant snakes has reached dozens, not to mention that there are owls summoned by Athena with the power of the underworld in the sky. Is this your plan? Athena. I didn't expect that you, the god of war, would also use such an underhanded method to take advantage of the lives of mortals. After seeing Athena summoning her family and surrounding her knights, Luoyun did not go to the rescue immediately, but began to ridicule Athena. The wisdom of the concubine is the concubine. If the concubine wants to forcibly get rid of the god's lair, the probability that you will have a snake in your hand is very small. Athena fully accepts Luoyun's sarcasm. Also, King Rakshasa, do you have any misunderstanding about the god of war? The so-called war is for victory, unscrupulous. So the concubine will do whatever it takes to find the snake. However, God did not wish. The bow of Jonathan will never retreat without the blood of the enemy. The sword of Thor will never return to its sheath without gnawing at the flesh of the warrior. Until this body is defeated. The bow of Jonathan, the brave as a vulture and as strong as a lion weapons. Run and crush your enemies. Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani. Lord, why have you forsaken me? Lion of steel, I entrust you with groaning and wrath. The lamentation of the Son of God and the Holy Spirit, the lodging baptized with the blood of the divine and, manifest. Holy Lance Longinus. Liliana's word Spirit of David and Erica's word Spirit of Golgotha sounded at the same time, both of which were powerful spiritual words that hurt the god of disobedience. With the activation of the magic, Liliana's left hand gathered blue light, and then a longbow with the same height as her appeared in Liliana's hand, and Liliana's right hand that also emitted blue light appeared 4 arrows. And Erica's hand is a long spear Longinus. Then the owl was shot down into the sky, and the giant snake was nailed to the earth. Asterisk. Chapter 46, Offending the Demon King Still Like Walking. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Liliana and Erica's performance of shooting owls and pinning snakes really shocked Athena. After all, in the knowledge of Athena or all the gods who are disobedient, mortals are just ants, and even magicians are just bigger ants. And even if it is a divine beast under the god of disobedience, top magicians only dare to fight one-on-one. As long as the number of divine beasts exceeds a certain number, that magician will soon die among the minions of these divine beasts. Down. Except for the group of gods layers who ravaged the earth. But now Liliana and Erica have broken their stereotypes. But then, Athena discovered the difference between Liliana and Erica and ordinary people. So that's the case, the power of that Eastern military god? As an ancient goddess, Athena had seen most of the gods and understood their power and nature. So Athena was just surprised and found that the two girls had the protection of power. The strategy failed, and when she failed to defeat the opposite Rakshasa king, Athena decided to leave temporarily and wait for the opportunity. Luoyun saw that Athena had a faint urge to escape from here, and immediately unfolded her power. Why, offended me Luoyun, I just wanted to walk away like this. Storm. Surge and destroy my barriers. Light, gather and turn into sharp arrows. The strong wind blocked Athena's retreat, and the golden arrow blocked Athena's action. After that, a halo appeared behind Luoyun, and after the halo disappeared, a quaint roulette wheel appeared behind Luoyun, which was the power that Luoyun usurped from the war god Velislana 10 avatar. With the skill of my words, let justice appear in the world. These incantations are powerful and eloquent. They are the sword of wisdom that greets victory. With the chanting of the word spirit, the pointer on the roulette turned rapidly, and finally pointed to warrior. Afterwards, a golden sword engraved with ancient Persian sacred texts appeared in Luoyun's hand, which could sever the spirit of the spirit sword of the spirit of words. Disgusting gold. At the moment when Luoyun summoned the sword of spirit of words, Athena's heart was alarmed, and then the power of wisdom was activated, and she knew the truth about the golden sword. This made Athena, who was blocked by Luoyun's two powers from retreating and moving, frowned. The sword of spirit of words in Luoyun's hand waved gently, cutting off Athena's netherworld power, making her temporarily lose the power of life and death. And all this from happening to the end, less than 3 seconds. Thunder, turn into a sharp blade and kill my strong enemy. The power master of the sky reappears. God's lair, even if you kill an incomplete concubine here, you won't gain power. The thunder that kept surging in the sky made Athena feel the threat of death, and the snake had not yet been found. Athena, who had regained her status as the ancient queen, did not want to return to the myth in such an embarrassing way. So King Rakshasa, everything you've done now is in vain. But Luoyun didn't listen to Athena at all. The thunder in the sky descended again, but this time Luoyun used all his strength. Athena only had time to gather all the magic power to form a magical barrier around her body. But at this time, Athena, who is obviously not a trinity, is not too strong, so her divine power barrier was easily shattered by thunder. Then, under Luoyun's gaze, the thunder pierced through Athena's petite body, and then struck the sea behind Athena. A large amount of sea water evaporated, and the water mist formed covered hundreds of square meters of sandy beach near Luoyun. After Luoyun's words came to the wind and the water mist was dissipated, he saw Athena lying on the beach. At this time, Athena was very weak, and the abdomen was penetrated by Luoyun's thunder, but because of the high temperature of the thunder, the wound was not damaged. Bleeding instead scorched. The cat ear woolen hat on the top of the head also fell on the beach because of the fall. The originally clean short silver hair was stuck with a lot of grit. Remain immortal. The current Athena can be described as extremely embarrassed, not at all like the goddess Luoyun first saw. Then Luoyun walked towards Athena step by step, and as Luoyun approached, the golden arrow beside Athena gradually disappeared. Looking at Luoyun, who looked down at her, Athena laughed at herself. Did you make a special trip to see the concubines joke? King Rakshasa. After all, in the world view of the god's lair, the disobedient god and the god's lair are old enemies, and they are the existences that will cut each other when they meet. Athena does not believe that the Rakshasa king in front of her will kindly let her go. Moreover, the Rakshasa king in front of him has been standing here for more than 10 seconds, and he has not stabbed her with a sword or done something similar to whipping a corpse. In Athena's view, it is quite kind. And even if the Rakshasa king puts himself in the pot, he will not stay in this world for too long after losing the power of netherworld. Maybe just a minute or two. No, I didn't come to see your jokes, Athena. I'm here to negotiate with you. Luoyun's words confused Athena. Negotiation. No one negotiated and nearly killed the negotiator. Seeing the doubts in Athena's eyes, Luoyun explained directly, after all, you are the god of disobedience, and I am a god killer. Before I beat you to death, how could you possibly hear what I said? This time Athena did not reply, but continued to listen to Luoyun's words. I can give you back the spirit that you cut off by the sword of word spirit, and I can give you the Gorgon stone in my hand. The king. When Luoyun said this, It was Erica and Liliana after all, and even Athena looked at Luoyun in shock. Erica and Liliana wanted to persuade Luoyun. After all, before this, Alice, the white princess who was far away in Ireland, once said that Athena would bring the world, starless night. Although the two girls said about it when Luoyun got the Gorgon stone, Luoyun didn't care too much. After all, even the original protagonist of the anime can defeat Athena when she restores the Trinity. Luoyun believes that she will do better than him. And in Luoyun's current enemy list, Athena is not even in the top 3. And the list of enemies in Luoyun's heart also marks the level of threat to him from the enemy in Luoyun's heart. Kensususanoo's life, fighting Holy Buddha, and last King Rama armed with covenant law and gods. And Athena was shocked that Luoyun, the god killer, would return the snake to herself. If that was the case, why did she desperately want to get the snake back from him? But less than a second after Luoyun said these words, the shock in Athena's eyes was replaced by doubts. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Athena and the Snake. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. Condition. A very weak voice came from Athena's mouth. Although he is now on the verge of death, Athena's head is still easier to use than ordinary people. Moreover, the eyes of the Rakshasa king in front of him clearly told him that it was conditional to return the snake to him. On the other side, looking at Athena's bloodless mouth slightly open, if it wasn't for Luoyun's physique as a god's layer that is thousands of times higher than ordinary people, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to hear what she was saying. Your knowledge, your power, your everything. When Luoyun said this, there was no shame on his face. And the two girls behind him also widened their eyes because of Luoyun's words. Even Athena, who opened her eyes slightly because she was in a dying state, opened her eyes wide again in shock. Sure enough, you are spying on the appearance of your concubine. As for why Athena said this, Luoyun had praised her appearance before the battle, and even her greed was not concealed in the slightest. Of course, Luoyun does have this idea. Then Athena continued, God's lair, you must know that beauty has always been the poison that corrupts heroes. No, I just need you to help me open the door to the netherworld and help me find the god I thought I wouldn't follow. In fact, after Luoyun sent Velislana and Mikkel back to the myth, Luoyun couldn't wait to get rid of Susanoo, who was hiding behind the scenes in the island country. It's just that if a magician uses magic to open the secret world, it will not only be a huge force, but it will also take a long time. When the secret world door opens and Luoyun enters, Susanoo will be early. Just run away. And during this period, the abnormal phenomenon caused by the opening of the netherworld may attract his own damn compatriots, and at that time, it may be another melee of God's layers. Of course Luoyun wasn't afraid to fight other God's layers, but Luoyun didn't want to be really troubled when there was no clear benefit to him. That's why Luoyun opened the seal that sealed the Gorgon stone and attracted Athena. Use Gorgon stone to trade with Athena, through her netherworld power in charge of life and death, open to the netherworld, and quickly slaughter Susanoo in a blitzkrieg manner. What's more, according to Luoyun's understanding of the goddess of earth, as long as Luoyun expresses her purpose, Athena will not miss this opportunity to kill the god of steel. After all, in the myth of the God-Slayer's worldview, the hero of steel came here to hunt and kill the earth goddess in order to enhance his power, and even some noble and glorious earth goddesses were demoted by the hero of steel into ugly demons. God of disobedience. Athena's small eyes were full of big doubts. He is the god of disobedience, so why does the god killer in front of him think that he will help him find the god of disobedience? Those are my compatriots, how could I betray them? The hero of steel in the island country Kensususanoo no Mikoto is hiding in the netherworld, so I need you to open the passage to the netherworld for me. Then Luoyun said the name of the god he wanted to kill. Okay. However, after you return to the present world from the world, you must return the snake to your concubine. Athena, who was originally expected to be unyielding to death, agreed with Luo Yun's proposal after hearing the title of Hero of Steel, after thinking about it for less than half a second. Since it is a hero of steel, it is fine, because in Athena's heart, these gods of steel are usurpers, a group of robbers, executioners, and they belong to a group that is not too many to die. As for what Athena said to return the snake to her after returning to the present, it was naturally after Luo Yun entered the world and returned to the present world. As for Luo Yun in the world, killing or letting Susanoo runs away, then she doesn't care about Athena. In the end, Luo Yun still agreed to Athena's condition, but Luo Yun also added a condition on top of it, that is, after Athena restores the Trinity, if Luo Yun defeats her again, Athena must become Luo Yun's god. Luo Yun needs a helper when facing the King of the End, and the Earth Mother, who has a grudge against the Hero of Steel, is a good helper. Especially to the wise and powerful Earth Goddess Athena. Of course, Luo Yun didn't want to let his compatriots, the God's Lair, be his companion. But, how to say? Luo Yun felt that he would definitely quarrel with them first, or even fight. After all, as long as you are a God's Lair, you all have your own temperament, and it is impossible to obey another person's command, let alone let them unite to deal with a powerful enemy. Of course, there is a time limit for Athena to become a god, until Luo Yun's death. And it didn't even take more than a minute from Luo Yun's negotiation with Athena to the end. After negotiating the conditions, Luo Yun lifted the partial seal of Sword of Words on Athena's power, allowing Athena, who had entered a dying state, to recover to a certain extent. The body that was penetrated by Luo Yun's thunderbolt was also slowly recovering. According to Luo Yun's guess, Athena will be fully recovered in a few hours, except for the power of the netherworld that was sealed by herself. As for the two knights behind Luo Yun, when he negotiated with Athena, there was a little emotion in his heart. Not jealousy, but an unspeakable weirdness. After all, from childhood to adulthood, the people around them were saying that the God Killer and the God of Disobedience are old enemies, and they are the existences who want to blow each other's heads as soon as they meet. But now his lover, the king he is loyal to, is actually calmly negotiating with a disobedient god to kill another god? Erica and Liliana felt that their three views were broken. Of course Luo Yun also noticed the strange expressions on the faces of his two knights behind him. Lily, you and Erica go back first. Although Luo Yun has already talked with Athena, but for Luo Yun to stay with the god of disobedience, even if the god of disobedience is now seriously injured, the two girls still have a lot of love for the god of disobedience. Be hesitant, so. The king. Just when the two girls wanted to beg to stay here, Luo Yun waved his hand impatiently. After seeing Luo Yun's somewhat impatient expression, the two girls no longer hesitated, and immediately started their own steps. After Erica and Liliana had just walked a few steps, Luo Yun said again, Lily, after you go back, pack up a room and come out. Liliana and Erica didn't ask why the room was cleaned up and who to live in. After all, the answer is already obvious. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Come to my house is quite big. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. A few minutes later, only Luo Yun and Athena were left on the beach. Between the ebb and flow, Athena's clothes and hair were already wet by the sea water. Even Athena's clean silver hair had a bit of grit stuck to it. Luo Yun looked at Athena, Athena looked at Luo Yun, and the two stared at each other for 10 minutes before Luo Yun finally spoke. Are you going to just lay on the beach all night? If not. Facing Luo Yun's question, Athena raised a question. Athena's rhetorical question made Luo Yun stunned for a while. Luo Yun, who then reacted, looked at the expressionless Athena, sighed silently in his heart, and said, if that's the case, come to my house is quite big, and it can live in your god. After finishing speaking, Luo Yun hugged Athena's waist with one hand, and passed the other hand through her knee joint, and held Athena in his arms in the form of a princess hug. Immediately afterwards, a charming fragrance hit Luoyun's nose. Rude godslayer. Even though she knew that Luoyun was helping herself, Athena, who was hugged in such a way that she thought it was shameful for the first time, still complained. "If you don't shut up, I'll throw you into the sea." Although Athena's voice was not very loud, Luoyun could still hear it clearly because of their current positions. Then Athena did not speak, but closed her eyes, as if enjoying the sea breeze from the sea. After all, the snake is still in the hands of the godslayer. If the originally negotiated conditions are broken due to some minor conflicts, and the godslayer destroys the snake, then I will see the snake next time. I don't know when. After Luoyun walked for a while, Athena, who had closed her eyes for sleep, suddenly opened her eyes, like snakes and owls, with black pupils that exuded danger and charm all the time, staring at Luoyun's face. "Tell your concubine your name, godslayer." This is what Athena suddenly remembered, although she was a temporary partner when she was hugging her godslayer. But partner is a partner after all. If you don't know the name of the partner of your faction, Athena's name will cry. Luoyun. Facing Athena's question, Luoyun said his name naturally. After all, this is not something to be ashamed of, nor anything to be embarrassed about. Soon Luoyun carried Athena back to the house. Of course, although Lucrezia, as well as the two maids, Ariana and Karen, heard Erica and Liliana say that after Erica and Liliana came back, it was a little strange when they said that the king would probably bring Athena back. Believe. But really, the three of them were still shocked when they saw their king general and goddess coming back, and even the small mouth grew very big, and Luoyun was really looking at the game with a dumpling. The reason why the three were shocked was almost the same as Erica and Lilia. The only difference is that in their imaginations, even if Luoyun brought Athena back, I am afraid that this person will be cold-eyed. In reality, Luoyun came back with Athena. What's even more puzzling is why Luoyun, the god-killer, hugged Athena, but Athena, the god of disobedience, didn't show any resistance or disgust. Seeing the shocked expressions of the three, Luoyun was too lazy to pay attention to it for the time being, let alone explain. After all, the reason for Luoyun to let Erica and Liliana come back early was not only to prepare the living room for Athena, but also to let the two girls return home early and not know what happened on the beach. The three of Razia talked about the situation. But I didn't expect that after the two girls said it, they were still like this. Of course Luoyun did not understand. He, who is a god-killer, and Athena, who is a disobedient god, are mortal enemies in the eyes of the world, so it is possible to recall how they live in peace now. But the truth is so outrageous. Like some people say, the story is even reality, but reality is even more outrageous than the story. After hearing Luoyun's return, Liliana, who had already made the bed, walked down from the second floor. In fact, Liliana can completely leave these things to Ariana and Karen, who are maids. However, Liliana felt that this was something Luoyun ordered herself. Since it was the king who ordered her to do it, she had to do it herself without any ambiguity. And Liliana's serious character is also the reason why Luoyun loves her, and even sometimes can't help bullying her. Where's Erica? Originally, Luoyun could really ask Lucrezia, but she is still in a state of downtime caused by Luoyun bringing Athena back, this amazing situation, and the same is true for Karen and Ariana. So when he saw Liliana, Luoyun asked her directly. During this process, Luoyun walked towards the sofa with Athena in his arms, with a big plan to throw Athena on the sofa. In the case of Erica, it should be in the bathroom. After Luoyun asked, Liliana said uncertainly. Because it is summer, the weather is hot, and Luoyun loves to go for a walk on the beach after dinner, so every time Luoyun comes back, he takes a shower. Although after Luoyun became a godslayer, whether it was the cold or the scorching heat was nothing to Luoyun, but there was still a sense of ritual in life. After all, to become a god slayer is to make oneself the top existence in the world, to make one's life more free and unfettered, not to be a human being. The reason why Liliana said this is because Erika would always enter the bathroom to wash Luoyun's room with water after Luoyun returned to the house from the beach. Even sometimes, they would stay inside for the reason of rubbing Luoyun's back, which also caused Luoyun's original bath time to be extended for a long time. After getting the news of Erika from Liliana, Luoyun's original plan to put Athena on the sofa stopped instantly. Look at Athena's wet and gritty clothes and hair. Then Luoyun decided to flush Athena into the bathroom in order to keep his sofa from being soiled by the seawater and gravel on Athena's body. During this process, Luoyun looked at Athena with disgusting eyes because of the filth on Athena's body. Then, under Liliana's more dazed eyes, she carried Athena into the bathroom. Chapter 40 is banned. The author has revised it n times, and it is still in sh. I have taken it. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Joke. Ask for flowers. Ask for an evaluation ticket. In the bathroom, Erika, who was wrapping herself in a bath towel, was pouring warm water into the bathtub with a fluffy head in her hand, and her mouth was still humming an unknown tune. The entire bathroom was filled with steam. Even under Luoyun's observation, some water droplets appeared on Erika's originally sassy blonde hair, and the bath towel became wet due to the steam in the bathroom, sticking to Erika's smooth and white skin. Superior. On the other side, after hearing the sound of the door opening, Erika immediately turned her head. But when she saw Athena in Luoyun's arms, the shy smile on her face instantly turned into a forced fake smile. "Welcome back, King." Luoyun simply replied. Then he threw Athena into the bathtub. "Do you need someone to rub your back?" Looking at Athena, who was soaked all over, Luoyun just asked. Erika, who was beside her, had already changed her clothes and walked out of the bathroom at Luoyun's order. Concubine refused. Athena directly interrupted Luoyun's delusion. When Luoyun asked Erika to go out just now, Athena already understood what Luoyun meant. If he needed someone to rub his back, Luoyun would stay. That's a pity. I still want to see what is the difference between a god of disobedience and a human being. After being rejected, Luoyun sighed slightly regretfully, and then walked out of the bathroom under the gaze of Athena. After seeing Luoyun closing the bathroom door, Athena breathed a sigh of relief, and then began to flood the bathroom. The floor and walls are made of marble. The bathtub is white and huge enough for 3 people or more to fully stretch out, and in the corner of the bathroom is a censer slightly larger than the palm of your hand, and the furnace is lit with unknown but soothing lights. People asked about the comfortable sandalwood, and some dim lights were scattered throughout the bathroom, making the whole bathroom look extremely comfortable. The warm water bath, the light sandalwood and everything in the bathroom made Athena relax a little, who had not enjoyed so much in 1,000 years. Although Athena has never used something invented in modern society, her wisdom power can clearly tell her how to use this thing. Just as Athena was about to change her clothes soaked in seawater, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Luoyun stuck her head out and was a little surprised to see Athena, who hadn't changed her clothes. She doesn't know how to use it. This is Luoyun's current mental activity. Put your eyes away, God killer. The look of Luoyun looking at the ignorant little girl made Athena a little uncomfortable. She didn't even say Luoyun's name, which she had asked specifically before, but changed it back to her previous name. What's the matter with you? Godslayer. Of course, Luoyun also understands Athena's emotions. If he was in the bathroom and a stranger suddenly broke in, he would definitely let him die without even being a scum. But now Athena just stared at herself with cold eyes, and didn't do anything. Luoyun thought she had restrained herself. Sorry. I just wanted to ask if you need a little yellow duck. After apologizing to Athena, Luoyun explained his intentions. Little Yellow Duck. This touches on Athena's intellectual blind spot. Athena, who has not lived in modern times, does not know such things. Therefore, in Athena's view, the little yellow duck in Luo Yun's sky refers to ducks and food. I don't need a concubine. Thinking of this, Athena rejected Luo Yun's proposal. Really, what a pity. I heard that many children use this thing when they take a bath. Then Luo Yun shook the rubber duck in his hand in Athena's sight, and said in a regretful tone. This is what Luo Yun asked for from Liliana. Erica laughed at Liliana's childishness when she saw Liliana taking a bath, but she used it herself the next day. On the other hand, after seeing the yellow-skinned duck in Luo Yun's hands, Athena in the bathtub finally understood the meaning of the little yellow duck in Luo Yun's mouth. Then Athena felt insulted. After all, in Luo Yun's mouth just now, this kind of toys are used to play when children are taking a bath. The current picture of himself as a child in Luo Yun's mouth is only caused by the loss of power due to the loss of the snake. The real me is a mature beauty. It's not that Athena is humble, her appearance when she is a trinity, but it is comparable to the mythical god of love and beauty Aphrodite. Thinking of this, Athena earnestly hoped that the hero of steel that Luo Yun had targeted would die under Luo Yun's hands as soon as possible, so that she could return to her status as the Queen of Heaven of the ancient Trinity. When the time comes, he will dare to ridicule his poor body. Then Athena suddenly frowned. Why does the concubine care about this person's opinion? Athena was a little confused now, but soon Athena found the reason. It must be the reason for his tone just now. When thinking this way, Athena deliberately glanced at the door. But Luo Yun left when Athena was thinking about the problem. Because Luo Yun didn't look very good after seeing Athena seeing the little yellow duck in his hand just now, so he sneaked away while Athena was distracted. What a rude god's lair. Without seeing Luo Yun, Athena muttered and began to take off her wet clothes. In the living room, Luo Yun threw the little yellow duck in his hand back to Liliana, and then lay directly on Luculazia's white thigh. How about the reaction of the god Athena? King. At this time, the diced fruit was brought out from the kitchen and placed on the coffee table in front of the sofa. Erica used a toothpick to fork a piece of diced fruit from the fruit bowl and brought it to Luo Yun's mouth before asking. When Erica said this question, whether it was Liliana, Luculazia, or Erica herself, there was a cautious look on her face. It doesn't seem to be a big problem, it's a temporary partner. After eating the diced fruit, Luo Yun said calmly. As for the question Erica just mentioned, it was Luo Yun's question of whether Athena could cooperate smoothly. Moreover, Luo Yun just came out of the bathroom, and went in the next second, just to test before Athena was naked. After all, Athena is not only a woman, but also a goddess, a powerful goddess who pays attention to her own dignity and purity. If Luo Yun broke in after Athena had taken off her clothes, a goddess like Athena might not have cared at the time, but she would definitely stab her in the back at some point. And Luo Yun's test is to see if his temporary future companion can afford to make jokes. If Athena can't afford it, it proves that she is not a good partner. After Luo Yun kills Kan Sususanoo, he will definitely kill Athena in reverse. The contract has been sent, and the contract status has also been changed. It is expected to be on the shelves the day after tomorrow. Asterisk. Chapter 50 The Morning of the Goddess Athena. 4 flowers. 4 evaluation tickets. In a room on the second floor of Luo Yun's residence. Under the breathable thin quilt, Athena, curled up in a ball, woke up leisurely under the dazzling sunlight shining in through the sun. Hate sunshine. As Athena, who has the power of darkness, sunshine is the same thing she hates besides steel and thunder. After muttering a few words, Athena sat up and touched her smooth and flat belly. Last night, the abdomen that was penetrated by Luo Yun's thunder has now grown back, and there is no trace of similar injuries. This is the embodiment of the power of life and death in Athena's underworld power. In this way, Athena has been rubbing her belly and sitting in the shower for more than half an hour. While Athena was checking her injuries upstairs, Logoyun had long been sitting at the dining table on the first floor, eating breakfast prepared by the two maids Kalian and Ariana. After breakfast, Ariana was clearing the utensils on the table, while Caroline brought a tray from the kitchen with 4 cups of coffee on it. Karen put the first cup in front of Logoyun. Then Logoyun glanced at the wall clock on the wall, then took a coffee cup and took a sip. The bittersweet taste from his mouth made Logoyun frown slightly, but he quickly relaxed again, and then eased. Said slowly. It turns out that the god of disobedience will also stay in bed. After all, given the courage of the other 5, they would not dare to say gossip about these 997 gods in the presence of the god of disobedience. However, in the next moment, Athena appeared at the entrance of the corridor on the first floor. Logoyun was not ashamed to speak ill of others behind their backs, and even swaggered up the coffee cup and said to Athena, "Would you like a cup too?" And Athena didn't seem to hear Logoyun's words, and walked directly to Logoyun's side. Then, under the gaze of Athena, Erica, Liliana, and Luculazia left their seats one after another. In the end, Athena chose the position opposite Logoyun and sat down. "Have a drink. And the breakfast you ate just now is also for the concubine has not tasted the human food of this era," Athena naturally said to Karen on the side. After all, Kalian is currently wearing a maid's costume, and Athena also knows the meaning of wearing this costume, so she subconsciously regards Kalian as Logoyun's servant. Of course it is. Although Logoyun would not be like a medieval nobleman, it would be inhumane punishment when 2 maids broke things or when things were not done well. And even though the 2 girls seemed to have a low status in Logoyun's house, when they were outside, even the leaders of those large magic associations had to respect the 2 girls. And for the request of the 2 girls, under normal circumstances, they will agree. This is the obvious benefit of staying with Logoyun, the Demon King. After Athena finished speaking, Karen looked at Logoyun, ran into the kitchen quickly after getting Logoyun's nod, and told Ariana about this. Poor Ariana, who has washed the dishes and kitchen utensils, and has to turn it on again. And Athena's behavior similar to ordering made Logoyun sigh in his heart. This really makes it my home. Although I said before Athena's house last night that she should treat this as her own home, but that was just Logoyun's polite words, in order to let Athena cultivate don't come out when she opens the passage of the world for herself. What a mess. Athena, who turned around, also saw the strangeness in Logoyun's eyes. Is something wrong, Logoyun? My concubine remembers that you said to my concubine last night that you treat this place as your own home. Do you regret it now? Well, what Athena said about Logoyun was speechless. Looking at the faint smile on Athena's mouth, Logoyun didn't know that she did it on purpose, but Logoyun really couldn't find anything to refute. Logoyun can only say that Athena is indeed the goddess of wisdom. This woman must be taking revenge for the joke she played with her last night. Logoyun picked up the coffee again and secretly slandered Athena. Just as the mouth of the cup was about to touch Logoyun's lips, the phone in his trouser pocket rang. Then Logoyun put down the cup, took out the phone from his trouser pocket, and put the phone to his ear. Although with Logoyun's current hearing, even if the speakerphone is not turned on and not placed next to his ear, he can still hear it clearly. But Logoyun, CDDD, hasn't changed the habit he has developed over the years. Without looking at the name on the phone, Logoyun directly connected the call. Speak up quickly. Because he was completely defeated by Athena in the battle of language just now, Logoyun is not in a good mood now. But the other person didn't care about the phone, as if nothing happened, and he spoke quite excitedly. Hey, brother, are you still in Sardinia? How about we fight when I get back? Hearing the voice from Salvatore and Tony on the other end of the phone, Logoyun was a little puzzled. There are still people who come here to be beaten up these days? Or you, Tony, killed a god in the Middle East and gained new powers. It doesn't seem to be there. If Luoyun, the god of disobedience, appeared in the Middle East, how could there be no news? And before that, the news that he had killed 2 gods of disobedience spread like wildfire. Not only that, it's only been a long time since you lost Tony to me. It seems that it's been less than a year, and you've forgotten the time when you were floating on the sea. So in the end, whether you are familiar with Tony, or I, Luoyun, can't lift the knife. However, according to Luoyun's guess, most of it is that Tony discovered a new use of his power during the process of being hunted down by Marquis Vauban in the past 6 months. After all, 6 months ago, Luoyun received news from a certain magic association that Marquis Vauban had left for the Middle East. At that time, Luoyun was thinking, will Tony meet Marquis Vauban in the Middle East, who is also looking for the god of disobedience? Unexpectedly, I really guessed it by myself. But now Luoyun is not in a good mood. Since someone wants to come over and be a punching bag, Luoyun will of course not refuse. Okay. After getting Luoyun's reply, Tony's mood on the other side of the phone was obviously higher, because Luoyun had already heard Andre's scolding. Okay, it's decided like this, I should be there in the afternoon, and I'll come to you directly at that time. After speaking, Tony hung up the phone directly. After seeing Tony hang up the phone, Luoyun secretly made a decision. Then let Tony stay in the hospital for 3 or 5 months. Sure enough, the gods are a group of belligerent guys, and even their compatriots will not let go. On the other side, Athena, who was talking to Luoyun and Tony, was drinking the coffee brought by Karen and complaining about the belligerent factor of the gods. To be honest, the current Athena was obviously happy when she heard that Luoyun was going to fight another god's lair. After all, what a god of disobedience like her likes most is the killing of each other between gods' lairs. Hearing Athena's words, Luoyun grabbed the fork directly from her hand and inserted the bacon on the plate in front of Athena. Put it into Athena's mouth in an extremely rude way. Eat yours. Chapter 40 has been changed for a long time. Either there is a problem or there is a problem. It has not come out yet, and my mentality has collapsed. Sorry, there is only one update today, and thank you for the reward.